Eric Hobsbawm was born in Alexandria in 1917 and was educated in Vienna, Berlin, London, and Cambridge. A Fellow of the British Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, with honorary degrees from universities in several countries, he taught until retirement at Birkbeck College, University of London, and since then at the New School for Social Research in New York. The Age of Empire. 1875 to 1914. Eric Hobsbawm. Preface. Though written by a professional historian, this book is addressed not to other academics, but to all who wish to understand the world and who believe history is important for this purpose. Its object is not to tell readers exactly what happened in the world during the 40 years before the First World War, though one hope it will give them some idea of the period. If they want to find out more, they can easily do so from the large and often excellent literature, much of which is easily available in English to anyone who takes an interest in history. Some of it is indicated in the guide to further reading. What I have tried to do in this volume, as in the 2 volumes which preceded it, The Age of Revolution 1789 to 1848 and The Age of Capital 1848 to 1875, is to understand and explain the 19th century and its place in history, to understand and explain a world in the process of revolutionary transformation, to trace the roots of our present back into the soil of the past and, perhaps above all, to see the past as a coherent whole rather than, as historical specialization so often forces us to see it, as an assembly of separate topics, the history of different states, of politics, of the economy, of culture, or whatever. Ever since I began to be interested in history, I have always wanted to know how all these aspects of past, or present, life hang together, and why. This book is therefore not, except incidentally, a narrative or a systematic exposition, and still less a display of scholarship. It is best read as the unfolding of an argument, or rather, the tracing of a basic theme through the various chapters. Readers must judge whether the attempt is convincing, though I have done my best to make it accessible to non-historians. There is no way of acknowledging my debts to the many writers whose works I have pillaged, even as I often disagreed with them, and still less my debts to the ideas I have obtained over the years in conversation with colleagues and students. If they recognize their own ideas and observations, they can at least blame me for getting them or the facts wrong, as I have certainly done from time to time. I can, however, acknowledge those who made it possible to pull a long preoccupation with this period together into a single book. The Collège de France enabled me to produce something like a first draft in the form of a course of 13 lectures in 1982. I am grateful to this august institution and to Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie who instigated the invitation. The Leverhulme Trust gave me an emeritus fellowship in 1983-5, which allowed me to get research help, the Maison des Sciences Delhomme and Clemens Heller in Paris, as well as the World Institute for Development Economics Research of the United Nations University and the McDonnell Foundation, gave me the possibility of a few quiet weeks in 1986 to finish the text. Among the people who assisted me in research I am particularly grateful to Susan Haskins, Vanessa Marshall, and Dr. Jenna Park. Francis Haskell read the chapter on the arts, Alan McKay those on the sciences, Pat Thane that on women's emancipation, and preserved me from some, but I am afraid not from all, error. André Chiffrin read the entire manuscript as a friend and exemplar of the educated non-expert to whom this book is addressed. I spent many years lecturing on European history to the students of Birkbeck College, University of London, and I doubt whether I would have been able to envisage a history of the 19th century in world history without this experience. So this book is dedicated to them. Overture. Memory is life. It is always carried by groups of living people, and therefore it is in permanent evolution. It is subject to the dialectics of remembering and forgetting, unaware of its successive deformations, open to all kinds of use and manipulation. Sometimes it remains latent for long periods, then suddenly revives. History is the always incomplete and problematic reconstruction of what is no longer there. Memory always belongs to our time and forms a lived bond with the eternal present, History is a representation of the past. Pierre Nora, 19,841. Merely to recount the course of events, even on a worldwide scale, is unlikely to result in a better understanding of the forces at play in the world today unless we are aware at the same time of the underlying structural changes. What we require first of all is a new framework and new terms of reference. It is these that the present book will seek to provide. Jeffrey Barraclough, 19,642. In the summer of 1913 a young lady graduated from secondary school in Vienna, capital of the Empire of Austria, Hungary. This was still a fairly unusual achievement for girls in Central Europe. To celebrate the occasion, her parents decided to offer her a journey abroad, and since it was unthinkable that a respectable young woman of 18 should be exposed to danger and temptation alone, they looked for a suitable relative. Fortunately, among the various interrelated families which had advanced westwards to prosperity and education from various small towns in Poland and Hungary during the past generations, there was one which had done unusually well. Uncle Albert had built up a chain of stores in the Levant, Constantinople, Smyrna, Aleppo, Alexandria. In the early 20th century there was plenty of business to be done in the Ottoman Empire and the Middle East, and Austria had long been Central Europe's business window on the Orient. Egypt was both a living museum, suitable for cultural self-improvement, and a sophisticated community of the cosmopolitan European middle class, with whom communication was easily possible by means of the French language, which the young lady and her sisters had perfected at a boarding establishment in the neighborhood of Brussels. It also, of course, contained the Arabs. Uncle Albert was happy to welcome his young relative, who traveled to Egypt on a steamer of the Lloyd Tristano, from Trieste, which was then the chief port of the Habsburg Empire and also, as it happened, the place of residence of James Joyce. The young lady was the present author's future mother. Some years earlier a young man had also traveled to Egypt, but from London. His family background was considerably more modest. His father, who had migrated to Britain from Russian Poland in the 1870s, was a cabinet maker by trade, who earned an insecure living in East London and Manchester, bringing up a daughter of his first marriage and 8 children of the second, most of them already born in England, as best he could. Except for one son, none of them was gifted for business or drawn to it. Only one of the youngest had the chance to acquire much schooling, becoming a mining engineer in South America, which was then an informal part of the British Empire. All, however, were passionate in the pursuit of English language and culture, and anglicized themselves with enthusiasm. One became an actor, another carried on the family trade, one became a primary school teacher, 2 others joined the expanding public services in the form of the post office. As it happened Britain had recently, 1882, occupied Egypt, and so one brother found himself representing a small part of the British Empire, namely the Egyptian Post and Telegraph Service, in the Nile Delta. He suggested that Egypt would suit yet another of his brothers, whose main qualification for making his way through life would have served him excellently if he had not actually had to earn a living. He was intelligent, agreeable, musical, and a fine all-round sportsman as well as a lightweight boxer of championship standard. In fact, he was exactly the sort of Englishman who would find and hold a post in a shipping office far more easily in the colonies than anywhere else. That young man was the author's future father, who thus met his future wife where the economics and politics of the Age of Empire, not to mention its social history, brought them together, presumably at the sporting club on the outskirts of Alexandria, near which they would establish their first home. It is extremely improbable that such an encounter would have happened in such a place, or would have led to marriage between 2 such people, in any period of history earlier than the one with which this book deals. Readers ought to be able to discover why. However, there is a more serious reason for starting the present volume with an autobiographical anecdote. For all of us there is a twilight zone between history and memory, between the past as a generalized record which is open to relatively dispassionate inspection and the past as a remembered part of, or background to, one's own life. For individual human beings, this zone stretches from the point where living family traditions or memories begin, say, from the earliest family photo which the oldest living family member can identify or explicate, to the end of infancy, when public and private destinies are recognized as inseparable and as mutually defining one another. I met him shortly before the end of the war. Kennedy must have died in 1963, because it was when I was still in Boston. The length of this zone may vary, and so will the obscurity and fuzziness that characterizes it. But there is always such a no man's land of time. It is by far the hardest part of history for historians, or for anyone else, to grasp. For the present writer, born towards the end of the First World War of parents who were, respectively, aged 33 and 19 in 1914, the age of empire falls into this twilight zone. But this is true not only of individuals, but of societies. The world we live in is still very largely a world made by men and women who grew up in the period with which this volume deals, or in its immediate shadow. Perhaps this is ceasing to be so as the 20th century draws to its close, who can be certain? But it was certainly true for the first two-thirds of our century. Consider, for instance, a list of names of political persons who must be included among the movers and shapers of the 20th century. In 1914, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, was 44 years old, Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili, Stalin, 35, Franklin Delano Roosevelt 30, J. Maynard Keynes 32, Adolf Hitler 25, Konrad Adenauer, maker of the post-1945 German Federal Republic, 38. Winston Churchill was 40, Mahatma Gandhi 45, Jawaharlal Nehru 25, Mao Zedong 21, Ho Chi Minh 22, the same age as Josip Broz, Tito, and Francisco Franco Bahamonde, General Franco of Spain, that is 2 years younger than Charles de Gaulle and 9 years younger than Benito Mussolini. Consider figures of significance in the field of culture. A sample from a dictionary of modern thought published in 1977 produces the following result. Persons born 1914 and after. 23%. Persons active in 1880 to 1914 or adult in 1914. 45%. Persons born 1900 to 14. 17%. Persons active before 1880. 15%. Quite patently, men and women compiling such a compendium 3/4 of the way through the 20th century still considered the age of empire as by far the most significant in the formation of the modern thought then current. Whether we agree with their judgment or not, this judgment is historically significant. Hence, not only the relatively few surviving individuals who have a direct link with the years before 1914 face the problem of how to look at the landscape of their private twilight, but so, more impersonally, does everyone who lives in the world of the 1980s, insofar as it has been shaped by the era which led up to the First World War. I mean not that the remoter past is of no significance to us, but that its relation to us is different. When dealing with remote periods, we know that we confront them essentially as strangers and outsiders, rather like Western anthropologists setting out to investigate Papuan hill peoples. If they are geographically or chronologically, or emotionally, remote enough, such periods may survive exclusively through the inanimate relics of the dead, words and symbols, written, printed or engraved, material objects, images. Moreover, if we are historians, we know that what we write can be judged and corrected only by other such strangers, to whom the past is another country also. We certainly start with the assumption of our own time, place, and situation, including the propensity to reshape the past in our terms, to see what it has sharpened our eye to discern and only what our perspective allows us to recognize. Nevertheless, we go to work with the usual tools and materials of our trade, working on archival and other primary sources, reading an enormous quantity of secondary literature, threading our way through the accumulated debates and disagreements of generations of our predecessors, the changing fashions and phases of interpretation and interest, always curious, always, it is to be hoped, asking questions. but nothing much gets in our way except other contemporaries arguing as strangers about a past which is no longer part of memory. For even what we think we remember about the France of 1789 or the England of George III is what we have learned at second or fifth hand through pedagogues, official or informal. Where historians try to come to grips with a period which has left surviving eyewitnesses, two quite different concepts of history clash, or, in the best of cases, supplement each other, the scholarly and the existential, archive and personal memory. For everyone is a historian of his or her own consciously lived lifetime inasmuch as he or she comes to terms with it in the mind, an unreliable historian from most points of view, as anyone knows who has ventured into oral history, but one whose contribution is essential. Scholars who interview old soldiers or politicians will have already acquired more, and more reliable, information about what happened from print and paper, than their source has in his or her memory, but may nevertheless misunderstand it. And, unlike, say, the historian of the Crusades, the historian of the Second World War can be corrected by those who, remembering, shake their head and tell him or her, but it was not like that at all. Nevertheless, both the versions of history which thus confront one another are, in different senses, coherent constructions of the past, consciously held as such and at least potentially capable of definition. But the history of the Twilight Zone is different. It is itself an incoherent, incompletely perceived image of the past, sometimes more shadowy, sometimes apparently precise, always transmitted by a mixture of learning and second-hand memory shaped by public and private tradition. For it is still part of us, but no longer quite within our personal reach. It forms something similar to those party-collared ancient maps filled with unreliable outlines and white spaces, framed by monsters and symbols. The monsters and symbols are magnified by the modern mass media, because the very fact that the Twilight Zone is important to us makes it central also to their preoccupations. Thanks to them, such fragmentary and symbolic images have become lasting, at least in the Western world. The Titanic, which retains all its power to make headlines 3/4 of a century after its sinking, is a striking example. And these images which flash into our mind when it is, for some reason or another, turned to the period which ended in the First World War are far more difficult to detach from a considered interpretation of the period than, say, those images and anecdotes which used to bring non-historians into supposed contact with the remoter past, Drake playing bowls as the Armada approached Britain, Marie Antoinette's diamond necklace or Let Them Eat Cake, Washington crossing the Delaware. None of these will affect the serious historian for a moment. They are outside us. But can we, even as professionals, be sure that we look at the mythologized images of the Age of Empire with an equally cold eye, the Titanic, the San Francisco earthquake, Dreyfus? Patently not, if the centenary of the Statue of Liberty is any guide. More than any other, the Age of Empire cries out for demystification, just because we, and that includes the historians, are no longer in it, but do not know how much of it is still in us. This does not mean that it calls for debunking or muckraking, an activity it pioneered. 2. The need for some sort of historical perspective is all the more urgent because people in the late 20th century are indeed still passionately involved in the period which ended in 1914, probably just because August 1914 is one of the most undeniable natural breaks in history. It was felt to be the end of an era at the time, and it is still felt to be so. It is quite possible to argue this feeling away, and to insist on the continuities and enjambments across the years of the First World War. After all, history is not like a bus line on which the vehicle changes all its passengers and crew whenever it gets to the point marking its terminus. Nevertheless, if there are dates which are more than conveniences for purposes of periodization, August 1914 is one of them. It was felt to mark the end of the world made by and for the bourgeoisie. It marks the end of the long 19th century with which historians have learned to operate, and which has been the subject of the 3 volumes of which this is the last. No doubt that is why it has attracted historians, amateur and professional, writers on culture, literature, and the arts, biographers, the makers of films and television programs, and not least the makers of fashions, in astonishing numbers. I would guess that in the English-speaking world at least one title of significance, book or article, has appeared on the years from 1880 to 1914 every month for the past 15 years. Most of them are addressed to historians or other specialists, for the period is not merely, as we have seen, crucial in the development of modern culture, but provides the frame for a large number of passionately pursued debates in history, national or international, mostly initiated in the years before 1914, on imperialism, on the development of labor and socialist movements, on the problem of Britain's economic decline, on the nature and origins of the Russian Revolution, to name but a few. For obvious reasons, the best known among these concerns is the question of the origins of the First World War, and it has so far generated several thousand volumes and continues to produce literature at an impressive rate. It has remained alive, because the problem of the origins of world wars has unfortunately refused to go away since 1914. In fact, the link between the past and present concerns is nowhere more evident than in the history of the Age of Empire. Leaving aside the purely monographic literature, most of the writers on the period can be divided into two classes, the backward lookers and the forward lookers. Each tends to concentrate on one of the two most obvious features of the period. In one sense, it seems extraordinarily remote and beyond return when seen across the impassable canyon of August 1914. At the same time, paradoxically, so much of what is still characteristic of the late 20th century has its origin in the last 30 years before the First World War. Barbara Tuchman's The Proud Tower, a best-selling portrait of the world before the war, 1890 to 1914, is perhaps the most familiar example of the first genre. Alfred Chandler's study of the genesis of modern corporate management, The Visible Hand, may stand for the second. In quantitative terms, and in terms of circulation, the backward lookers almost certainly prevail. The irrecoverable past presents a challenge to good historians, who know that it cannot be understood in anachronistic terms, but it also contains the enormous temptation of nostalgia. The least perceptive and most sentimental constantly try to recapture the attractions of an era which upper and middle class memories have tended to see through a golden haze, the so-called beautiful times or Belle Époque. Naturally, this approach has been congenial to entertainers and other media producers, to fashion designers and others who cater to the big spenders. This is probably the version of the period most likely to be familiar to the public through cinema and television. It is quite unsatisfactory, though it undoubtedly catches one highly visible aspect of the period, which, after all, brought such terms as plutocracy and leisure class into the public discourse. One may debate whether it is more or less useless than the even more nostalgic, but intellectually more sophisticated, writers who hope to prove that Paradise Lost might not have been lost, but for some avoidable errors or unpredictable accidents without which there would have been no World War, no Russian Revolution, or whatever else is held to be responsible for the loss of the world before 1914. Other historians are more concerned with the opposite of the great discontinuity, namely the fact that so much of what remains characteristic of our times originated, sometimes quite suddenly, in the decades before 1914. They seek these roots and anticipations of our time, which are indeed obvious. In politics, the Labour and Socialist parties which form the government or chief opposition in most states of Western Europe are the children of the era from 1875 to 1914, and so are one branch of their family, the communist parties which govern the regimes of Eastern Europe. So indeed are the politics of governments elected by democratic vote, the modern mass party and nationally organized mass labor union, and modern welfare legislation. Under the name of modernism, the avant-garde of this period took over most of 20th century high cultural output. Even today, when some avant-gardes or other schools no longer accept this tradition, they still define themselves in terms of what they reject: postmodernism. Meanwhile, the culture of everyday life is still dominated by three innovations of this period: the advertising industry in its modern form, the modern mass circulation newspaper or periodical, and, directly or through television, the moving photograph or film. Science and technology may have come a long way since 1875 to 1914, but in the sciences there is an evident continuity between the age of Planck, Einstein, and the young Niels Bohr and the present. As for technology, the petrol-powered road-running automobiles and the flying machines which appeared in our period, for the first time in history, still dominate our landscapes and townscapes. The telephones and wireless communication invented at that time have been improved but not superseded. It is possible that, in retrospect, the very last decades of the 20th century may be seen no longer to fit into the framework established before 1914, but for most purposes of orientation it will still serve. But it cannot be enough to present the history of the past in such terms. No doubt the question of continuity and discontinuity between the age of empire and the present still matters, since our emotions are still directly engaged with this section of the historical past. Nevertheless, from the historian's point of view, taken in isolation, continuity and discontinuity are trivial matters. But how are we to situate this period? For, after all, the relation of past to present is central to the preoccupations both of those who write and of those who read history. Both want, or should want, to understand how the past has become the present, and both want to understand the past, the chief obstacle being that it is not like the present. The Age of Empire, though self-contained as a book, is the third and last volume of what has turned out to be a general survey of the 19th century in world history, that is, the historian's long 19th century, which runs from, say, 1776 to 1914. It was not the author's original intention to embark on anything so crazily ambitious. But insofar as 3 volumes written at intervals over the years and, except for the last, not intentionally conceived as parts of a single project, have any coherence, it is because they share a common conception of what the 19th century was about. And insofar as this common conception has succeeded in linking the age of revolution to the age of capital and both in turn to the age of empire, and I hope it has, it should also be helpful in linking the age of empire to what came after it. Essentially, the central axis round which I have tried to organize the history of the century is the triumph and transformation of capitalism in the historically specific forms of bourgeois society in its liberal version. The history begins with the decisive double breakthrough of the first industrial revolution in Britain, which established the limitless capacity of the productive system pioneered by capitalism for economic growth and global penetration, and the Franco-American political revolution, which established the leading models for the public institutions of bourgeois society, supplemented by the virtually simultaneous emergence of its most characteristic, and linked, theoretical systems, classical political economy and utilitarian philosophy. The first volume of this history, The Age of Revolution 1789 to 1848, is structured round this concept of a dual revolution. It led to the confident conquest of the globe by the capitalist economy, carried by its characteristic class, the bourgeoisie, and under the banners of its characteristic intellectual expression, the ideology of liberalism. This is the main theme of the second volume, which covers the brief period between the 1848 revolutions and the onset of the 1870s depression, when the prospects of bourgeois society and its economy seemed relatively unproblematic, because their actual triumphs were so striking. For either the political resistances of old regimes, against which the French Revolution had been made, were overcome, or these regimes themselves looked like accepting the economic, institutional and cultural hegemony of a triumphant bourgeois progress. Economically, the difficulties of an industrialization and economic growth limited by the narrowness of its pioneer base were overcome, not least by the spread of industrial transformation and the enormous widening of world markets. Socially, the explosive discontents of the poor during the Age of Revolution were consequently diffused. In short, the major obstacles to continued and presumably unlimited bourgeois progress seemed to have been removed. The possible difficulties arising from the inner contradictions of this progress did not yet seem to be cause for immediate anxiety. In Europe there were fewer socialists and social revolutionaries in this period than at any other. The Age of Empire, on the other hand, is penetrated and dominated by these contradictions. It was an era of unparalleled peace in the Western world, which engendered an era of equally unparalleled world wars. It was an era of, in spite of appearances, growing social stability within the zone of developed industrial economies, which provided the small bodies of men who, with almost contemptuous ease, could conquer and rule over vast empires, but which inevitably generated on its outskirts the combined forces of rebellion and revolution that were to engulf it. Since 1914 the world has been dominated by the fear, and sometimes by the reality, of global war and the fear, or hope, of revolution, both based on the historic situations which emerged directly out of the age of empire. It was the era when massive organized movements of the class of wage workers created by, and characteristic of, industrial capitalism suddenly emerged and demanded the overthrow of capitalism. But they emerged in highly flourishing and expanding economies, and, in the countries in which they were strongest, at a time when probably capitalism offered them slightly less miserable conditions than before. It was an era when the political and cultural institutions of bourgeois liberalism were extended, or about to be extended, to the working masses living in bourgeois societies, including even, for the first time in history, its women, but the extension was at the cost of forcing its central class, the liberal bourgeoisie, onto the margins of political power. For the electoral democracies, which were the inevitable product of liberal progress, liquidated bourgeois liberalism as a political force in most countries. It was an era of profound identity crisis and transformation for a bourgeoisie whose traditional moral foundation crumbled under the very pressure of its own accumulations of wealth and comfort. Its very existence as a class of masters was undermined by the transformation of its own economic system. Juridical persons, i.e. large business organizations or corporations, owned by shareholders, employing hired managers and executives, began to replace real persons and their families owning and managing their own enterprises. There is no end to such paradoxes. The history of the age of empire is filled with them. Indeed, its basic pattern, as seen in this book, is of the society and world of bourgeois liberalism advancing towards what has been called its strange death as it reaches its apogee, victim of the very contradictions inherent in its advance. What is more, the culture and intellectual life of the period show a curious awareness of this pattern of reversal, of the imminent death of one world and the need for another. But what gave the period its peculiar tone and savor was that the coming cataclysms were both expected, misunderstood, and disbelieved. World war would come, but nobody, even the best of the prophets, really understood the kind of war it would be. And when the world finally stood on the brink, the decision-makers rushed towards the abyss in utter disbelief. The great new socialist movements were revolutionary, but for most of them revolution was, in some sense, the logical and necessary outcome of bourgeois democracy, which gave the multiplying many the decision over the diminishing few. And for those among them who expected actual insurrection, it was a battle whose aim, in the first instance, could only be to institute bourgeois democracy as a necessary preliminary to something more advanced. Revolutionaries thus remained within the age of empire, even as they prepared to transcend it. In the sciences and the arts the orthodoxies of the 19th century were being overthrown, but never did more men and women, newly educated and intellectually conscious, believe more firmly in what small avant-gardes were even then rejecting. If public opinion pollsters in the developed world before 1914 had counted up hope against foreboding, optimists against pessimists, hope and optimism would pretty certainly have prevailed. Paradoxically, they would probably have collected proportionately more votes in the new century, as the Western world approached 1914, than they might have done in the last decades of the old. But, of course, that optimism included not only those who believed in the future of capitalism, but also those who looked forward with hope to its supersession. In itself there is nothing about the historical pattern of reversal, of development undermining its own foundations, which is novel or peculiar to this period as distinct from any other. This is how endogenous historical transformations work. They are still working this way. What is peculiar about the long 19th century is that the titanic and revolutionary forces of this period which changed the world out of recognition were transported on a specific, and historically peculiar and fragile vehicle. Just as the transformation of the world economy was, for a crucial but necessarily brief period, identified with the fortunes of a single medium-sized state, Great Britain, so the development of the contemporary world was temporarily identified with that of 19th-century liberal bourgeois society. The very extent to which the ideas, values, assumptions, and institutions associated with it appeared to triumph in the age of capital indicates the historically transient nature of that triumph. This book surveys the moment in history when it became clear that the society and civilization created by and for the Western liberal bourgeoisie represented not the permanent form of the modern industrial world, but only one phase of its early development. The economic structures which sustain the 20th century world, even when they are capitalist, are no longer those of private enterprise in the sense businessmen would have accepted in 1870. The revolution whose memory dominates the world since the First World War is no longer the French Revolution of 1789. The culture which penetrates it is no longer bourgeois culture as it would have been understood before 1914. The continent which overwhelmingly constituted its economic, intellectual, and military force then, no longer does so now. Neither history in general, nor the history of capitalism in particular, ended in 1914, though a rather large part of the world was, by revolution, moved into a fundamentally different type of economy. The age of empire, or, as Lenin called it, imperialism, was plainly not the last stage of capitalism, but then Lenin never actually claimed that it was. He merely called it, in the earliest version of his influential booklet, the latest stage of capitalism. 2 And yet one can understand why observers, and not only observers hostile to bourgeois society, might feel that the era of world history through which they lived in the last few decades before the First World War was more than just another phase of development. In one way or another it seemed to anticipate and prepare a world different in kind from the past. And so it has turned out since 1914, even if not in the way expected or predicted by most of the prophets. There is no return to the world of liberal bourgeois society. The very calls to revive the spirit of 19th century capitalism in the late 20th century testify to the impossibility of doing so. For better or worse, since 1914 the century of the bourgeoisie belongs to history. Chapter 1. The Centenarian Revolution. Hogan is a prophet. A prophet, Hinasi, is a man that foresees throughble. Hogan is happiest man in world about today, but tomorrow something is going to happen. Mr. Dooley says, 19,101. Centenaries are an invention of the late 19th century. Sometime between the centennial of the American Revolution, 1876, and that of the French Revolution, 1889, both celebrated with the usual international expositions, the educated citizens of the Western world became conscious of the fact that this world, born between the Declaration of Independence, the construction of the world's first iron bridge and the storming of the Bastille, was now a century old. How did the world of the 1880s compare with that of the 1780s? In the first place, it was now genuinely global. Almost all parts of it were now known and more or less adequately or approximately mapped. With negligible exceptions, exploration no longer consisted of discovery but of a form of athletic endeavor, often with strong elements of personal or national competition, typified by the attempt to dominate the most severe and inhospitable physical environments of the Arctic and the Antarctic. Peary of the USA was to win the race to reach the North Pole in 1909 against British and Scandinavian competition. Amundsen of Norway reached the South Pole in 1911, 1 month ahead of the hapless British Captain Scott. Neither achievement had or was intended to have the slightest practical consequence. Railway and steamship had made intercontinental or transcontinental travel a matter of weeks rather than months, except in most of the large land masses of Africa, continental Asia, and parts of the interior of South America, and would soon make it a matter of days, With the completion of the Trans-Siberian Railway in 1904, it would be possible to travel from Paris to Vladivostok in 15 or 16 days. The electric telegraph now made the communication of information across the entire globe a matter of hours. In consequence, men and women from the Western world, but not only they, traveled and communicated over large distances with unprecedented facility and in unprecedented numbers. To take simply one illustration which would have been regarded as an absurd fantasy in the age of Benjamin Franklin. In 1879, almost 1 million tourists visited Switzerland. Over 200,000 of them were Americans, the equivalent of more than 1 in 20 of the entire U.S. population at its first census, 1,790.22. At the same time, it was a much more densely populated world. Demographic figures are so speculative, particularly for the late 18th century, that numerical precision is both pointless and dangerous, but we shall not be far wrong in supposing that the 1,500 million or so human beings who may have been alive in the 1880s represented double the world's population in the 1780s. Much the largest number of them were Asians, as they had always been, but while in 1800 they had constituted almost two-thirds of humanity, according to recent guesses, by 1900 they formed perhaps 55% of it. The next largest bloc were the Europeans, including Asian Russia, thinly populated. Their numbers had almost certainly more than doubled from, say 200 millions in 1800 to 430 millions in 1900, and what is more, their mass emigration overseas was largely responsible for the most dramatic change in world population, the rise of the Americas from about 30 to nearly 160 millions between 1800 and 1900, and more especially of North America from about 7 to over 80 millions. The devastated continent of Africa, about whose demography we admittedly know little, grew more slowly than any other, perhaps at most by a third in the century. While at the end of the 18th century there were perhaps 3 times as many Africans as Americans, North and Latin, by the end of the 19th there were probably substantially more Americans than Africans. The tiny population of the Pacific Islands, including Australia, though swelled by European migration from a hypothetical 2 millions to perhaps 6, carried little demographic weight. Yet while in one sense the world was becoming demographically larger and geographically smaller and more global, a planet bound together ever more tightly by the bonds of moving goods and people, of capital and communications, of material products and ideas, in another it was drifting into division. There had been rich and poor regions, advanced and backward economies and societies, stronger and weaker units of political organization and military force, in the 1780s, as in all other ages of history of which we have record. And it is hardly to be denied that a major gulf separated the great belt of the world which had been the traditional home of class societies and more or less lasting states and cities, operating by means of literate minorities and, happily for the historian, generating written documentation, from the zones to the north and south of them upon which the ethnographers and anthropologists of the late 19th and early 20th centuries concentrated their attention. Nevertheless, within this large belt, which stretched from Japan in the east to the shores of the mid and North Atlantic and through European conquest into the Americas, and in which the bulk of humanity lived, the disparities, though already large, did not yet seem insurmountable. In terms of production and wealth, not to mention culture, the differences between the major pre-industrial regions were, by modern standards, remarkably small, say between 1 and 1.8. Indeed, a recent estimate calculates that between 1750 and 1800 the per capita gross national product in what are today known as the developed countries was substantially the same as in what is now known as the Third World, though this is probably due to the enormous size and relative weight of the Chinese Empire, with about a third of the world's population, whose average standard of living may at that stage have actually been superior to that of Europeans. 3 In the 18th century, Europeans would have found the Celestial Empire a very strange place indeed, but no intelligent observer would have regarded it in any sense as an inferior economy and civilization to Europe's, still less as a backward country. But in the 19th century the gap between the Western countries, base of the economic revolution which was transforming the world, and the rest widened, at first slowly, later with increasing rapidity. By 1880, according to the same calculation, the per capita income in the developed world was about double that in the Third World. By 1913 it was to be over 3 times as high, and widening. By 1950, to dramatize the process, the difference was between 1 and 5, by 1970 between 1 and 7. Moreover, the gap between the Third World and the really developed parts of the developed world, i.e. the industrialized countries, began earlier and widened even more dramatically. The per capita share of the GNP was already almost twice that in the Third World in 1830, about 7 times as high in 1913.3. Technology was a major cause of this gap, reinforcing it not merely economically but politically. A century after the French Revolution it was becoming increasingly evident that poorer and backward countries could easily be defeated and, unless they were very large, conquered because of the technical inferiority of their armaments. This was comparatively new. Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798 had pitted against each other French and Mamluk armies with comparable equipment. The colonial conquests of European forces had been achieved not by miraculous weaponry, but by greater aggressiveness, ruthlessness and, above all, disciplined organization. 4 Yet the Industrial Revolution, which penetrated warfare in the middle decades of the century, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 4, tilted the balance even further in favor of the advanced world by means of high explosives, machine guns, and steam transport, see Chapter 13 below. The half-century from 1880 to 1930 was to be the golden or rather the iron age of gunboat diplomacy for this reason. We are therefore in 1880 dealing not so much with a single world, as with two sectors combined together into one global system, the developed and the lagging, the dominant and the dependent, the rich and the poor. Even this description is misleading. While the smaller First World, in spite of its considerable internal disparities, was united by history and as the common bearer of capitalist development, the much larger Second World was united by nothing except its relations with, that is to say its potential or actual dependency on, the first. What else, except a common membership of the human race, had the Chinese Empire in common with Senegal, Brazil with the New Hebrides, Morocco with Nicaragua? The Second World was united by neither history, culture, social structure, nor institutions, nor even by what we today think of as the most salient characteristic of the dependent world, namely mass poverty. For wealth and poverty as social categories apply only to societies stratified in a certain way, and to economies structured in a certain way, and parts of the dependent world were, as yet, neither. All human societies known to history contain some social inequalities, apart from those between the sexes, but if Indian Maharajas visiting the West could be treated as though they were millionaires in the Western sense, the big men or chiefs in New Guinea could not be so assimilated, even notionally. And if the common people of any part of the world, when transported away from their homes, were normally turned into workers, and therefore members of the category of the poor, it was irrelevant to describe them in this manner in their native habitat. In any case, there were favored parts of the world, notably in the tropics, where nobody needed to lack either shelter, food, or leisure. Indeed, there were still small societies in which the concepts of work and leisure had no meaning, and no words for them existed. If the existence of the two world sectors was undeniable, the boundaries between them were unclear, chiefly because the set of states by and through which the economic, and in our period the political, conquest of the globe was achieved were united by history as well as economic development. They consisted of Europe and not only of those regions, mainly in northwestern and central Europe and some of their overseas settlements, which plainly formed the core of world capitalist development. Europe included the southern regions which had once played a major role in early capitalist developments, but had since the 16th century become backwaters, and the conquerors of the first great European overseas empires, notably the Italian and Iberian peninsulas. It also included a great eastern border zone where, for more than 1,000 years, Christendom, that is to say the heirs and descendants of the Roman Empire, had fought the periodic invasions of military conquerors from Central Asia. The last wave of these, which had formed the Great Ottoman Empire, had been gradually expelled from the enormous areas of Europe it controlled in the 16th to 18th centuries, and its days in Europe were clearly numbered, though in 1880 it still controlled a substantial belt across the Balkan Peninsula, parts of the present Greece, Yugoslavia and Bulgaria and all of Albania, as well as some islands. Much of the reconquered or liberated territories could only be regarded as European by courtesy. In fact, the Balkan Peninsula was still currently referred to as the Near East, hence Southwest Asia came to be known as the Middle East. On the other hand, the two states which had done most to push back the Turks were or became great European powers, in spite of the notorious backwardness of all or parts of their peoples and territories, the Habsburg Empire and, above all, the Empire of the Russian Tsars. Large parts of Europe were therefore, at best, on the margins of the core of capitalist economic development and bourgeois society. In sum, most of the inhabitants clearly lived in a different century from their contemporaries and rulers, as on the Adriatic coasts of Dalmatia or in the Bukovina, where in 1880 88% of the population were illiterate as against 11% in Lower Austria, part of the same empire. 5 Many educated Austrians shared Metternich's belief that Asia begins where the Eastern Highway leaves Vienna, and most North Italians regarded most South Italians as some kind of African barbarians, but in both monarchies the backward areas formed only part of the state. In Russia the question European or Asiatic cut much deeper, since virtually the entire zone from Belorussia and Ukraine eastwards to the Pacific was equally remote from bourgeois society, except for a thin film of the educated. It was indeed the subject of impassioned public debate. Nevertheless, history, politics, culture and, not least, centuries of overseas and overland expansion against the Second World bound even the backward parts of the First World to the advanced ones, if we leave aside a few isolated enclaves of Balkan mountaineers and the like. Russia was indeed backward, though its rulers had systematically looked west for 2 centuries and acquired control over western border territories such as Finland, the Baltic countries and parts of Poland which were distinctly more advanced. Yet economically Russia was distinctly part of the West, inasmuch as her government was clearly engaged on a policy of massive industrialization on the Western model. Politically the Tsarist Empire was colonizer rather than colony, and culturally the small educated minority within Russia was one of the glories of 19th-century Western civilization. Peasants in the Bukovina, in the remotest northeast of the Habsburg Empire, might still live in the Middle Ages, but its capital, Czernowitz, Cernovci, contained a distinguished European university, and its emancipated and assimilated Jewish middle class was anything but medieval. At the other end of Europe Portugal was small, feeble, backward by any contemporary standard, a virtual semi-colony of Britain, and only the eye of faith could detect much in the way of economic development there. Yet Portugal remained not merely a member of the club of sovereign states but a large colonial empire by virtue of her history. She retained her African empire, not only because rival European powers could not decide how to partition it, but because, being European, its possessions were not, or not quite, regarded as the mere raw material for colonial conquest. In the 1880s Europe was not only the original core of the capitalist development which dominated and transformed the world, but by far the most important component of the world economy and of bourgeois society. There has never in history been a more European century, nor will there ever again be such a one. Demographically, the world contained a higher proportion of Europeans at the end of the century than at the beginning, perhaps 1 in 4 as against 1 in 5.6. In spite of the millions the old continent sent to various new worlds, it grew faster. Though the sheer pace and impetus of its industrialization already made America's future as a global economic superpower certain, European industrial output was still more than twice as large as American, and major technological advance still came primarily from east of the Atlantic. Motor cars, cinematography, and wireless were first developed seriously in Europe. Japan was a very slow starter in the modern world economy, though faster off the mark in world politics. As for high culture, the world of white settlement overseas still remained overwhelmingly dependent on the old continent, and this was even more obviously so among the tiny educated elites of the non-white societies, insofar as these took the West as their model. Economically, Russia could not begin to compare with the headlong growth and wealth of the USA. Culturally, the Russia of Dostoevsky, 1821–81, Tolstoy, 1828–1910, Chekhov, 1860–1904, of Tchaikovsky, 1840–93, Borodin, 1834–87, and Rimsky-Korsakov, 1844–1908, was a great power, and the USA of Mark Twain, 1835–1910, and Walt Whitman, 1819–92, was not, even if we throw in Henry James, 1843–1916, who had long since emigrated to the more congenial atmosphere of Britain. European culture and intellectual life still belonged mainly to a minority of the prosperous and educated, and was adapted to functioning admirably in and for such a milieu. The contribution of liberalism, and the ideological left beyond it, was to call for the achievements of this elite culture to be made freely accessible to all. The museum and the free library were its characteristic achievements. American culture, more democratic and egalitarian, did not come into its own until the era of mass culture in the 20th century. For the time being, even in matters so closely geared to technical progress as the sciences, the USA still lagged not only behind the Germans and the British, but even behind the small Netherlands, to judge by the geographical distribution of Nobel Prizes in their first quarter-century. But if part of the First World could have fitted equally well into the zone of dependency and backwardness, virtually the whole of the Second World clearly belonged to it, except for Japan, systematically westernizing since 1868, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 8, and overseas territories settled by large populations of European descent, in 1880 still primarily from northwestern and central Europe, except, of course, for such native populations as they did not succeed in eliminating. It was this dependency, or, more exactly, the inability either to keep out of the way of the trade and technology of the West or to find a substitute for it, or to resist the men armed with its weapons and organization, that put societies which otherwise had nothing in common in the same category as victims of 19th century history against its makers. As a ruthless Western would put it, with a little military oversimplification: whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not .7. Compared with this difference, the differences between Stone Age societies such as those of the Melanesian Islands and the sophisticated and urbanized societies of China, India, and the Islamic world, seemed insignificant. What did it matter that their arts were admirable, that the monuments of their ancient cultures were wonderful, and that their, mainly religious, philosophies impressed some Western scholars and poets at least as much as, indeed probably more than, Christianity? Basically they were all equally at the mercy of the ships that came from abroad bringing cargoes of goods, armed men, and ideas against which they were powerless, and which transformed their universes in ways which suited the invaders, whatever the sentiments of the invaded. This does not mean that the division between the two worlds was a simple one between industrialized and agricultural countries, between the civilizations of city and countryside. The Second World contains cities more ancient than and/or as enormous as the first, Peking, Constantinople. The 19th century capitalist world market generated, within it, disproportionately large urban centers through which the flow of their economic relations was channeled. Melbourne, Buenos Aires, Calcutta, all had about 500,000 inhabitants each in the 1880s, which was larger than Amsterdam, Milan, Birmingham, or Munich, while the 750,000 of Bombay was larger than all but half a dozen cities in Europe. Though with a few special exceptions towns were more numerous and played a more significant role in the economies of the First World, the developed world remained surprisingly agricultural. In only 6 European countries did agriculture employ less than a majority: generally a large majority, of the male population, but these 6 were, characteristically, the core of the older capitalist development: Belgium, Britain, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland. However, only in Britain was agriculture the occupation of a smallish minority of about 1/6, elsewhere it employed between 30 and 45%. There was, indeed, a striking difference between the commercialized and business-like farming of the developed regions and the agriculture of the backward ones. Danish and Bulgarian peasants had little in common economically by 1880 except an interest in stables and fields. Still, farming, like the ancient handicrafts, was a way of living deeply rooted in the ancient past, as the ethnologists and folklorists of the later 19th century knew when they looked for old traditions and popular survivals primarily in the countryside. Even the most revolutionary agriculture still sheltered them. Conversely, industry was not entirely confined to the First World. Quite apart from the building of an infrastructure, e.g. ports and railways, and extractive industries, mines, in many a dependent and colonial economy, and the presence of cottage industries in many backward rural areas, some industry of the 19th century Western type tended to develop modestly in dependent countries such as India even at this early stage, sometimes against strong opposition from metropolitan interests, mainly textiles and food processing. But even metals penetrated the Second World. The great Indian iron and steel firm of Tata began operations in the 1880s. Meanwhile, small production by small family artisans or in putting out workshops remained as characteristic of the developed world as of much of the dependent world. It was about to enter upon a period of crisis, anxiously monitored by German scholars, faced with the competition of factories and modern distribution. But, on the whole, it still survived in considerable strength. Nevertheless, it is roughly correct to make industry into a criterion of modernity. In the 1880s, no country outside the developed world, and Japan, which had joined it, could be described as industrial or even on the way to industrialization. Even those developed countries which were still primarily agrarian, or at any rate not immediately associated in the public mind with factories and forges, were, one might say, already tuned to the wavelength of industrial society and high technology. Apart from Denmark, the Scandinavian countries, for instance, had until recently been notoriously poor and backward. Yet within a few decades they had more telephones per head than any other European region, 9 including Britain and Germany. They won considerably more Nobel Prizes in science than the USA, and they were about to become strongholds of socialist political movements specifically organized with the interests of the industrial proletariat in mind. And, even more obviously, we can describe the advanced world as rapidly urbanizing, and indeed in extreme cases as a world of city dwellers beyond precedent. 10 In 1800 there had been just 17 cities in Europe with a population of 100,000 or more, with a total population of under 5 million. By 1890 there were 103 with a total population more than 6 times as large. What the 19th century since 1789 had generated was not so much the giant urban ant-heap with its millions of scurrying inhabitants, though by 1883 more million cities had joined London since 1800, Paris, Berlin, and Vienna. Rather it had generated a widely distributed system of medium and large towns, especially large fairly dense zones or conurbations of such urban and industrial development, gradually eating away the countryside of the region. Some of the more dramatic of these were comparatively new, the product of mid-century heavy industrial development like Tyneside and Clydeside in Great Britain, or only just developing on a massive scale, like the Ruhr in Germany or the Pennsylvania coal, steel belt. These, once again, did not necessarily contain any major cities, unless they also contained capital cities, centers of government administration and other tertiary activities, or major international ports, which also tended to generate unusually large populations. Curiously enough, with the exception of London, Lisbon, and Copenhagen, no European state in 1880 contained a city which was both 2. If it is difficult to describe the economic differences between the two sectors of the world in 2 or 3 words, however profound and evident they were, it is not much easier to summarize the political differences between them. There clearly existed a general model of the desirable structure and institutions of a properly advanced country, give or take a few local variations. It should form a more or less homogeneous territorial state, internationally sovereign, large enough to provide the basis of national economic development, enjoying a single set of political and legal institutions of a broadly liberal and representative kind, i.e. it should enjoy a single constitution and the rule of law, but also, at a lower level, it should have a fair degree of local autonomy and initiative. It should be composed of citizens, i.e. of the aggregate of the individual inhabitants of its territory who enjoyed certain basic legal and political rights, rather than, say, of corporations or other kinds of groups and communities. Their relations with the national government should be direct and not mediated by such groups. And so on. These were aspirations, and not only for the developed countries, all of which by 1880 conformed to some degree to this model, but for all others who did not wish to cut themselves deliberately off from modern progress. To this extent the liberal, constitutional nation-state as a model was not confined to the developed world. Indeed, the largest body of states theoretically operating on this model, generally in the Federalist American rather than the centralist French variant, was to be found in Latin America. This consisted at this date of 17 republics and 1 empire, which did not survive the 1880s, Brazil. In practice it was notorious that political reality in Latin America, or for that matter in some nominally constitutional monarchies of Southeast Europe, had little relation to constitutional theory. A very large part of the non-developed world possessed no states of this, or sometimes of any, form. Some of it consisted of the possessions of European powers, directly administered by them. These colonial empires were shortly to be enormously expanded. Some of it, e.g. in the African interior, consisted of political units to which the term state in the then current European sense was not seriously applicable, though other terms then current, tribes, were not much better. Some of it consisted of sometimes very ancient empires such as the Chinese, the Persian, and the Ottoman, which had parallels in European history but were clearly not territorial states, nation-states, of the 19th century type, and were very obviously, it seemed, obsolescent. On the other hand, the same ricketiness, if not always the same antiquity, affected some obsolescent empires which were at least partly or marginally in the developed world, if only because of their, admittedly shaky, status as great powers, the Tsarist and the Habsburg empires, Russia and Austria, Hungary. In terms of international politics, i.e. of the calculations of governments and foreign ministries of Europe, the number of entities treated as sovereign states anywhere in the world was rather modest, by our standards. Around 1875 there were no more than 17 in Europe, including the 6 powers, Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria, Hungary and Italy, and the Ottoman Empire, 19 in the Americas, including 1 virtual great power, the USA, 4 or 5 in Asia, mainly Japan and the 2 ancient empires of China and Persia, and perhaps 3 highly marginal cases in Africa, Morocco, Ethiopia, Liberia. Outside the Americas, which contain the largest collection of republics on the globe, virtually all of these were monarchies. In Europe only Switzerland and, since 1870, France were not, though in the developed countries most of them were constitutional monarchies or at least made official gestures in the direction of some sort of electoral representation. The Tsarist and Ottoman empires, the one on the margins of development, the other clearly belonging to the world of the victims, were the only European exceptions. However, apart from Switzerland, France, the USA, and possibly Denmark, none of the representative states were based on a democratic, though at this stage exclusively masculine, franchise. 6 Though some nominal white settler colonies in the British Empire, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, were reasonably democratic, indeed they were more so than any other areas apart from some Rocky Mountain states in the USA. However, In such countries outside Europe, political democracy assumed the elimination of the former indigenous population, Indians, Aborigines, etc. Where they could not be eliminated by expulsion into reservations or by genocide, they were not part of the political community. In 1890, out of the 63 million inhabitants of the USA, only 230,000 were Indians. 11. As for the inhabitants of the developed world, and the countries seeking or forced to imitate it, the adult males among them increasingly conformed to the minimum criterion of bourgeois society, that of legally free and equal individuals. Legal serfdom no longer existed anywhere in Europe. Legal slavery, abolished almost everywhere in the Western and Western-dominated world, was in its very last years. Even in its final refuges, Brazil and Cuba, it did not survive the 1880s. Legal freedom and equality were far from incompatible with real inequality. The ideal of liberal bourgeois society was neatly expressed in Anatole France's ironic phrase, "The law in its majestic equality gives every man the same right to dine at the Ritz and to sleep under a bridge." Still, in the developed world it was now essentially money or the lack of it, rather than birth or differences in legal freedom or status, which determined the distribution of all but the privileges of social exclusiveness. And legal equality did not exclude political inequality either, for not only wealth but de facto power counted. The rich and powerful were not merely politically more influential, but could exercise a good deal of extra-legal compulsion, as any inhabitant of such areas as the hinterlands of southern Italy and the Americas knew only too well, not to mention American blacks. Still, there was a clear difference between those parts of the world in which such inequalities were still formally built into the social and political system and those in which they were at least formally incompatible with official theory. It was analogous to the difference between countries in which torture was still a legal form of the judicial process, e.g. the Chinese Empire, and those in which it did not officially exist, though policemen tacitly recognized the distinction between the torturable and the non-torturable classes, to use the novelist Graham Greene's terms. The clearest distinction between the two sectors of the world was cultural, in the widest sense of the word. By 1880 the developed world consisted overwhelmingly of countries or regions in which the majority of the male and increasingly the female population was literate, in which politics, economics, and intellectual life in general had emancipated themselves from the tutelage of the ancient religions, bulwarks of traditionalism and superstition, and which virtually monopolized the sort of science which was increasingly essential for modern technology. By the late 1870s any European country or region with a majority of illiterates could be almost certainly classified as non-developed or backward, and the other way round. Italy, Portugal, Spain, Russia, and the Balkan countries were at best on the margins of development. Within the Austrian Empire, omitting Hungary, the Slavs of the Czech lands, the German speakers and the rather less literate Italians and Slovenes represented the advanced parts of the country, the predominantly illiterate Ukrainians, Romanians, and Serbo-Croats the backward regions. Cities with a predominantly illiterate population, as in much of the then Third World, would be an even more convincing index of backwardness, since towns were normally much more literate than the countryside. There were some fairly obvious cultural elements in such divergences, for instance the notably greater encouragement of mass education among Protestants and, Western, Jews as distinct from Catholic, Muslim, and other religions. A poor and overwhelmingly rural country like Sweden with no more than 10% illiteracy in 1850 would be hard to imagine elsewhere than in the Protestant zone of the world, i.e. most of the countries adjoining the Baltic, North Sea and North Atlantic, with extensions into Central Europe and North America. On the other hand it also, and visibly, reflected economic development and the social divisions of labor. Among Frenchmen, 1901, fishermen were 3 times more illiterate than workers and domestics, peasants twice as illiterate, persons engaged in trade half as illiterate, public service and the professions evidently the most literate of all. Peasants heading their own enterprise were less literate than agricultural workers, though not much, but in the less traditional fields of industry and trade employers were more literate than workers, though not than their office staff, Point 12 Cultural, social, and economic factors cannot be separated in practice. Mass education, which was by this time secured in the developed countries by increasingly universal primary schooling by or under the supervision of states, must be distinguished from the education and culture of the generally very small elites. Here the differences between the two sectors of that belt of the globe which knew literacy were less, though the higher education of such strata as European intellectuals, Muslim or Hindu scholars and East Asian mandarins had little in common, unless they also adapted to the European pattern. Mass illiteracy, as in Russia, did not preclude an impressive if numerically very restricted minority culture. However, certain institutions typified the zone of development or European domination, notably the essentially secular university, which did not exist outside this zona AI and, for different purposes, the opera house, see the map in the Age of Capital. Both these institutions reflected the penetration of the dominant Western civilization. 3. Defining the difference between advanced and backward, developed and non-developed parts of the world is a complex and frustrating exercise, since such classifications are by their nature static and simple, and the reality which is to be fitted into them was neither. Change was the name of the 19th century, change in terms of, and to suit the purposes of, the dynamic regions along the shores of the northern Atlantic seas which were at this time the core of world capitalism. With some marginal and diminishing exceptions, all countries, even the hitherto most isolated, were at least peripherally gripped by the tentacles of this global transformation. On the other hand, even the most advanced of the developed countries changed in part by adapting the heritage of an ancient and backward past, and contained layers and patches of society which resisted transformation. Historians rack their brains about the best way to formulate and to present this universal but everywhere different change, the complexity of its patterns and interactions, and its major directions. Most observers in the 1870s would have been far more impressed by its linearity. In material terms, in terms of knowledge and the capacity to transform nature, it seemed so patent that change meant advance, that history, at all events modern history, seemed to equal progress. Progress was measured by the ever-rising curve of whatever could be measured, or what men chose to measure. Continuous improvement, even of those things which clearly still required it, was guaranteed by historical experience. It seemed hardly credible that little more than 3 centuries ago intelligent Europeans had regarded the agriculture, military techniques, and even the medicine of the ancient Romans as the model for their own, that a bare 2 centuries ago there could be a serious debate about whether the moderns could ever surpass the achievement of the ancients, and that at the end of the 18th century experts could have doubted whether the population of Britain was increasing. Progress was most evident and undeniable in technology and in its obvious consequence, the growth in material production and communication. Modern machinery was overwhelmingly powered by steam and made of iron and steel. Coal had become overwhelmingly the most important source of industrial energy. It represented 95% of it in Europe, outside Russia. Hill streams in Europe and North America, which had once determined the location of so many early cotton mills, whose very name recalls the significance of water power, once again reverted to rural life. On the other hand, the new energy sources, electricity and mineral oil, were not yet of major significance, though by the 1880s large-scale generation of electricity and the internal combustion engine were both becoming practicable. Even the USA did not claim more than about 3 million electric lights in 1890, and in the early 1880s the most modern European industrial economy, Germany, used less than 400,000 tons of oil per annum. 13. Modern technology was not only undeniable and triumphant, but highly visible. Its production machines, though not particularly powerful by modern standards, in Britain they averaged less than 20 HP in 1880, were usually large, being still made mainly of iron, as any visitor to museums of technology can verify. 14 But by far the largest and most powerful engines of the 19th century were the most visible and audible of all. These were the 100,000 railway locomotives, 200 to 450 HP, pulling their almost million carriages and wagons in long trains under banners of smoke. They were part of the most dramatic innovation of the century, undreamed of, unlike air travel, a century earlier when Mozart wrote his operas. Vast networks of shining rails, running along embankments, across bridges and viaducts, through cuttings, through tunnels up to 10 miles long, across mountain passes as high as the major alpine peaks, the railways collectively constituted the most massive effort of public building as yet undertaken by man. They employed more men than any other industrial undertakings. They reached into the centers of great cities, where their triumphal achievements were celebrated in equally triumphal and gigantic railway stations, and into the remotest stretches of the countryside, where no other trace of 19th-century civilization penetrated. By the early 1880s, 1882, almost 2 billion people a year traveled on them, most of them, naturally, from Europe, 72%, and North America, 20%. 15 In the developed regions of the West there can by then have been very few men, perhaps even very few of the less mobile women, who had not, at some time in their lives, made contact with the railway. Probably the only other byproduct of modern technology, the net of telegraph lines on their endless succession of wooden poles, about 3 or 4 times as great in length as the world's railway system, was more universally known. The 22,000 steamships of the world in 1882, though probably even more powerful as machines than the locomotives, were not only much less numerous, and visible only to the small minority of humans who went near ports, but in one sense much less typical. For in 1880 they still, but only just, represented less shipping tonnage, even in industrialized Britain, than sailing ships. As for world shipping as a whole, there were in 1880 still almost 3 tons under the power of wind for every ton under steam power. This was about to change immediately and dramatically, in the 1880s, in favor of steam. Tradition still ruled on the water, and notably, in spite of the change from timber to iron and from sail to steam, in the matter of building, loading and discharging ships. How much attention would serious lay observers in the second half of the 1870s have paid to the revolutionary advances of technology which were already incubating or being born at the time, the various kinds of turbines and internal combustion engines, the telephone, gramophone and incandescent electric light bulb, all just being invented, the motor car, made operational by Daimler and Benz in the 1880s, not to mention cinematography, aeronautics, and radiotelegraphy which were produced or worked on in the 1890s. Almost certainly they would have expected and predicted important developments in anything connected with electricity, photography, and chemical synthesis, which were familiar enough, and they would not have been surprised that technology should succeed in solving so obvious and urgent a problem as the invention of a mobile engine to mechanize road transport. They could not have been expected to anticipate radio waves and radioactivity. They would certainly have speculated, when have human beings not done so? On the prospects of human flight, and would have been hopeful, given the technological optimism of the age. People were certainly hungry for new inventions, the more dramatic the better. Thomas Alva Edison, who set up what was probably the first private industrial development laboratory in 1876 in Menlo Park, New Jersey, became a public hero to Americans with his first phonograph in 1877. But they would certainly not have expected the actual transformations brought about by these innovations in consumer society, for in fact, except in the USA, these were to remain relatively modest until the First World War. Progress was most visible, then, in the capacity for material production and for speedy and massive communication in the developed world. The benefits of this multiplication of wealth almost certainly had not in the 1870s reached the overwhelming majority of the inhabitants of Asia, Africa, and all but a part of the southern cone of Latin America. It is not clear how far they had reached the bulk of people in the peninsulas of southern Europe or in the Tsarist Empire. Even in the developed world they were very unevenly distributed, as between the 3–5% of the rich, the 13 to 14% of the middle class and the 82 to 3% of the laboring classes, to follow the official French classification of the Republic's funerals in the 1870s, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 12. Nevertheless, some improvement in the condition of the common people in this zone was difficult to deny. The increase in human height, which makes each generation today taller than its parents, had probably begun by 1880 in a number of countries, but by no means everywhere, and in a very modest way compared to the improvement after 1880 or even later. Nutrition is overwhelmingly the most decisive reason for this growth in human stature. 16 The average expectation of life at birth was still modest enough in the 1880s, 43 to 45 years in the main developed zones, 8, though below 40 in Germany, and 48 to 50 in Scandinavia. 17, in the 1960s it was to be about 70 in these countries. Still, life expectation had pretty certainly risen over the century, though the major fall in infantile mortality, which chiefly affects this figure, was only just beginning. In short, the highest hope among the poor, even in the developed parts of Europe, was probably still to earn enough to keep body and soul together, a roof over one's head and enough clothes, especially at the most vulnerable ages of their life cycle, when couples had children below the earning age, and when men and women grew old. In the developed parts of Europe they no longer thought of actual starvation as a possible contingency. Even in Spain the last major famine occurred in the 1860s. However, in Russia famine remained a significant hazard of life. There was to be an important one in 1890-1. In what would later be called the Third World it remained endemic. A substantial sector of prosperous peasants was certainly emerging, as was also in some countries a sector of respectable skilled or otherwise scarce manual workers capable of saving money and buying more than the essentials of life. But the truth is that the only market whose income was such as to tempt entrepreneurs and businessmen was that aimed at the middle incomes. The most notable innovation in distribution was the big city department store, pioneered in France, America, and Britain and just beginning to penetrate Germany. The Bon Marché or Whiteley's Universal Emporium or Wanamaker's were not aimed at the laboring classes. The USA, with its vast pool of customers, already envisaged a massive market of medium-range standardized goods, but even there the mass market of the poor, the five-and-dime market, was still left to the petty enterprise which found it worth catering to the poor. Modern mass production and the mass consumer economy had not arrived. They were to arrive very soon. But progress also seemed evident in what people still like to call moral statistics. Literacy was plainly on the increase. Was it not a measure of the growth of civilization that the number of letters sent in Britain at the outbreak of the wars against Bonaparte was perhaps 2 per annum for each inhabitant, but about 42 in the first half of the 1880s? That 186 million copies of newspapers and journals were issued each month in the USA of 1,880 compared to 330,000 in 1788? That in 1880 the persons who cultivated science by joining British learned societies were perhaps 44,000, probably 15 times as many as 50 years earlier. 18 No doubt morality as measured by the very doubtful data of criminal statistics and the wild guesses of those who wished, as so many Victorians did, to condemn non-marital sex showed a less certain or satisfactory trend. But could not the progress of institutions towards liberal constitutionalism and democracy, which was everywhere visible in the advanced countries, be seen as a sign of moral improvement, complementary to the extraordinary scientific and material triumphs of the age? How many would have disagreed with Mandell Creighton, an Anglican bishop and historian, who asserted that we are bound to assume, as the scientific hypothesis upon which history has been written, a progress in human affairs. 19. In the developed countries, few, though some might note how comparatively recent this consensus was even in these parts of the world. In the remainder of the world most people would not even have understood the bishop's proposition at all, even had they thought about it. Novelty, especially when brought from outside by city folk and foreigners, was something that disturbed old and settled ways rather than something which brought improvement, and indeed the evidence that it brought disturbance was overwhelming, the evidence that it brought improvement was feeble and unconvincing. The world neither progressed nor was it supposed to progress, a point also made forcefully in the developed world by that firm opponent of all the 19th century stood for, the Roman Catholic Church, See The Age of Capital, Chapter 6, 1. At most, if times were bad for reasons other than the vagaries of nature or divinity such as famine, drought, and epidemic, one might hope to restore the expected norm of human life by a return to true beliefs which had somehow been abandoned, e.g. the teachings of the Holy Quran, or by a return to some real or putative past of justice and order. In any case, old wisdom and old ways were best, and progress implied that the young could teach the old. Progress outside the advanced countries was therefore neither an obvious fact nor a plausible assumption, but mainly a foreign danger and challenge. Those who benefited from it and welcomed it were small minorities of rulers and townsmen who identified with foreign and irreligious values. Those whom the French in North Africa typically called évolus, persons who had evolved, were, at this stage, precisely those who had cut themselves off from their past and their people, who were sometimes compelled to cut themselves off, e.g. as in North Africa by abandoning Islamic law, if they were to enjoy the benefits of French citizenship. There were as yet few places, even in the backward regions of Europe adjoining or surrounded by the advanced regions, where countrymen or the miscellaneous urban poor were prepared to follow the lead of the frankly anti-traditionalist modernizers, as many of the new socialist parties were to discover. The world was therefore divided into a smaller part in which progress was indigenous and another much larger part in which it came as a foreign conqueror, assisted by minorities of local collaborators. In the first, even the mass of ordinary people by now believed that it was possible and desirable, and even that in some respects it was taking place. In France, no sensible politician campaigning for votes and no significant party described themselves as conservative. In the United States, progress was a national ideology. Even in Imperial Germany, the third great country with universal male suffrage in the 1870s, parties calling themselves conservative won less than a quarter of the votes in general elections in that decade. But if progress was so powerful, so universal, and so desirable, how was this reluctance to welcome it or even to participate in it to be explained? Was it merely the dead weight of the past, which would gradually, unevenly but inevitably, be lifted off the shoulders of those parts of humanity which still groaned under it? Was not an opera house, that characteristic cathedral of bourgeois culture, soon to be erected in Manaus, 1,000 miles up the river Amazon, in the midst of the primeval rainforest, out of the profits of the rubber boom, whose Indian victims, alas, had no chance to appreciate Il Trovatore? Were not groups of militant champions of the new ways, like the typically named científicos in Mexico, already in charge of their country's fate, or preparing to take charge of it like the equally typically named Committee for Union and Progress, better known as the Young Turks, in the Ottoman Empire? Had not Japan itself broken centuries of isolation to embrace Western ways and ideas, and to turn itself into a modern great power, as was soon to be demonstrated by the conclusive proof of military triumph and conquest? Nevertheless, the failure or refusal of most inhabitants of the world to live up to the example set by the Western bourgeoisies was rather more striking than the success of the attempts to imitate it. It was perhaps only to be expected that the conquering inhabitants of the First World, still able to overlook the Japanese, should conclude that vast ranges of humanity were biologically incapable of achieving what a minority of human beings with notionally white skins, or, more narrowly, people of North European stock, had alone shown themselves to be capable of. Humanity was divided by race, an idea which penetrated the ideology of the period almost as deeply as progress, into those whose place in the great international celebrations of progress, the World Expositions, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 2, was at the stands of technological triumph, and those whose place was in the colonial pavilions or native villages which now supplemented them. Even in the developed countries themselves, humanity was increasingly divided into the energetic and talented stock of the middle classes and the supine masses whose genetic deficiencies doomed them to inferiority. Biology was called upon to explain inequality, particularly by those who felt themselves destined for superiority. And yet the appeal to biology also dramatized the despair of those whose plans for the modernization of their countries met with the silent incomprehension and resistance of their peoples. In the republics of Latin America, inspired by the revolutions which had transformed Europe and the USA, ideologues and politicians considered the progress of their countries to be dependent on Aryanization, i.e. the progressive whitening of the people through intermarriage, Brazil, or virtual repopulation by imported white Europeans, Argentina. No doubt their ruling classes were white or at least considered themselves so, and the non-Iberian surnames of European descent among their political elites were and are disproportionately frequent. But even in Japan, improbable though this looks today, Westernization seemed sufficiently problematic at this period to suggest that it could only be successfully achieved by an infusion of what we would today call Western genes, see The Age of Capital, chapters 8, 14. Such excursions into pseudoscientific quackery, cf. chapter 10 below, dramatize the contrast between progress as a universal aspiration, and indeed reality, and the patchiness of its actual advance. Only some countries seem to be turning themselves, with varying degrees of speed, into industrial, capitalist economies, liberal, constitutionalist states and bourgeois societies on the Western model. Even within countries or communities, the gap between the advanced, who were also, in general, the wealthy, and the backward, who were also, in general, the poor, was enormous, and dramatic, as the comfortable, civilized, assimilated Jewish middle classes and rich of Western countries and Central Europe were just about to discover when faced with the 1/2 millions of their co-religionists who emigrated westwards from their East European ghettos. Could these barbarians really be the same people as ourselves? And was the mass of the interior and exterior barbarians perhaps so great as to confine progress to a minority which maintained civilization only because it was able to keep the barbarians in check? Had it not been John Stuart Mill himself who said, "Despotism is a legitimate mode of government in dealing with barbarians, provided the end be their improvement," 20. But there was another, and more profound, dilemma of progress. Whither, in fact, did it lead? Granted that the global conquest of the world economy, the forward march of a triumphant technology and science on which it was increasingly based, were indeed undeniable, universal, irreversible, and therefore inevitable. Granted that by the 1870s the attempts to hold them up or even slow them down were increasingly unrealistic and enfeebled, and that even the forces dedicated to conserving traditional societies already sometimes tried to do so with the weapons of modern society, as preachers of the literal truth of the Bible today use computers and broadcasts. Granted even that political progress in the form of representative governments and moral progress in the form of widespread literacy and reading would continue and even accelerate. Would it lead to the advance of civilization in the sense in which the youthful John Stuart Mill had articulated the aspirations of the century of progress, a world, even a country, more improved, more eminent in the best characteristics of man and society, farther advanced in the road to perfection, happier, nobler, wiser? 21. By the 1870s the progress of the bourgeois world had led to a point where more skeptical, even more pessimistic, voices began to be heard. And they were reinforced by the situation in which the world found itself in the 1870s, and which few had foreseen. The economic foundations of advancing civilization were shaken by tremors. After a generation of unparalleled expansion, the world economy was in crisis. Chapter 2. An economy changes gear. Combination has gradually become the soul of modern commercial systems. A.V. Dicey, 19051. The object of any amalgamation of capital and production units must always be the largest possible reduction in the costs of production, administration, and sale, with a view to achieving the highest possible profits by eliminating ruinous competition. Carl D. Uisberg, founder of IG Farben, 1903-42. There are times when development in all areas of the capitalist economy, in the field of technology, the financial markets, commerce, colonies, has matured to the point where an extraordinary expansion of the world market must occur. World production as a whole will be raised to a new and more all-embracing level. At this point capital begins to enter upon a period of tempestuous advance. I. Helphand, Parvis, 19013. I. A distinguished American expert, surveying the world economy in 1889, the year of the foundation of the Socialist International, observed that it had, since 1873, been marked by unprecedented disturbance and depression of trade. Its most noteworthy peculiarity, he wrote, has been its universality, affecting nations that have been involved in war as well as those which have maintained peace, those which have a stable currency based on gold, and those which have an unstable currency, those which live under a system of free exchange of commodities and those whose exchanges are more or less restricted. It has been grievous in old communities like England and Germany, and equally so in Australia, South Africa, and California, which represent the new. It has been a calamity exceeding heavy to be borne, alike by the inhabitants of sterile Newfoundland and Labrador, and of the sunny, fruitful sugar islands of the East and West Indies, and it has not enriched those at the centers of the world's exchanges, whose gains are ordinarily greatest when business is most fluctuating and uncertain. 4. This view, usually expressed in a less Baroque style, was widely shared by contemporary observers, though some later historians have found it difficult to understand. For though the trade cycle which forms the basic rhythm of a capitalist economy certainly generated some very acute depressions in the period from 1873 to the mid-1890s, world production, so far from stagnating, continued to rise dramatically. Between 1870 and 1890 iron output in the 5 main producing countries more than doubled, from 11 to 23 million tons, the production of steel, which now became the convenient index of industrialization as a whole, multiplied 20-fold, from 500,000 to 11 million tons. International trade continued to grow impressively, though admittedly at a less dizzy rate than before. These were the very decades when the American and German industrial economies advanced with giant steps, and industrial revolution extended to new countries such as Sweden and Russia. Several of the overseas countries newly integrated into the world economy boomed as never before, thus, incidentally, preparing an international debt crisis very similar to that of the 1980s, especially as the names of the debtor states are much the same. Foreign investment in Latin America reached the dizziest heights in the 1880s, as the length of the Argentine railway system doubled in 5 years and both Argentina and Brazil attracted up to 200,000 immigrants per year. Could such a period of spectacular productive growth be described as a Great Depression? Historians may doubt it, but contemporaries did not. Were these intelligent, well-informed, and troubled Englishmen, Frenchmen, Germans and Americans subject to a collective delusion? It would be absurd to suppose so, even if the somewhat apocalyptic tone of some commentaries might have seemed excessive even at the time. By no means all thoughtful and conservative minds shared Mr. Wells' sense of the menace of a mustering of the barbarians from within, rather than as of old from without, for an attack on the whole present organization of society, and even the permanence of civilization itself. 5 Still, some did, not to mention the growing body of socialists who looked forward to a collapse of capitalism under its insurmountable internal contradictions which the era of depression appeared to demonstrate. The note of pessimism in the literature and philosophy of the 1880s, see pages 97, 258-9 below, can hardly be entirely understood without the sense of a general economic, and consequently social, malaise. As for economists and businessmen, what worried even the less apocalyptically minded was the prolonged depression of prices, a depression of interest, and a depression of profits, as Alfred Marshall, the future guru of economic theory, put it in 1888.6. In short, after the admittedly drastic collapse of the 1870s, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 2, what was at issue was not production but its profitability. Agriculture was the most spectacular victim of this decline in profits, and indeed some parts of it constituted the most deeply depressed sector of the economy, and the one whose discontents had the most immediate and far-reaching social and political consequences. Its output, vastly increased during previous decades, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 10, now flooded the world markets, hitherto protected by high transport costs against massive foreign competition. The consequences for agrarian prices, both in European agriculture and in the overseas exporting economies, were dramatic. In 1894 the price of wheat was only a little more than a third of what it had been in 1867, a splendid bonus for shoppers, but a disaster for the farmers, and farm workers, who still formed between 40 and 50% of working males in the industrial countries, with the single exception of Britain, and anything up to 90% in the others. In some regions the situation was made worse by coincident scourges, such as the phylloxera infection after 1872, which cut French wine output by 2/3 between 1875 and 1889. The decades of depression were not a good time in which to be a farmer in any country involved in the world market. The reaction of agriculturalists, depending on the wealth and political structure of their countries, ranged from electoral agitation to rebellion, not to mention death by famine, as in Russia in 1891-2. Populism, which swept the USA in the 1890s, had its heart in the wheatlands of Kansas and Nebraska. There were peasant revolts, or agitations treated as such, between 1879 and 1894 in Ireland, Spain, Sicily, and Romania. Countries which did not have to worry about a peasantry because they no longer had one, like Britain, could let their farming atrophy. Here 2/3 of the wheat acreage disappeared between 1875 and 1895. Some countries, like Denmark, deliberately modernized their agriculture, switching to profitable animal products. Other governments, such as the German, but especially the French and American, chose tariffs, which kept up prices. However, the two commonest non-governmental responses were mass emigration and cooperation, the former mainly by the landless and land poor, the latter mainly by peasants with potentially viable holdings. The 1880s saw the highest ever rates of overseas migration for the countries of the old emigration, omitting the exceptional case of the Irish in the decade after the Great Famine, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 8, v. and the real start of mass emigration from such countries as Italy, Spain, and Austria, Hungary, to be followed by Russia and the Balkans. This was the safety valve which kept social pressure below the point of rebellion or revolution. As for cooperation, it provided modest loans for the small peasant. By 1908 more than half of all independent agriculturalists in Germany belonged to such rural mini-banks, pioneered by the Catholic Raiffeisen in the 1870s. Meanwhile societies for the cooperative buying of supplies, cooperative marketing, and cooperative processing, notably of dairy products and, in Denmark, bacon curing, multiplied in various countries. 10 years after 1884, when a law designed to legalize trade unions was seized on by French farmers for their own purposes, 400,000 of them were in almost 2,000 such syndicates. 7 By 1900 there were 1,600 cooperatives manufacturing dairy products in the USA, mostly in the Middle West, and the dairy industry in New Zealand was firmly under the control of farmers' cooperatives. Business had its own troubles. An era brainwashed into the belief that a rise in prices, inflation, is an economic disaster may find it difficult to believe that 19th-century businessmen were much more worried about a fall in prices, and in an, on the whole, deflationary century, no period was more drastically deflationary than 1873 to 96, when the level of British prices dropped by 40%. For inflation, within reason, is not only good for debtors, as every householder with a long mortgage knows, but provides an automatic boost for the rate of profit, as goods produced at a lower cost were sold at the higher price level prevailing when they reached the point of sale. Conversely, deflation cut into the rate of profit. A large expansion of the market could more than offset this, but in fact the market did not grow fast enough, partly because the new technology of industry made enormous increases of output both possible and necessary, at least if plant were to be run at a profit, partly because the number of competitive producers and industrial economies was itself growing, thus vastly increasing the total capacity available, and partly because a mass market for consumer goods was as yet slow to develop. Even for capital goods, the combination of new and improved capacity, more efficient use of the product, and changes in demand could be drastic. The price of iron fell by 50% between 1871/5 and 1894/8. A further difficulty was that their costs of production were in the short run stickier than prices, for, with some exceptions, wages could not be or were not proportionately reduced, while firms were also saddled with considerable quantities of obsolete or obsolescent plant and equipment, or with expensive new plant and equipment which, given low profits, were slower than expected to pay for themselves. In some parts of the world the situation was further complicated by the gradual, but in the short run fluctuating and unpredictable, fall in the price of silver and its exchange rate with gold. So long as both remained stable, as they had for many years before 1872, international payments calculated in the precious metals which formed the basis of world money were simple enough. 2 When the exchange rate became unstable, business transactions between those whose currencies relied on different precious metals became rather less simple. What could be done about the depression of prices, profits, and interest rates? A sort of monetarism in reverse was one solution which, as the enormous and now forgotten contemporary debate on bimetallism suggests, appealed to many, who attributed the fall in prices primarily to a global shortage of gold, which was increasingly, via the pound sterling, with a fixed gold parity, i.e. the gold sovereign, the exclusive basis of the world payments system. A system based on both gold and silver, which was available in vastly increased quantities especially in America, would surely raise prices through monetary inflation. Currency inflation, which appealed notably to hard-pressed prairie farmers, not to mention the operators of Rocky Mountain silver mines, became a major plank in American populist movements, and the prospect of mankind's crucifixion on a cross of gold inspired the rhetoric of the great People's Tribune, William Jennings Bryan, 1860–1925. As with Bryan's other favorite causes, such as the literal truth of the Bible and the consequent need to ban the teachings of the doctrines of Charles Darwin, he backed a loser. Banking, big business, and governments in the core countries of world capitalism had no intention of abandoning the fixed parity of gold, which they regarded in much the same manner as Bryan did the Book of Genesis. In any case, only countries like Mexico, China, and India, which did not count, rested primarily on silver. Governments were more inclined to listen to the very substantial interest groups and bodies of voters who urged them to protect the home producer against the competition of imported goods. For these included not only, as might be expected, the enormous block of agriculturalists, but also important bodies of domestic industrialists, seeking to minimize overproduction by at least keeping out the rival foreigner. The Great Depression ended the long era of economic liberalism, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 2, at least in the matter of commodity trade. 3 Starting with Germany and Italy, textiles, in the late 1870s, protective tariffs became a permanent part of the international economic scene, culminating in the early 1890s in the penal tariffs associated with the names of Méline in France, 1892, and McKinley in the USA, 1890.4. Of all the major industrial countries, only Britain held fast to unrestricted free trade, in spite of powerful occasional challenges from protectionists. The reasons were obvious, quite apart from the absence of a large peasantry and therefore of a large built-in protectionist vote. Britain was by far the greatest exporter of industrial products, and had in the course of the century become increasingly export-oriented, probably never more so than in the 1870s and 1880s, much more so than her main rivals, though not more than some advanced economies of much smaller size, such as Belgium, Switzerland, Denmark, and the Netherlands. Britain was incomparably the largest exporter of capital, of invisible financial and commercial services, and of transport services. Indeed, as foreign competition encroached on British industry, the City of London and British shipping became more central than ever before to the world economy. Conversely, though this is often forgotten, Britain was by far the largest outlet for the primary exports of the world, and dominated, one might even say constituted, the world market for some of them, such as cane sugar, tea, and wheat, of which in 1880 she bought about half of the total traded internationally. In 1881 the British bought almost half of all the world's meat exports and far more wool and cotton, 55% of European imports, than anyone else. 9 Indeed, as Britain let her own food production decline during the Depression, her propensity to import became quite extraordinary. By 1905-9 she imported not only 56% of all the cereals she consumed but 76% of all her cheese and 68% of her eggs. 10. Free trade therefore seemed indispensable, for it allowed primary producers overseas to exchange their products for British manufactures, and thus reinforced the symbiosis between the United Kingdom and the underdeveloped world on which British economic power essentially rested. Argentine and Uruguayan estancieros, Australian wool growers and Danish farmers had no interest in encouraging national manufactures, for they did very well out of being economic planets in the British solar system. The costs for Britain were not negligible. As we have seen, free trade meant the readiness to let British agriculture sink if it could not swim. Britain was the only country in which even conservative statesmen, in spite of the ancient commitment of such parties to protection, were prepared to abandon agriculture. Admittedly, the sacrifice was easier, since the finances of the ultra-rich and politically still decisive landowners now rested on the income from urban property and investment portfolios as much as on the rents of cornfields. Might it not also imply a readiness to sacrifice British industry itself, as the protectionists feared? Looking back a century from the deindustrializing Britain of the 1980s, the fear does not seem unrealistic. What capitalism exists to make, after all, is not any particular selection of products but money. Yet while it was already clear that in British politics the opinion of the City of London counted far more than that of provincial industrialists, for the time being city interests did not yet appear to be at odds with those of the bulk of industry. So Britain remained committed to economic liberalism and in doing so gave protectionist countries the freedom both to control their home markets and to have plenty of scope for pushing their exports. Economists and historians have never ceased to argue about the effects of this revival of international protectionism, or, in other words, about the strange schizophrenia of the capitalist world economy. The basic building blocks of its core in the 19th century were increasingly constituted by national economies, the British, German, US, etc. However, in spite of the programmatic title of Adam Smith's great work, The Wealth of Nations, 1776, the nation as a unit had no clear place in the pure theory of liberal capitalism, whose basic building blocks were the irreducible atoms of enterprise, the individual or the firm, about which not much was said, moved by the imperative to maximize gains or minimize losses. They operated in the market, which, at its limits, was global. Liberalism was the anarchism of the bourgeoisie and, as in revolutionary anarchism, it had no place for the state. Or rather, the state as a factor in the economy existed only as something which interfered with the autonomous and self-acting operations of the market. In a way this view made some sense. On the one hand, it seemed reasonable to suppose, particularly after the liberalization of economies in the mid-century, the Age of Capital, Chapter 2, that what made such an economy function and grow were the economic decisions of its basic particles. And on the other hand the capitalist economy was, and could not but be, global. It became steadily more so during the 19th century, as it extended its operations to ever more remote parts of the planet, and transformed all areas ever more profoundly. Moreover, such an economy recognized no frontiers, for it functioned best where nothing interfered with the free movement of the factors of production. Capitalism was thus not merely international in practice, but internationalist in theory. The ideal of its theorists was an international division of labor which ensured the maximum growth of the economy. Its criteria were global. It was senseless to try to produce bananas in Norway, because they could be produced much more cheaply in Honduras. They waved aside local or regional arguments to the contrary. The pure theory of economic liberalism was obliged to accept the most extreme, even absurd consequences of its assumptions, provided they could be shown to produce globally optimal results. If it could be shown that the entire industrial production of the world should be concentrated in Madagascar, as 80% of its production of watches was concentrated in a small part of Switzerland, 11, or that the entire population of France should transfer itself to Siberia, as a large proportion of Norwegians were actually transferred by migration to the USA, there was no economic argument against such developments. What could be shown to be economically wrong about the British quasi-monopoly of global industry in the mid-century, or the demographic development of Ireland, which lost almost half its population between 1841 and 1911? The only equilibrium liberal economic theory recognized was a worldwide one. But in practice this model was inadequate. The evolving world economy of capitalism was a collection of solid blocks, as well as a fluid. Whatever the origins of the national economies which constituted these blocks, i.e. the economies defined by the frontiers of states, and whatever the theoretical limitations of an economic theory based on them, mainly by theorists in Germany, national economies existed because nation-states existed. It may be true that nobody would think of Belgium as the first industrialized economy on the European continent if Belgium had remained a part of France, as she was before 1815, or a region of the United Netherlands, as she was between 1815 and 1830. However, once Belgium was a state, both her economic policy and the political dimension of the economic activities of her inhabitants were shaped by this fact. It is certainly true that there were and are economic activities such as international finance which are essentially cosmopolitan and thus escaped from national constraints, insofar as these were effective. Yet even such transnational enterprises took care to attach themselves to a suitably important national economy. The, largely German, merchant banking families thus tended to transfer their headquarters from Paris to London after 1860. And the most international of all great banking houses, the Rothschilds, flourished where they operated in the capital of a major state, and wilted where they did not. The Rothschilds of London, Paris, and Vienna remained major forces, but the Rothschilds of Naples and Frankfurt, the firm refused to transfer to Berlin, did not. After the unification of Germany, Frankfurt was no longer enough. These observations, naturally, apply primarily to the developed sector of the world, i.e. to the states capable of defending their industrializing economies against competition, and not to the remainder of the globe, whose economies were politically or economically dependent on the developed core. Either such regions had no choice, since a colonial power decided what was to happen to their economies, or an imperial economy was in a position to turn them into a banana or coffee republic. Or else, such economies were not usually interested in alternative development choices, since it clearly paid them to turn themselves into specialized producers of primary products for a world market constituted by the metropolitan states. In the world periphery, the national economy, insofar as it can be said to have existed, had different functions. But the developed world was not only an aggregate of national economies. Industrialization and the Depression turned them into a group of rival economies, in which the gains of one seemed to threaten the position of others. Not only firms but nations competed. Henceforth the flesh of British readers was made to creep by journalistic exposés of German economic invasion. E. Williams Made in Germany, 1896, or Fred A. Mackenzie's American Invaders, 1902, .13 Their fathers had remained calm in the face of, justified, warnings of the technical superiority of foreigners. Protectionism expressed a situation of international economic competition. But what was its effect? We may take it as established that an excess of generalized protectionism, which seeks to barricade each nation-state economy against the foreigner behind a set of political fortifications, is harmful to world economic growth. This was to be adequately demonstrated between the two world wars. However, in the period 1880 to 1914 protectionism was neither general nor, with occasional exceptions, prohibitive, and, as we have seen, it was confined to commodity trade and did not affect the movements of labor and international financial transactions. Agricultural protection on the whole worked in France, failed in Italy, where the response was mass migration, and sheltered large-scale agrarians in Germany. 14 Industrial protection on the whole helped to broaden the world's industrial base by encouraging national industries to aim at the domestic markets of their countries, which happened also to be growing by leaps and bounds. Consequently, it has been calculated that the global growth of production and commerce between 1880 and 1914 was distinctly higher than it had been during the decades of free trade. 15 Certainly in 1914 industrial production within the metropolitan or developed world was somewhat less unevenly distributed than it had been 40 years earlier. In 1870 the four main industrial states had produced almost 80% of total world manufacturing output, but in 1913 they produced 72% of an output which was 5 times as great. 16 How far protection contributed to this is open to argument. That it cannot have seriously held up growth seems clear. However, if protectionism was the worried producer's instinctive political reaction to the Depression, it was not the most significant economic response of capitalism to its troubles. This was the combination of economic concentration and business rationalization, or in the American terminology, which now began to set global styles, trusts and scientific management. Both were attempts to widen profit margins, compressed by competition and the fall of prices. Economic concentration should not be confused with monopoly in the strict sense, control of the market by a single business, or in the more usual wider sense of market control by a handful of dominating firms, oligopoly. Certainly the dramatic examples of concentration which attracted public obloquy were of this kind, generally produced by mergers or market-controlling arrangements between firms which, according to free enterprise theory, ought to have been cutting each other's throats for the benefit of the consumer. Such were the American trusts, which provoked anti-monopolist legislation like the Sherman Antitrust Act, 1890, of uncertain efficacy, and the German syndicates or cartels, mainly in the heavy industries, which enjoyed government favor. The Rhine-Westphalian Coal Syndicate, 1893, which controlled something like 90% of the coal output in its region, or the Standard Oil Company, which in 1880 controlled 90 to 95% of the oil refined in the USA, were certainly monopolies. So, for practical purposes, was the billion-dollar trust of United States Steel, 1901, with 63% of American steel output. It is also clear that a trend away from unrestricted competition and towards the combination of several capitalists who formerly operated singly 17 became strikingly obvious during the Great Depression, and continued in the new period of global prosperity. A tendency towards monopoly or oligopoly is undeniable in the heavy industries, in industries closely dependent on government orders such as the rapidly growing armaments sector, see pages 307-9, in industries generating and distributing revolutionary new forms of energy, such as oil and electricity, in transport, and in some mass consumer goods such as soap and tobacco. However, market control and the elimination of competition were only one aspect of a more general process of capitalist concentration, and were neither universal nor irreversible. In 1914 there was rather more competition in the American oil and steel industries than there had been 10 years earlier. To this extent it is misleading in 1914 to speak of what was by 1900 clearly recognized as a new phase of capitalist development, as monopoly capitalism. Still, it does not much matter what we call it, corporation capitalism, organized capitalism, etc., so long as it is agreed, and it must be, that combination advanced at the expense of market competition, business corporations at the expense of private firms, big business and large enterprise at the expense of smaller, and that this concentration implied a tendency towards oligopoly. This was evident even in so powerful a fortress of old-fashioned small-scale and medium competitive enterprise as Britain. From 1880 on the pattern of distribution was revolutionized. Grocer and butcher now meant not simply a small shopkeeper but increasingly a nationwide or international firm with hundreds of branches. In banking, a handful of giant joint stock banks with national networks of branches replaced the smaller banks at great speed. Lloyds Bank swallowed 164 of them. After 1900, as has been noted, the old-fashioned, or any, British country bank had become a historical curiosity. Like economic concentration, scientific management, the term itself only came into use around 1910, was the child of the Great Depression. Its founder and apostle, F. W. Taylor, 1856 to 1915, began to evolve his ideas in the problem-racked American steel industry in 1880. It came to Europe from the West in the 1890s. Pressure on profits in the Depression, as well as the growing size and complexity of firms, suggested that the traditional, empirical, or rule-of-thumb methods of running business, and especially production, were no longer adequate. Hence the need for a more rational or scientific way of controlling, monitoring and programming large and profit-maximizing enterprises. The task on which Taylorism immediately concentrated its efforts, and with which scientific management was to become identified in the public mind, was how to get more work out of workers. This aim was pursued by three major methods: 1. By isolating each worker from the work group, and transferring the control of the work process from him, her or the group to the agents of management, who told the worker exactly what to do and how much output to achieve in the light of. 2. A systematic breakdown of each process into timed component elements, time and motion study, and 3. Various systems of wage payment which would give the worker an incentive to produce more. Such systems of payment by result spread quite widely, but for practical purposes Taylorism in its literal sense had made virtually no progress before 1914 in Europe, or even in the USA, and only became familiar as a slogan in management circles in the last pre-war years. After 1918, Taylor's name, like that of that other pioneer of mass production, Henry Ford, was to serve as a convenient shorthand label for the rational use of machinery and labor to maximize production, paradoxically among Bolshevik planners as well as among capitalists. Nevertheless, it is clear that the transformation of the structure of large enterprises, from shop floor to office and accountancy, made substantial progress between 1880 and 1914. The visible hand of modern corporate organization and management now replaced the invisible hand of Adam Smith's anonymous market. The executives, engineers, and accountants therefore began to take over from managers. The corporation or concern replaced the individual. The typical businessman, at least in big business, was now much more likely to be not a member of the founder's family but a salaried executive, and the man looking over his shoulder was more likely to be a banker or shareholder than a managing capitalist. There was a third possible way out of business troubles: imperialism. The chronological coincidence between the Depression and the dynamic phase of the colonial division of the globe has often been noticed. How far the two were connected is much debated among historians. In any case, as the next chapter will show, the relation was rather more complex than simple cause and effect. Nevertheless, it is quite undeniable that the pressure of capital in search of more profitable investment, as of production in search of markets, contributed to policies of expansion, including colonial conquest. Territorial expansion, said an official of the U.S. State Department in 1900, is but the byproduct of the expansion of commerce. 18 He was by no means the only person in international business and politics to take such a view. One final result, or byproduct, of the Great Depression must be mentioned. It was also an era of great social agitation. Not only, as we have seen, among farmers, shaken by the seismic tremors of agrarian price collapse, but among the working classes. Why the Great Depression led to a mass mobilization of the industrial working classes in numerous countries, and from the end of the 1880s to the emergence of mass socialist and labor movements in several of them, is not obvious. For, paradoxically, the very price falls which automatically radicalized farmers lowered the cost of living of wage earners quite markedly, and produced an undoubted improvement in the workers' material standard of life in most industrialized countries. But here we need only note that modern labor movements are also the children of the Depression period. These movements will be considered in Chapter 5. 2. From the middle of the 1890s until the Great War, the global economic orchestra played in the major key of prosperity rather than, as hitherto, in the minor key of depression. Affluence based on booming business formed the background to what is still known on the European continent as the Beautiful Era, Belle Époque. The shift from worry to euphoria was so sudden and dramatic that vulgar economists looked for some special outside force to explain it, a god in the machine, whom they found in the discovery of enormous supplies of gold in South Africa, the last of the great western gold rushes, the Klondike, 1898, and elsewhere. Economic historians have, on the whole, been less impressed by such basically monetarist theses than some late 20th century governments. Still, the speed of the upturn was striking, and almost immediately diagnosed by a particularly sharp-eyed revolutionary, A.L. Helphand, 1869–1924, writing under the pen name Parvis, as indicating the start of a new and lengthy period of tempestuous capitalist advance. In fact, the contrast between the Great Depression and the following secular boom provided the grounds for the first speculations about those long waves in the development of world capitalism, which were later to be associated with the name of the Russian economist Kondratiev. In the meantime it was, at any rate, evident that those who had made gloomy forecasts about the future of capitalism, or even about its imminent collapse, had been wrong. Among the Marxists passionate arguments developed about what this implied for the future of their movements, and whether Marx's doctrines would have to be revised. Economic historians have tended to fix their attention on two aspects of the era, on its redistribution of economic power and initiative, that is to say on Britain's relative decline and the relative, and absolute, advance of the USA and above all Germany, and on the problem of long and short-term fluctuations, that is to say primarily on the Kondratiev long wave, whose down and upswing neatly cut our period in half. Interesting though these problems are, they are secondary from the point of view of the world economy. In principle, it is not really surprising that Germany, its population rising from 45 to 65 millions, and the USA, growing from 50 to 92 millions, should have overhauled Britain, both territorially smaller and less populous. This does not, however, make the triumph of German industrial exports any the less impressive. In the 30 years to 1913 they grew from less than half the British figure to a figure larger than the British. Except in what might be called the semi-industrialized countries, i.e. for practical purposes the actual or virtual dominions of the British Empire, including its Latin American economic dependencies, German manufacturing exports had beaten the English all along the line. They were a third larger in the industrial world, and even 10% larger in the undeveloped world. Again, it is not surprising that Britain was unable to maintain the extraordinary position as workshop of the world of c. 1860. Even the USA, at the peak of her global supremacy in the early 1950s, and representing a share of the world population 3 times as large as the British in 1860, never achieved 53% of world iron and steel production and 49% of its textile production. Once again, this does not explain precisely why, or even whether, there was a slowing down in growth and a decline in the British economy, questions which have become the subject of a vast scholarly literature. The important issue is not who, within the growing world economy, grew more and faster, but its global growth as a whole. As for the Kondratiev rhythm, to call it a cycle in the strict sense of the word is to beg the question. It certainly raises fundamental analytical questions about the nature of economic growth in the capitalist era, or, some students might argue, about the growth of any world economy. Unfortunately, no theory about this curious alternation of phases of economic confidence and uneasiness, together forming a wave of about half a century, is widely accepted. The best known and most elegant theory about them, that of Joseph Louis Schumpeter, 1883–1950, associates each downturn with the exhaustion of the profit potential of one set of economic innovations, and the new upswing with a new set of innovations, mainly, but not only, seen as technological, whose potential will in turn be exhausted. Thus new industries, acting as leading sectors of economic growth, e.g. cotton in the first industrial revolution, railroads in and after the 1840s, become, as it were, the engines which pull the world economy out of the morass in which it has temporarily been bogged down. The theory is plausible enough, since each of the periods of secular upswing since the 1780s has indeed been associated with the rise of new, and increasingly of technologically revolutionary industries, not least the most extraordinary of all such global economic booms, the 2.5 decades before the early 1970s. The problem about the upsurge of the later 1890s is that the innovatory industries of that period, broadly speaking, chemical and electrical, or those associated with the new energy sources about to compete seriously with steam, do not as yet seem quite imposing enough to dominate the movements of the world economy. In short, since we cannot adequately explain them, the Kondratiev periodicities cannot help us much. They merely enable us to observe that the period with which this volume deals covers the fall and the rise of a Kondratiev wave, but that is in itself not surprising as the entire modern history of the global economy readily falls into this pattern. There is, however, one aspect of the Kondratiev analysis which must be relevant to a period of rapid globalization of the world economy. This is the relation between the world's industrial sector, which grew by a continuous revolution of production, and the world's agricultural output, which grew chiefly by the discontinuous opening of new geographical zones of production, or zones newly specialized in export production. In 1910-13 the Western world had, available for consumption, almost twice as much wheat as, on average, in the 1870s. But the great bulk of this increase had come from a few countries, the USA, Canada, Argentina, and Australia and, in Europe, Russia, Romania and Hungary. The growth of farm output in Western Europe, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Belgium, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, only made up 10 to 15% of the new supply. So it is not surprising, even if we forget about agrarian catastrophes like the 8 years of drought, 1895 to 1902, which killed half Australia's sheep, and new pests like the boll weevil which attacked the U.S. cotton crop from 1892 onwards, that the rate of growth of world farm production slowed down after the initial bound forward. Then the terms of trade would tend to move in favor of agriculture and against industry, i.e. farmers paid relatively or absolutely less for what they bought from industry, industry relatively or absolutely more for what it bought from agriculture. It has been argued that this change in the terms of trade can explain the switch from a striking price fall in 1873 to 96 to a notable price rise from then until 1914, and beyond. Perhaps. What is certain is that this change in the terms of trade put pressure on industry's costs of production, and hence on its profitability. Luckily for the beauty of the Belle Époque, the economy was so constructed as to shift this pressure from profits to the workers. The rapid growth in real wages, so characteristic of the Great Depression, slowed down visibly. In France and Britain there was an actual fall in real wages between 1899 and 1913. The sullen social tension and outbursts of the last years before 1914 are partly due to this. What, then, made the world economy so dynamic? Whatever the detailed explanation, clearly the key to the problem is to be found in the central belt of industrializing and industrial countries, increasingly stretching round the temperate northern hemisphere, for they acted as the engine of global growth, both as producers and as markets. These countries now formed an enormous and rapidly growing, and extending, productive mass at the heart of the world economy. They now included not only the major and minor centers of mid-century industrialization, themselves for the most part expanding at a rate ranging from the impressive to the almost unimaginable, Britain, Germany, the USA, France, Belgium, Switzerland, the Czech lands, but a new range of industrializing regions, Scandinavia, the Netherlands, northern Italy, Hungary, Russia, even Japan. They also formed an increasingly massive body of purchasers for the world's goods and services, a body increasingly living by purchases, i.e. decreasingly dependent on traditional rural economies. The usual 19th century definition of a city dweller was one who lived in a place of more than 2,000 inhabitants. Yet even if we take a slightly less modest criterion, 5,000, the percentage of Europeans of the developed zone and North Americans who lived in towns had by 1910 risen to 41, from 19 and 14 respectively in 1850, and perhaps 80% of city dwellers, as against two-thirds in 1850, lived in towns of over 20,000, of these in turn rather more than half lived in cities of over 100,000 inhabitants, that is to say vast stockpiles of customers. 19. Moreover, thanks to the price falls of the Depression, these customers had a good deal more money available for spending than before, even allowing for the sag in real wages after 1900. The crucial collective significance of this accumulation of customers, even among the poor, was now recognized by businessmen. If political philosophers dreaded the emergence of the masses, salesmen hailed it. The advertising industry, which first developed as a major force in this period, addressed them. Installment selling, which is largely a child of this period, was designed to enable people of small income to buy large products. And the revolutionary art and industry of the cinema, see Chapter 9 below, grew from nothing in 1895 to displays of wealth beyond the dreams of avarice by 1915, and to products so expensive to make as to beggar the operas of princes, and all on the strength of a public which paid in nickels. A single figure may illustrate the importance of the world's developed zone at this time. In spite of the remarkable growth of new regions and economies overseas, in spite of the hemorrhage of an unprecedentedly huge mass emigration, the share of Europeans in the world's population actually rose during the 19th century, and its rate of growth accelerated from 7% per year in the first half, 8% in the second, to almost 13% in 1900 to 13. If we add to this urbanized continent of potential shoppers the USA and some rapidly developing but much smaller overseas economies, we have a developed world of something like 15% of the planet's surface, containing something like 40% of its inhabitants. These countries thus formed the bulk of the world's economy. Between them they constituted 80% of the international market. What is more, they determined the development of the rest of the world, whose economies grew by supplying foreign needs. What would have happened to Uruguay or Honduras if they had been left to their own devices, we cannot know. In any case, they were not likely to be. Paraguay had once tried to opt out of the world market and had been massacred back into it, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 4. What we do know is that the one produced beef because there was a market for it in Britain, and the other bananas, because some Boston traders calculated that Americans would pay money to eat them. Some such satellite economies did better than others, but the better they did, the greater the benefit to the economies of the central core, for whom such growth meant larger and growing outlets for the export of goods and capital. The world merchant marine, whose growth roughly indicates the expansion of the global economy, had remained more or less static between 1860 and 1890. Its size fluctuated between 16 and 20 million tons. Between 1890 and 1914 it almost doubled. 3. How, then, can we sum up the world economy of the Age of Empire? In the first place, as we have seen, it was a geographically much more broad-based economy than before. Its industrial and industrializing sector was enlarged, in Europe by industrial revolution in Russia and such countries as Sweden and the Netherlands, hitherto little touched by it, outside by developments in North America and, already to some extent, in Japan. The international market in primary products grew enormously. Between 1880 and 1913 international trade in these commodities just about tripled, and so, consequently, did both the areas devoted to their production and their integration into the world market. Canada joined the world's major wheat producers after 1900, its crop rising from an annual average of 52 million bushels in the 1890s to one of 200 millions in 1910 to 13.20. Argentina became a major wheat exporter at the same time, and every year Italian laborers, nicknamed swallows, Golondrinas, crossed and recrossed 10,000 miles of Atlantic to gather its harvest. The economy of the Age of Empire was one in which Baku and the Donets Basin became part of industrial geography, when Europe exported both goods and girls to new cities like Johannesburg and Buenos Aires, and when opera houses were built on the bones of dead Indians in rubber boom towns 1,000 miles up the Amazon. It follows, as already noted, that the world economy was now notably more pluralist than before. Britain ceased to be the only fully industrialized, and indeed the only industrial, economy. If we add together the industrial and mining production, including construction, of the four chief national economies, in 1913 the USA provided 46% of this total, Germany 23.5%, Britain 19.5% and France 11%. 21 The Age of Empire, as we shall see, was essentially an age of state rivalry. Moreover, the relations between the developed and the undeveloped worlds were also more varied and complex than in 1860, when half of all exports from Asia, Africa, and Latin America had been sent to one country, Great Britain. By 1900 the British share was down to 1/4, and Third World exports to other West European countries were already larger than those to Britain, 31%. 22 The Age of Empire was no longer monocentric. This growing pluralism of the world economy was to some extent masked by its continued, indeed its increased, dependence on the financial, trading and shipping services of Britain. On the one hand the City of London was, more than ever, the switchboard for the world's international business transactions, so that its commercial and financial services alone earned almost enough to make up for the large deficit in its balance of commodity trade, £137 million against £142 million, in 1906-10. On the other, the enormous weight of Britain's foreign investments and her merchant shipping further reinforced the centrality of the country in a world economy which turned on London and was based on the pound sterling. On the international capital market, Britain remained overwhelmingly dominant. In 1914 France, Germany, the USA, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and the rest between them had 56% of the world's overseas investments. Britain alone had 44%. 23 In 1914 the British steamer fleet alone was 12% larger than all the merchant fleets of all the other European states put together. In fact, Britain's centrality was for the moment reinforced by the very development of world pluralism. For as the newly industrializing economies bought more primary products from the underdeveloped world, they accumulated between them a fairly substantial deficit in their trade with that world. Britain alone re-established a global balance, by importing more manufactured goods from its rivals, by its own industrial exports to the dependent world, but mainly by its massive invisible income from both its international business services, banking, insurance, etc., and the income which came to the world's largest creditor from its enormous foreign investments. Britain's relative industrial decline thus reinforced its financial position and wealth. The interests of British industry and of the city, hitherto compatible enough, began to enter into conflict. The third characteristic of the world economy is at first sight the most obvious: technological revolution. This was, as we all know, the age when the telephone and the wireless telegraph, the phonograph and the cinema, the automobile and the aeroplane, became part of the scenery of modern life, not to mention the domestication of science and high technology by means of such products as the vacuum cleaner, 1908, and the only universal medicament ever invented, aspirin, 1899. Nor should we forget that most beneficent of all the period's machines, whose contribution to human emancipation was immediately recognized, namely the modest bicycle. And yet, before we hail this impressive crop of innovations as a second industrial revolution, let us not forget that it is so only in retrospect. For contemporaries, the major innovation consisted in the updating of the first industrial revolution by improvements in the tri-technology of steam and iron, by steel and turbines. Technologically revolutionary industries based on electricity, chemistry, and the combustion engine certainly began to play a major role, especially in dynamic new economies. After all, Ford began to manufacture his Model T in 1907. And yet, to take only Europe, between 1880 and 1913 as many miles of railroad were constructed as in the original railway age between 1850 and 1880. France, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, and the Netherlands more or less doubled their railway network in these years. The last triumph of British industry, the virtual monopoly of shipbuilding Britain established between 1870 and 1913, was won by exploiting the resources of the First Industrial Revolution. As yet the new Industrial Revolution reinforced rather than replaced the old one. The fourth characteristic was, as we have already seen, a double transformation in the structure and modus operandi of capitalist enterprise. On the one hand there was the concentration of capital, the growth in scale which led men to distinguish between business and big business, gross industry, Grossbanken, grande industry, the retreat of the free competitive market, and all the other developments which, around 1900, led observers to grope for general labels to describe what plainly seemed to be a new phase of economic development. See the next chapter. On the other, there was the systematic attempt to rationalize production and the conduct of business enterprise by applying scientific methods not only to technology but to organization and calculation. The fifth characteristic was an extraordinary transformation in the market for consumer goods, a change in both quantity and quality. With the growth of population, urbanization, and real incomes, the mass market, hitherto more or less confined to foodstuffs and clothing, i.e. to basic subsistence needs, began to dominate the industries producing consumer goods. In the long run this was more important than the notable growth in the consumption of the wealthy and comfortable classes, whose demand patterns did not notably change. It was the Ford Model T and not Rolls-Royce which revolutionized the motor industry. At the same time a revolutionary technology and imperialism helped to create a range of novel goods and services for the mass market, from the gas cookers which multiplied in British working-class kitchens during this period, to the bicycle, the cinema, and the modest banana, whose consumption was practically unknown before 1880. One of the most obvious consequences was the creation of mass media which, for the first time, deserved the name. A British newspaper reached a 1 million copy sale for the first time in the 1890s, a French one around 1900.24. All this implied a transformation not only of production, by what now came to be called mass production, but also of distribution, including credit buying, mainly by installments. Thus the sale of tea in standard quarter-pound packages began in Britain in 1884. It was to make the fortunes of more than one grocery tycoon from the working-class backstreets of big cities, such as Sir Thomas Lipton, whose yacht and money attracted the friendship of King Edward VII, a monarch notoriously drawn to free-spending millionaires. Lipton's branches grew from none in 1870 to 500 in 1899.25. It also fitted in naturally with the sixth characteristic of the economy, the marked growth, both absolute and relative, of the tertiary sector of the economy, both public and private, work in offices, shops, and other services. To take only the case of Britain, a country which, at its peak, had dominated the world economy with a ridiculously tiny amount of office work. In 1851 there were 67,000 public officials and 91,000 persons in commercial employment out of a total occupied population of about 9 millions. By 1881 there were already 360,000 in commercial employment, still almost entirely male, though only 120,000 in the public sector. But by 1911 commerce employed almost 900,000, 17% of them women, and the public service had tripled. Commercial employment, as a percentage of the occupied population, had quintupled since 1851. We shall consider the social consequence of this multiplication of white collars and white hands elsewhere. The final characteristic of the economy I shall note here is the growing convergence between politics and economics, that is to say the growing role of government and the public sector, or what ideologues of a liberal persuasion, like the lawyer A. V. Dicey, saw as the threatening advance of collectivism at the expense of the good old rugged individual or voluntary enterprise. In fact, it was one of the symptoms of that retreat of the competitive free market economy which had been the ideal, and to some extent the reality, of mid-19th century capitalism. One way or another, after 1875, there was growing skepticism about the effectiveness of the autonomous and self-correcting market economy, Adam Smith's famous hidden hand, without some assistance from state and public authority. The hand was becoming visible in all sorts of ways. On the one hand, as we shall see, Chapter 4, the democratization of politics pushed often reluctant and troubled governments in the direction of policies of social reform and welfare, as well as into political action to defend the economic interests of certain groups of voters, such as protectionism and, somewhat less effectively, measures against economic concentration, as in the USA and Germany. On the other, political rivalries between states and the economic competition between national groups of entrepreneurs fused, thus contributing, as we shall see, both to the phenomenon of imperialism and to the genesis of the First World War. They also led, incidentally, to the growth of industries such as armaments in which the role of government was decisive. Nevertheless, while the strategic role of the public sector could be crucial, its actual weight in the economy remained modest. In spite of multiplying examples to the contrary, such as the British government's purchase of a stake in the Middle Eastern oil industry and its control of the new wireless telegraphy, both of military significance, the readiness of the German government to nationalize parts of its industry, and, above all, the Russian government's systematic policy of industrialization from the 1890s, neither governments nor public opinion thought of the public sector as other than a sort of minor supplement to the private economy, even allowing for the marked growth in Europe of, mainly local, public management in the field of public utilities and services. The socialists did not share this belief in the supremacy of the private sector, though they gave little if any thought to the problems of a socialized economy. They might have thought of such municipal enterprise as municipal socialism, but most of it was undertaken by authorities which had neither socialist intentions nor even sympathies. Modern economies largely controlled, organized, and dominated by the state were the product of the First World War. If anything, between 1875 and 1914 the share of public expenditures in the rapidly growing national products of most leading countries tended to fall, and this in spite of the sharp rise in the expenses of preparing for war. 26. In these ways the economy of the developed world grew and was transformed. Yet what struck contemporaries in the developed and industrial world even more than the evident transformation of their economy was its even more evident success. They plainly lived in flourishing times. Even the laboring masses benefited from this expansion, at least inasmuch as the industrial economy of 1875 to 1914 was strikingly labor-intensive and appeared to provide an almost unlimited demand for relatively unskilled or rapidly learned work for men and women streaming into city and industry. It was this which allowed the flood of Europeans who emigrated to the USA to fit themselves into an industrial world. Still, if the economy provided work, it did not yet provide more than a modest, and at times minimal, alleviation of the poverty which most laboring people for most of history had regarded as their destiny. In the retrospective mythology of the working classes, the decades before 1914 do not figure as a golden age, as they do in those of the European rich and even of the more modest middle classes. For these, indeed, the Belle Époque was the paradise that was to be lost after 1914. For businessmen and governments after the war 1913 was to be the point of permanent reference, to which they aspired to return from an era of trouble. From the clouded and troubled post-war years, the extraordinary moments of the last pre-war boom appeared in retrospect as the sunny normality to which they both aspired to revert. Vainly. For, as we shall see, the very tendencies in the pre-1914 economy which made the era so golden for the middle classes drove it towards world war, revolution, and disruption, and precluded a return to the lost paradise. Chapter 3. The Age of Empire. Only complete political confusion and naive optimism can prevent the recognition that the unavoidable efforts at trade expansion by all civilized bourgeois-controlled nations, after a transitional period of seemingly peaceful competition, are clearly approaching the point where power alone will decide each nation's share in the economic control of the earth, and hence its people's sphere of activity, and especially its workers' earning potential. Max Weber, 18,941. When ye get among China, says the Emperor of Germany, remember that ye are the vanguard for Christianity, he says, and stick ye bayonet through ivory hated infidel, you see, he says. Lave him understand what our Western civilization means. And if be chance ye should pick up a little land bth way, don't lave a Frenchman or Roos shan take it from ye. Mr. Dooley's Philosophy, 19,002. A world economy whose pace was set by its developed or developing capitalist core was extremely likely to turn into a world in which the advanced dominated the backward, in short into a world of empire. But, paradoxically, the era from 1875 to 1914 may be called the Age of Empire not only because it developed a new kind of imperialism, but also for a much more old-fashioned reason. It was probably the period of modern world history in which the number of rulers officially calling themselves, or regarded by Western diplomats as deserving the title of emperors, was at its maximum. In Europe, the rulers of Germany, Austria, Russia, Turkey and, in their capacity as lords of India, Britain claimed this title. Two of these, Germany and Britain/India, were innovations of the 1870s. They more than offset the disappearance of the Second Empire of Napoleon III in France. Outside Europe, the rulers of China, Japan, Persia and, perhaps with a larger element of international diplomatic courtesy, Ethiopia and Morocco were habitually allowed this title, while until 1889 an American emperor survived in Brazil. One or two even more shadowy emperors might be added to the list. In 1918 5 of these had disappeared. Today, 1987, the only titular survivor of this select company of supermonarchs is the ruler of Japan, whose political profile is low and whose political influence is negligible. In a less trivial sense, our period is obviously the era of a new type of empire, the colonial. The economic and military supremacy of the capitalist countries had long been beyond serious challenge, but no systematic attempt to translate it into formal conquest, annexation, and administration had been made between the end of the 18th and the last quarter of the 19th century. Between 1880 and 1914 it was made, and most of the world outside Europe and the Americas was formally partitioned into territories under the formal rule or informal political domination of one or other of a handful of states, mainly Great Britain, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, the USA, and Japan. The victims of this process were to some extent the ancient surviving pre-industrial European empires of Spain and Portugal, the former, in spite of attempts to extend the territory under its control in northwest Africa, more than the latter. However, the survival of the major Portuguese territories in Africa, Angola and Mozambique, which were to outlast other imperialist colonies, was due primarily to the inability of their modern rivals to agree on the exact manner of dividing them among themselves. No similar rivalry saved the relics of the Spanish Empire in the Americas, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and in the Pacific, the Philippines, from the USA in 1898. Nominally most of the great traditional empires of Asia remained independent, though the Western powers carved out zones of influence or even direct administration in them which could, as in the Anglo-Russian agreement over Persia in 1907, cover their entire territory. In fact, their military and political helplessness was taken for granted. Their independence rested either on their convenience as buffer states, as in Siam, now Thailand, which divided the British and French zones in Southeast Asia, or Afghanistan, which separated Britain and Russia, on the inability of rival imperial powers to agree on a formula for division, or on their sheer size. The only non-European state which successfully resisted formal colonial conquest when this was attempted was Ethiopia, which held Italy at bay, the weakest of the imperial states. Two major regions of the world were, for practical purposes, entirely divided up, Africa and the Pacific. No independent states were left at all in the Pacific, now totally distributed among the British, French, Germans, Dutch, USA and, still on a modest scale, Japan. By 1914, except for Ethiopia, the insignificant West African Republic of Liberia and that part of Morocco which still resisted complete conquest, Africa belonged entirely to the British, French, German, Belgian, Portuguese and, marginally, Spanish empires. Asia, as we have seen, retained a large and nominally independent area, though the older European empires extended and rounded off their large holdings, Britain by annexing Burma to its Indian Empire and establishing or strengthening the zone of influence in Tibet, Persia and the Persian Gulf area, Russia by moving further into Central Asia and, less successfully, Pacific Siberia and Manchuria, the Dutch by establishing firmer control in outlying regions of Indonesia. Two virtually new empires were established by the French conquest of Indochina, initiated in the period of Napoleon III, and by the Japanese at China's expense in Korea and Taiwan, 1895, and later more modestly at Russia's expense, 1905. Only one major region of the globe remained substantially unaffected by this process of partition. The Americas in 1914 were what they had been in 1875, or for that matter in the 1820s, a unique collection of sovereign republics, with the exception of Canada, the Caribbean islands and parts of the Caribbean littoral. Except for the USA, their political status rarely impressed anyone but their neighbors. It was perfectly understood that economically they were dependencies of the developed world. Yet even the USA, which increasingly asserted its political and military hegemony in this vast area, did not seriously try to conquer and administer it. Its only direct annexations were limited to Puerto Rico, Cuba was allowed an admittedly nominal independence, and a narrow strip along the new Panama Canal, which formed part of another small and nominally independent republic detached from the rather larger Colombia for this purpose by a convenient local revolution. In Latin America economic domination and such political arm-twisting as was necessary was conducted without formal conquest. The Americas, of course, were the only major region of the globe in which there was no serious rivalry between great powers. Except for the British, no European state possessed more than the scattered relics of, mainly Caribbean, 18th-century colonial empire, which were of no great economic or other significance. Neither the British nor anyone else saw a good reason for antagonizing the USA by challenging the Monroe Doctrine. Point 2. This partition of the world among a handful of states, which gives the present volume its title, was the most spectacular expression of that growing division of the globe into the strong and the weak, the advanced and the backward, which we have already noted. It was also strikingly new. Between 1876 and 1915 about 1/4 of the globe's land surface was distributed or redistributed as colonies among a half-dozen states. Britain increased its territories by some 4 million square miles, France by some 3.5 millions, Germany acquired more than 1 million, Belgium and Italy just under 1 million each. The USA acquired some 100,000, mainly from Spain, Japan something like the same amount from China, Russia, and Korea. Portugal's ancient African colonies expanded by about 300,000 square miles, Spain, while a net loser, to the USA, still managed to pick up some stony territory in Morocco and the Western Sahara. Russian imperial growth is more difficult to measure, since all of it was into adjoining territories and continued some centuries of secular territorial expansion of the Tsarist state. Moreover, as we shall see, Russia lost some territory to Japan. Of the major colonial empires only the Dutch failed, or refused, to acquire new territory, except by extending their actual control over Indonesian islands which they had long formally owned. Of the minor ones, Sweden liquidated its only remaining colony, a West Indian island, by selling it to France, and Denmark was about to do the same, retaining only Iceland and Greenland as dependencies. What is most spectacular is not necessarily most important. when observers of the world scene in the later 1890s began to analyze what obviously seemed a new phase in the general pattern of national and international development, notably different from the free-trading and freely competing liberal world of the mid-century, they saw the creation of colonial empires merely as one of its aspects. Orthodox observers thought they discerned, in general terms, a new era of national expansion in which, as we have suggested, political and economic elements were no longer clearly separable and the state played an increasingly active and crucial role both at home and abroad. Heterodox observers analyzed it more specifically as a new phase of capitalist development, arising out of various tendencies which they discerned in this development. The most influential among these analyses of what was soon called imperialism, Lenin's Little Book of 1916, actually did not consider the division of the world among the great powers until the sixth of his 10 chapters. 3. Nevertheless, if colonialism was merely one aspect of a more general change in world affairs, it was plainly the most immediately striking. It formed the point of departure for wider analyses, for there is no doubt that the word imperialism first became part of the political and journalistic vocabulary during the 1890s in the course of the arguments about colonial conquest. Moreover, that is when it acquired the economic dimension which, as a concept, it has never since lost. That is why references to the ancient forms of political and military aggrandizement on which the term is based are pointless. Emperors and empires were old, but imperialism was quite new. The word, which does not occur in the writings of Karl Marx, who died in 1883, first entered politics in Britain in the 1870s, and was still regarded as a neologism at the end of that decade. It exploded into general use in the 1890s. By 1900, when the intellectuals began to write books about it, it was, to quote one of the first of them, the British liberal J. A. Hobson, on everybody's lips, and used to denote the most powerful movement in the current politics of the Western world. 4. In short, it was a novel term devised to describe a novel phenomenon. This evident fact is enough to dismiss one of the many schools in the tense and highly charged ideological debate about imperialism, namely the one which argues that it was nothing new, perhaps indeed that it was a mere pre-capitalist survival. It was, at any rate, felt to be new and was discussed as a novelty. The arguments which surround this touchy subject are so impassioned, dense, and confused that the first task of the historian is to disentangle them so that the actual phenomenon can be seen for itself. For most of the arguments have not been about what happened in the world of 1875 to 1914 but about Marxism, a subject which is apt to raise strong feelings, for, as it happens, the highly critical analysis of imperialism in Lenin's version was to become central to the revolutionary Marxism of the communist movements after 1917 and to the revolutionary movements of the Third World. What has given the debate a special edge is that one side in it appears to have had a slight built-in advantage, for those supporters and opponents of imperialism have been at each other's throats since the 1890s, the word itself has gradually acquired, and is now unlikely to lose, a pejorative coloring. Unlike democracy, which even its enemies like to claim because of its favorable connotations, imperialism is commonly something to be disapproved of, and therefore done by others. In 1914 plenty of politicians were proud to call themselves imperialists, but in the course of our century they have virtually disappeared from sight. The crux of the Leninist analysis, which frankly based itself on a variety of contemporary writers, both Marxian and non-Marxian, was that the new imperialism had economic roots in a specific new phase of capitalism, which, among other things, led to the territorial division of the world among the great capitalist powers into a set of formal and informal colonies and spheres of influence. The rivalries between the capitalist powers which led to this division also engendered the First World War. We need not here discuss the specific mechanisms by which monopoly capitalism led to colonialism. Opinions differed on this, even among Marxists, or the more recent extension of such analyses into a more sweeping dependency theory in the later 20th century. All assume in one way or another that overseas economic expansion and the exploitation of the overseas world were crucial for capitalist countries. To criticize these theories would not be particularly interesting, and would be irrelevant in the present context. The point to note is simply that non-Marxist analysts of imperialism have tended to argue the opposite of what the Marxists said, and in doing so have obscured the subject. They tended to deny any specific connection between the imperialism of the late 19th and 20th centuries with capitalism in general, or with the particular phase of it which, as we have seen, appeared to emerge in the late 19th century. They denied that imperialism had any important economic roots, that it benefited the imperial countries economically, let alone that the exploitation of backward zones was in any sense essential to capitalism, and that it had negative effects on colonial economies. They argued that imperialism did not lead to unmanageable rivalries between the imperial powers, and had no serious bearings on the origin of the First World War. Rejecting economic explanations, they concentrated on psychological, ideological, cultural, and political explanations, though usually careful to avoid the dangerous territory of domestic politics, since Marxists also tended to stress the advantages to metropolitan ruling classes of imperialist policies and propaganda which, among other things, counteracted the growing appeal to the working classes of mass labor movements. Some of these counterattacks have proved powerful and effective, though several of such lines of argument were mutually incompatible. In fact, much of the pioneer theoretical literature of anti-imperialism is not tenable. But the disadvantage of the anti-imperialist literature is that it does not actually explain that conjunction of economic and political, national and international, developments, which contemporaries around 1900 found so striking that they sought a comprehensive explanation for them. It does not explain why contemporaries felt that imperialism at the time was both a novel and historically central development. In short, much of this literature amounts to denying facts which were obvious enough at the time and still are. Leaving Leninism and anti-Leninism aside, the first thing for the historian to re-establish is the obvious fact, which nobody in the 1890s would have denied, that the division of the globe had an economic dimension. To demonstrate this is not to explain everything about the imperialism of the period. Economic development is not a sort of ventriloquist with the rest of history as its dummy. For that matter, even the most single-minded businessman pursuing profit into, say, the South African gold and diamond mines, can never be treated exclusively as a money-making machine. He was not immune to the political, emotional, ideological, patriotic, or even racial appeals which were so patently associated with imperial expansion. Nevertheless, if an economic connection can be established between the tendencies of economic development in the capitalist core of the globe at this time and its expansion into the periphery, it becomes much less plausible to put the full weight of explanation on motives for imperialism which have no intrinsic connection with the penetration and conquest of the non-Western world. And even those which appear to have, such as the strategic calculations of rival powers, must be analyzed while bearing the economic dimension in mind. Even today politics in the Middle East, which are far from explicable on simple economic grounds, cannot be realistically discussed without considering oil. Now the major fact about the 19th century is the creation of a single global economy, progressively reaching into the most remote corners of the world, an increasingly dense web of economic transactions, communications, and movements of goods, money and people linking the developed countries with each other and with the undeveloped world. See The Age of Capital, Chapter 3. Without this there was no particular reason why European states should have taken more than the most fleeting interest in the affairs of, say, the Congo Basin or engaged in diplomatic disputes about some Pacific atoll. This globalization of the economy was not new, though it had accelerated considerably in the middle decades of the century. It continued to grow, less strikingly in relative terms, but more massively in terms of volume and numbers, between 1875 and 1914. European exports had indeed grown more than fourfold between 1848 and 1875, while they only doubled from then until 1915. But the world's merchant shipping had only risen, between 1840 and 1870, from 10 to 16 million tons, whereas it doubled in the next 40 years, as the world's railway network expanded from a little over 200,000 kilometers, 1,870, to over 1 million kilometers just before the First World War. This tightening web of transport drew even the backward and previously marginal into the world economy, and created a new interest among the old centers of wealth and development in these remote areas. Indeed, now that they were accessible, many of these regions seemed at first sight to be simply potential extensions of the developed world, which were already being settled and developed by men and women of European stock, extirpating or pushing back the native inhabitants, generating cities, and doubtless, in due course, industrial civilization, the USA west of the Mississippi, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Algeria, the southern cone of South America. The prediction, as we shall see, was off the mark. Nevertheless, though often remote, such areas were in contemporary minds distinct from those other regions where, for climatic reasons, white settlement was unattractive, but where, to quote a leading imperial administrator of the time, the European may come, in small numbers, with his capital, his energy, and his knowledge to develop a most lucrative commerce, and obtain products necessary to the use of his advanced civilization. 5. For that civilization now had need of the exotic. Technological development now relied on raw materials which, for reasons of climate or the hazards of geology, were to be found exclusively or profusely in remote places. The internal combustion engine, that typical child of our period, relied on oil and rubber. Oil still came overwhelmingly from the USA and Europe, Russia and, a long way behind, Romania, but already the oil fields of the Middle East were the subject of intensive diplomatic confrontation and horse trading. Rubber was exclusively a tropical product, extracted by the atrocious exploitation of natives in the Rhine forests of the Congo and the Amazon, the target of early and justified anti-imperialist protest. In due course it was extensively cultivated in Malaya. Tin came from Asia and South America. Non-ferrous metals of previously negligible importance became essential for the steel alloys required by high-speed technology. Some of these were freely available in the developed world, notably the USA, but others were not. The new electrical and motor industries hungered for one of the most ancient metals, copper. Its major reserves, and eventually producers, were in what the late 20th century called the Third World, Chile, Peru, Zaire, Zambia. And, of course, there was the constant and never satisfied demand for the precious metals which, in this period, turned South Africa into by far the greatest gold producer in the world, not to mention its wealth of diamonds. Mines were the major pioneers in opening up the world to imperialism, and all the more effective because their profits were sensational enough to justify also the construction of feeder railways. Quite apart from the demands of a new technology, the growth of mass consumption in the metropolitan countries produced a rapidly expanding market for foodstuffs. In sheer volume this was dominated by the basic foodstuffs of the temperate zone, grain and meat, now produced cheaply and in vast quantities in several zones of European settlement, in North and South America, Russia, and Australasia. But it also transformed the market for the products long and characteristically known, at least in German, as colonial goods and sold by the grocers of the developed worlds, sugar, tea, coffee, cocoa, and its derivatives. With rapid transport and conservation, tropical and subtropical fruits became available, they made possible the banana republic. Britons, who had consumed 1.5 lb of tea per head in the 1840s and 3.26 lb in the 1860s, were consuming 5.7 lb in the 1890s, but this represented an average annual import of £224 million compared with less than 98 millions in the 1860s and about 40 millions in the 1840s. While the British abandoned what few cups of coffee they had drunk to fill their teapots from India and Ceylon, Sri Lanka, Americans and Germans imported coffee in ever more spectacular quantities, notably from Latin America. In the early 1900s New York families consumed 1 pound of coffee per week. The Quaker beverage and chocolate manufacturers of Britain, happy in dispensing non-alcoholic refreshment, got their raw material from West Africa and South America. The canny Boston businessmen who founded the United Fruit Company in 1885 created private empires in the Caribbean to supply America with the previously insignificant banana. The soap manufacturers, exploiting the market which first demonstrated to the full the capacities of the new advertising industry, looked to the vegetable oils of Africa. Plantations, estates, and farms were the second pillar of imperial economies. Metropolitan traders and financiers were the third. These developments did not change the shape and character of the industrialized or industrializing countries, though they created new branches of big business whose fortunes were closely tied to those of particular parts of the globe, such as the oil companies. But they transformed the rest of the world, inasmuch as they turned it into a complex of colonial and semi-colonial territories which increasingly evolved into specialized producers of one or two primary products for export to the world market, on whose vagaries they were entirely dependent. Malaya increasingly meant rubber and tin, Brazil coffee, Chile nitrates, Uruguay meat, Cuba sugar and cigars. In fact, with the exception of the USA, even the white settler colonies failed to industrialize, at this stage, because they too were caught in this cage of international specialization. They could become exceedingly prosperous, even by European standards, especially when inhabited by free and, in general, militant European immigrants with political muscle in elected assemblies, whose democratic radicalism could be formidable, though it usually stopped short of including the natives. 3 A European wishing to emigrate in the age of empire would probably have done better to move to Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, or Uruguay than anywhere else, including the USA. All these countries developed labor and radical, democratic parties, or even governments, and ambitious systems of public social welfare and security, New Zealand, Uruguay, long before European states did. But they did so as complements to the European, i.e. essentially British, industrial economy, and hence it did not pay them, or at any rate the interests committed to exporting primary products, to industrialize. Not that the metropoles would have welcomed their industrialization. Whatever the official rhetoric, the function of colonies and informal dependencies was to complement metropolitan economies and not to compete with them. The dependent territories which did not belong to what has been called white settler capitalism did not do so well. Their economic interest lay in the combination of resources with a labor force which, consisting of natives, cost little and could be kept cheap. Nevertheless, the oligarchies of landowners and compradori traders, local, imported from Europe or both, and, where they had them, their governments, benefited from the sheer length of the period of secular expansion for their region's export staples, interrupted only by short-lived, though sometimes, as in Argentina in 1890, dramatic crises generated by trade cycle, over-speculation, war, and peace. However, while the First World War disrupted some of their markets, the dependent producers were remote from it. From their point of view, the era of empire, which began in the late 19th century, lasted until the Great Slump of 1929–33. All the same, in the course of this period they were to become increasingly vulnerable, as their fortunes were increasingly a function of the price of coffee, which by 1914 already produced 58% of the value of Brazilian and 53% of Colombian exports, of rubber and tin, of cocoa, beef or wool. But until the vertical fall in the price of primary commodities during the 1929 slump, this vulnerability did not seem of much long-term significance compared to the apparently unlimited expansion of exports and credits. On the contrary, as we have seen, before 1914 the terms of trade appeared to be, if anything, running in favor of the primary producers. Nevertheless, the growing economic significance of such areas for the world economy does not explain why, among other things, there should have been a rush by the leading industrial states to carve up the globe into colonies and spheres of influence. The anti-imperialist analysis of imperialism has suggested various reasons why this should have been so. The most familiar of these, the pressure of capital for more profitable investment than could be ensured at home, investment secure from the rivalry of foreign capital, is the least convincing. Since British capital exports expanded enormously in the last third of the century, and indeed the income from such investments became essential for the British balance of payments, it was natural enough to connect the new imperialism with capital exports, as J. A. Hobson did. But there is no denying that very little indeed of this massive flow went to the new colonial empires. Most of British foreign investment went to the rapidly developing and generally old white settler colonies, soon to be recognized as virtually independent dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and to what might be called honorary dominions such as Argentina and Uruguay, not to mention the USA. Moreover, the bulk of such investment, 76% in 1913, took the form of public loans to railways and public utilities, which certainly paid better than investment in the British government debt, an average of 5% as against an average of 3%, but were equally certainly less lucrative than the profits of industrial capital at home, except no doubt for the bankers organizing them. They were supposed to be secure rather than high-yield investments. None of this means that colonies were not acquired because some group of investors did not expect to make a killing, or in defense of investments already made. Whatever the ideology, the motive for the Boer War was gold. A more convincing general motive for colonial expansion was the search for markets. The fact that this was often disappointed is irrelevant. The belief that the overproduction of the Great Depression could be solved by a vast export drive was widespread. Businessmen, always inclined to fill the blank spaces on the map of world trade with vast numbers of potential customers, would naturally look for such unexploited areas. China was one which haunted the imagination of salesmen. What if every one of those 300 millions bought only one box of tin tacks? And Africa, the unknown continent, was another. The chambers of commerce of British cities in the depressed early 1880s were outraged by the thought that diplomatic negotiations might exclude their traders from access to the Congo Basin, which was believed to offer untold sales prospects, all the more so as it was being developed as a paying proposition by that crowned businessman, King Leopold II of the Belgians. 7. As it happened, his favorite method of exploitation by forced labor was not designed to encourage high per capita purchases. Even when it did not actually diminish the number of customers by torture and massacre. But the crux of the global economic situation was that a number of developed economies simultaneously felt the same need for new markets. If they were sufficiently strong, their ideal was the open door on the markets of the underdeveloped world, but if not strong enough, they hoped to carve out for themselves territories which, by virtue of ownership, would give national business a monopoly position or at least a substantial advantage. Partition of the unoccupied parts of the Third World was the logical consequence. In a sense, this was an extension of the protectionism which gained ground almost everywhere after 1879, see previous chapter. If you were not such persistent protectionists, the British Premier told the French ambassador in 1897, you would not find us so keen to annex territories. To this extent, the new imperialism was the natural byproduct of an international economy based on the rivalry of several competing industrial economies, intensified by the economic pressures of the 1880s. It does not follow that any particular colony was expected to turn into El Dorado by itself, though this is what actually happened in South Africa, which became the world's greatest gold producer. Colonies might simply provide suitable bases or jumping-off points for regional business penetration. That was clearly stated by an official of the U.S. State Department round the turn of the century, when the USA followed international fashion by making a brief drive for a colonial empire of its own. At this point, the economic motive for acquiring some colonial territory becomes difficult to disentangle from the political action required for the purpose, for protectionism of whatever kind is economy operating with the aid of politics. The strategic motive for colonization was evidently strongest in Britain, which had long established colonies which were crucially placed to control access to various zones of land and sea believed to be vital to Britain's worldwide commercial and maritime interests, or, with the rise of the steamship, which could function as coaling stations. Gibraltar and Malta were old examples of the first. Bermuda and Aden turned out to be useful examples of the second. there was also the symbolic or real significance for robbers of getting an appropriate share of loot. Once rival powers began to carve up the map of Africa or Oceania, each naturally tried to safeguard against an excessive portion, or a particularly attractive morsel, going to the others. Once the status of a great power thus became associated with raising its flag over some palm-fringed beach, or, more likely, over stretches of dry scrub, the acquisition of colonies itself became a status symbol, irrespective of their value. Around 1900 even the USA, whose kind of imperialism has never before or since been particularly associated with the possession of formal colonies, felt obliged to follow the fashion. Germany deeply resented the fact that so powerful and dynamic a nation as herself should own so notably smaller a share of colonial territory than the British and the French, though her colonies were of little economic and less strategic interest. Italy insisted on capturing notably unattractive stretches of African desert and mountain in order to back her standing as a great power, and her failure to conquer Ethiopia in 1896 undoubtedly lowered that standing. For if great powers were states which acquired colonies, small powers had, as it were, no right to them. Spain lost most of what remained of her colonial empire as a consequence of the Spanish-American War of 1898. As we have seen, plans to partition the remainder of Portugal's African empire between the new colonialists were seriously discussed. Only the Dutch quietly kept their rich and ancient colonies, mainly in Southeast Asia, and the King of the Belgians, as we have also seen, was permitted to carve out his private domain in Africa on condition that he allowed it to be accessible to all, because no great power was willing to give others a significant share of the great basin of the Congo River. One ought, of course, to add that there were large tracts of Asia and the Americas where, for political reasons, massive share-outs of territory by European powers were out of the question. In the Americas the situation of the surviving European colonies was frozen by the Monroe Doctrine, only the USA had freedom of action. In most of Asia, the struggle was for spheres of influence in nominally independent states, notably China, Persia, and the Ottoman Empire. Exceptions to this were the Russians and the Japanese, the former successful in extending their area in Central Asia but unsuccessful in acquiring chunks of North China, the latter acquiring Korea and Formosa, Taiwan, as a result of a war with China in 1894-5. The main zones of competitive land grabbing were thus, in practice, in Africa and Oceania. Essentially strategic explanations of imperialism have thus attracted some historians, who have tried to account for the British expansion in Africa in terms of the need to defend the routes to, and the maritime and terrestrial glacis of, India against potential threats. It is indeed important to recall that, speaking globally, India was the core of British strategy, and that this strategy required control not only over the short sea routes to the subcontinent, Egypt, the Middle East, the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and South Arabia, and the long sea routes, the Cape of Good Hope and Singapore, but over the entire Indian Ocean, including crucial sectors of the African coast and its hinterland. British governments were keenly aware of this. It is also true that the disintegration of local power in some areas crucial for this purpose, such as Egypt, including the Sudan, drew the British into establishing a much greater direct political presence than originally intended, and even into actual rule. Yet these arguments do not invalidate an economic analysis of imperialism. In the first place, they underestimate the directly economic incentive to acquire some African territories, of which Southern Africa is the most obvious. In any case, the scramble for West Africa and the Congo was primarily economic. In the second place, they overlook the fact that India was the brightest jewel in the imperial crown and the core of British global strategic thinking precisely because of her very real importance to the British economy. This was never greater than at this time, when anything up to 60% of British cotton exports went to India and the Far East, to which India was the key, 40 to 45% went to India alone, and when the international balance of payments of Britain hinged on the payments surplus which India provided. In the third place, the disintegration of indigenous local governments, which sometimes entailed the establishment of European rule over areas Europeans had not previously bothered to administer, was itself due to the undermining of local structures by economic penetration. And, finally, the attempt to prove that nothing in the internal development of Western capitalism in the 1880s explains the territorial redivision of the world fails, since world capitalism in this period clearly was different from what it had been in the 1860s. It now consisted of a plurality of rival national economies protecting themselves against each other. In short, politics and economics cannot be separated in a capitalist society, any more than religion and society in an Islamic one. The attempt to devise a purely non-economic explanation of the new imperialism is as unrealistic as the attempt to devise a purely non-economic explanation of the rise of working-class parties. In fact, the rise of labor movements, or more generally of democratic politics, see next chapter, had a distinct bearing on the rise of the new imperialism. Ever since the great imperialist Cecil Rhodes observed in 1895 that if one wanted to avoid civil war one must become imperialist, most observers have been aware of so-called social imperialism, i.e. of the attempt to use imperial expansion to diminish domestic discontent by economic improvements or social reform or in other ways. There is no doubt at all that politicians were perfectly aware of the potential benefits of imperialism. In some cases, notably Germany, the rise of imperialism has been explained primarily in terms of the primacy of domestic politics. Probably Cecil Rhodes' version of social imperialism, which thought primarily of the economic benefits that empire might bring, directly or indirectly, to the discontented masses, was the least relevant. There is no good evidence that colonial conquest as such had much bearing on the employment or real incomes of most workers in the metropolitan countries, and the idea that emigration to colonies would provide a safety valve for overpopulated countries was little more than a demagogic fantasy. In fact, never was it easier to find somewhere to emigrate to than between 1880 and 1914, and only a tiny minority of emigrants went to anyone's colonies, or needed to. Much more relevant was the familiar practice of offering the voters glory rather than more costly reforms, and what was more glorious than conquests of exotic territories and dusky races, especially as these were usually cheaply won? More generally, imperialism encouraged the masses, and especially the potentially discontented, to identify themselves with the imperial state and nation, and thus unconsciously to endow the social and political system represented by that state with justification and legitimacy. And in an era of mass politics, see next chapter, even old systems required new legitimacy. Here again, contemporaries were quite clear about this. The British coronation ceremony of 1902, carefully restyled, was praised because it was designed to express the recognition, by a free democracy, of a hereditary crown, as a symbol of the worldwide dominion of their race, my emphasis. In short, empire made good ideological cement. How effective this specific variant of patriotic flag-waving was is not quite clear, especially in countries where liberalism and the more radical left had acquired strong anti-imperial, anti-military, anti-colonial or more generally anti-aristocratic traditions. There is little doubt that in several countries imperialism was extremely popular among the new middle and white-collar strata, whose social identity largely rested on a claim to be the chosen vehicles of patriotism, see Chapter 8 below. There is much less evidence of any spontaneous enthusiasm of the workers for colonial conquests, let alone wars, or indeed of any great interest in the colonies, new or old, except those of white settlement. Attempts to institutionalize pride in imperialism, as by establishing an Empire Day in Britain, 1902, largely relied for their success on mobilizing the captive audiences of school children. The appeal of patriotism in a more general sense will be considered below. Nevertheless, it is impossible to deny that the idea of superiority to, and domination over, a world of darkskins in remote places was genuinely popular, and thus benefited the politics of imperialism. In its great international expositions, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 2, bourgeois civilization had always gloried in the triple triumphs of science, technology, and manufactures. In the era of empires it also gloried in its colonies. At the end of the century colonial pavilions, hitherto virtually unknown, multiplied. 18 complemented the Eiffel Tower in 1889, 14 attracted the tourists in Paris in 1900.11. No doubt this was planned publicity, but like all really successful propaganda, commercial or political, it succeeded because it touched a public nerve. Colonial exhibits were a hit. British jubilees, royal funerals, and coronations were all the more impressive because, like ancient Roman triumphs, they displayed submissive maharajas in jeweled robes, freely loyal rather than captive. Military parades were all the more colorful because they contained turbaned Sikhs, mustached Rajputs, smiling and implacable Gurkhas, Spahis and tall black Senegalese, the world of what was considered barbarism at the service of civilization. Even in Habsburg Vienna, uninterested in overseas colonies, an Ashanti village magnetized the sightseers. The douanier Rousseau was not the only man to dream of the tropics. The sense of superiority which thus united the Western whites, rich, middle class and poor, did so not only because all of them enjoyed the privileges of the ruler, especially when actually in the colonies. In Dakar or Mombasa the most modest clerk was a master, and accepted as a gentleman by people who would not even have noticed his existence in Paris or London. The white worker was a commander of blacks. But even where ideology insisted on at least potential equality, it was dissolved into domination. France believed in transforming its subjects in Frenchmen, notional descendants, as school textbooks insisted, in Timbuktu and Martinique as in Bordeaux, of nos ancestrales Gaulois, our ancestors the Gauls, unlike the British, convinced of the essential and permanent non-Englishness of Bengalis and Yoruba. Yet the very existence of these strata of native evolus underline the lack of evolution of the great majority. The churches set out to convert the heathen to various versions of the true Christian faith, except where actively discouraged by colonial governments, as in India, or where the task was clearly impossible, as in Islamic regions. This was the classic age of massive missionary endeavor. The missionary effort was by no means an agency of imperialist politics. Often it was opposed to the colonial authorities, pretty well always it put the interests of its converts first. Yet the success of the Lord was a function of imperialist advance. Whether trade followed the flag may still be debated, but there is no doubt at all that colonial conquest opened the way for effective missionary action, as in Uganda, Rhodesia, Zambia and Zimbabwe, and Nyasaland, Malawi. And if Christianity insisted on the equality of souls, it underlined the inequality of bodies, even of clerical bodies. It was something done by whites for natives, and paid for by whites. And though it multiplied native believers, at least half the clergy remained white. As for a colored bishop, it would require a powerful microscope to detect one anywhere between 1880 and 1914. The Catholic Church did not consecrate its first Asian bishops until the 1920s, 80 years after observing how desirable such a development would be. 13. As for the movement most passionately devoted to the equality of all men, it spoke with two voices. The secular left was anti-imperialist in principle and often in practice. Freedom for India, like freedom for Egypt and Ireland, was the objective of the British Labour movement. The left never wavered in its condemnation of colonial wars and conquests, often, as in the British opposition to the Boer War, at considerable risk of temporary unpopularity. Radicals revealed the horrors of the Congo, in metropolitan cocoa plantations on African islands, in Egypt. The campaign which led to the great electoral triumph of the British Liberal Party in 1906 was largely waged by public denunciations of Chinese slavery in the South African mines. Yet, with the rarest exceptions, such as Dutch Indonesia, Western socialists did little actually to organize the resistance of colonial peoples to their rulers, until the era of the Communist International. Within the socialist and labor movement those who frankly accepted imperialism as desirable, or at least an essential stage in the history of peoples not yet ready for self-government, were a minority on the revisionist and Fabian right wing, though many trade union leaders probably thought discussions about colonies were irrelevant, or considered colored peoples primarily as cheap labor threatening sturdy white workers. Certainly the pressure to ban colored immigrants, which established the White California and White Australia policies between the 1880s and 1914, came primarily from the working class, and Lancashire unions joined with Lancashire cotton masters to insist that India must remain deindustrialized. Internationally, socialism before 1914 remained overwhelmingly a movement of Europeans and white emigrants or their descendants, see Chapter 5 below. Colonialism remained marginal to their interests. Indeed, their analysis and definition of the new imperialist phase of capitalism, which they detected from the later 1890s, rightly saw colonial annexation and exploitation simply as one symptom and characteristic of that new phase, undesirable, like all its characteristics, but not in itself central. Few were the socialists who, like Lenin, already had their eye fixed on the inflammable material on the periphery of world capitalism. Insofar as the socialist, i.e. mainly Marxist, analysis of imperialism integrated colonialism into a much wider concept of a new phase of capitalism, it was undoubtedly right in principle, though not necessarily in the details of its theoretical model. It was also sometimes too inclined, as indeed were contemporary capitalists, to exaggerate the economic significance of colonial expansion for metropolitan countries. The imperialism of the late 19th century was undoubtedly new. It was the child of an era of competition between rival industrial, capitalist national economies which was new and which was intensified by the pressure to secure and safeguard markets in a period of business uncertainty, see Chapter 2 above. In short, it was an era when tariff and expansion become the common demand of the ruling class. 14 It was part of a process of turning away from a capitalism of the private and public policies of laissez-faire, which was also new, and implied the rise of large corporations and oligopolies as well as the increased intervention of the state in economic affairs. It belonged to a period when the peripheral part of the global economy became increasingly significant. It was a phenomenon that seemed as natural in 1900 as it would have appeared implausible in 1860. But for this link between the post-1873 capitalism and expansion into the unindustrialized world, it is doubtful whether even social imperialism would have played such part as it did in the domestic politics of states adapting themselves to mass electoral politics. All attempts to divorce the explanation of imperialism from the specific developments of capitalism in the late 19th century must be regarded as ideological exercises, though often learned and sometimes acute. 2. This still leaves us with the questions about the impact of Western, and from the 1890s Japanese, expansion on the rest of the world, and about the significance of the imperial aspects of imperialism for the metropolitan countries. The first of these questions can be answered more quickly than the second. The economic impact of imperialism was significant, but, of course, the most significant thing about it was that it was profoundly unequal, for the relationship between metropoles and dependencies was highly asymmetrical. The impact of the first on the second was dramatic and decisive, even without actual occupation, whereas the impact of the second on the first might be negligible, and was hardly ever a matter of life or death. Cuba stood or fell by the price of sugar and the willingness of the USA to import it, but even quite small developed countries, say Sweden, would not have been seriously inconvenienced if all Caribbean sugar had suddenly disappeared from the market, because they did not depend exclusively on that area for sugar. Virtually all the imports and exports of any region in sub-Saharan Africa came from or went to a handful of Western metropoles, but metropolitan trade with Africa, Asia, and Oceania, while increasing modestly between 1870 and 1914, remained quite marginal. About 80% of European trade throughout the 19th century, both exports and imports, was with other developed countries, and the same is true of European foreign investments. 15 Insofar as these were directed overseas, they went mostly to a handful of rapidly developing economies mainly populated by settlers of European descent, Canada, Australia, South Africa, Argentina, etc. As well as, of course, to the USA. In this sense, the age of imperialism looks very different when seen from Nicaragua or Malaya than it does from the point of view of Germany or France. Among the metropolitan countries, imperialism was obviously of greatest importance to Britain, since the economic supremacy of that country had always hinged on her special relationship with the overseas markets and sources of primary products. In fact, it is arguable that at no time since the Industrial Revolution had the manufactures of the United Kingdom been particularly competitive on the markets of industrializing economies, except perhaps during the golden decades of 1850 to 70. To preserve as much as possible of its privileged access to the non-European world was therefore a matter of life and death for the British economy. 16 In the late 19th century it was remarkably successful in doing so, incidentally expanding the area officially or actually under the British monarchy to a quarter of the surface of the globe, which British atlases proudly colored red. If we include the so-called informal empire of independent states which were in effect satellite economies of Britain, perhaps one-third of the globe was British in an economic, and indeed cultural, sense. For Britain exported even the peculiar shape of her post boxes to Portugal, and so quintessentially British an institution as Harrods department store to Buenos Aires. But by 1914 much of this zone of indirect influence, especially in Latin America, was already being infiltrated by other powers. However, not a great deal of this successful defensive operation had much to do with the new imperialist expansion, except that biggest of bonanzas, the diamonds and gold of South Africa. This generated a crop of, largely German, instant millionaires, the Werners, Beitz, Ecksteins, et al. Most of whom were equally instantly incorporated into British high society, never more receptive to first-generation money if it was splashed around in sufficiently large quantities. It also led to the greatest of colonial conflicts, the South African War of 1899 to 1902, which eliminated the resistance of two small local republics of white peasant settlers. Most of Britain's overseas success was due to the more systematic exploitation of Britain's already existing possessions or of the country's special position as the major importer from, and investor in, such areas as South America. Except for India, Egypt, and South Africa, most British economic activity was in countries which were virtually independent, like the White Dominions, or areas like the USA and Latin America, where British state action was not, or could not be, effectively deployed. For in spite of the cries of pain emanating from the corporation of foreign bondholders, established during the Great Depression, when faced with the well-known Latin practice of suspending debt payment or paying in devalued currency, the government did not effectively back its investors in Latin America, because it could not. The Great Depression was a crucial test in this respect, because, like later world depressions, including the one of the 1970s and 1980s, it led to a major international debt crisis, which put the banks of the metropolis at serious risk. The most the British government could do was to arrange for the Great House of Baring to be saved from insolvency in the Baring crisis of 1890, when that bank had, as banks will, ventured too freely into the whirlpools of defaulting Argentinian finance. If it backed investors with diplomacy of force, as it increasingly did after 1905, it was to support them against entrepreneurs of other countries backed by their own governments, rather than against the larger governments of the dependent world. Vi. In fact, taking the good years with the bad, British capitalists did rather well out of their informal or free empire. Almost half of all Britain's long-term publicly issued capital in 1914 was in Canada, Australia, and Latin America. More than half of all British savings were invested abroad after 1900. Of course, Britain took her share of the newly colonialized regions of the world, and, given British strength and experience, it was a larger and probably more valuable share than that of anyone else. If France occupied most of West Africa, the 4 British colonies in this area controlled the denser African populations, the larger productive capacities, and the preponderance of trade. 17 Yet the British object was not expansion but defense against others encroaching upon territories hitherto, like most of the overseas world, dominated by British trade and British capital. Did other powers benefit proportionately from their colonial expansion? It is impossible to say, since formal colonization was only one aspect of global economic expansion and competition, and, in the case of the two major industrial powers, Germany and the USA, not a major aspect of it. Moreover, as we have already seen, for no country other than Britain, with the possible exception of the Netherlands, was a special relationship with the non-industrial world economically crucial. All we can say with fair confidence is this. First, the drive for colonies seems to have been proportionately stronger in economically less dynamic metropolitan countries, where it served to some extent as a potential compensation for their economic and political inferiority to their rivals, and, in the case of France, her demographic and military inferiority. Second, in all cases there were particular economic groups, notably those associated with overseas trade and industries using overseas raw materials, pressing strongly for colonial expansion, which they naturally justified by the prospects of national advantage. Third, while some of these groups did rather well out of such expansion, the Compagnie Française de l'Afrique Occidentale paid dividends of 26% in 191,318. Most of the actual new colonies attracted little capital and their economic results were disappointing. 7 In short, the new colonialism was a byproduct of an era of economic, political rivalry between competing national economies, intensified by protectionism. However, insofar as the metropolitan trade with the colonies almost invariably increased as a percentage of its total trade, that protectionism was modestly successful. Yet the age of empire was not only an economic and political but a cultural phenomenon. The conquest of the globe by its developed minority transformed images, ideas, and aspirations, both by force and institutions, by example and by social transformation. In the dependent countries this hardly affected anyone except the indigenous elites, though of course it must be remembered that in some regions, such as sub-Saharan Africa, it was imperialism itself, or the associated phenomenon of Christian missions, which created the possibility of new social elites based on education in the Western manner. The division between Francophone and Anglophone African states today exactly mirrors the distribution of the French and British colonial empires. 8 Except in Africa and Oceania, where Christian missions sometimes secured mass conversions to the Western religion, the great mass of the colonial populations hardly changed their ways of life if they could help it. And, to the chagrin of the more unbending missionaries, what indigenous peoples adopted was not so much the faith imported from the West as those elements in it which made sense to them in terms of their own system of beliefs and institutions, or demands. Just like the sports brought to Pacific Islanders by enthusiastic British colonial administrators, so often selected from among the more muscular products of the middle class, colonial religion often looked as unexpected to the Western observer as Samoan cricket. This was so even where the faithful nominally followed the orthodoxies of their denomination. But they were also apt to develop their own versions of the faith, notably in South Africa, the one region in Africa where really massive conversions took place, where an Ethiopian movement seceded from the missions as early as 1892 in order to establish a form of Christianity less identified with the whites. What imperialism brought to the elites or potential elites of the dependent world was therefore essentially westernization. It had, of course, begun to do so long before then. For all governments and elites of countries faced with dependency or conquest, it had been clear for several decades that they had to westernize or go under. See The Age of Capital, chapters 7, 8, 11. And, indeed, the ideologies which inspired such elites in the era of imperialism dated back to the years between the French Revolution and the mid-19th century, as when they took the form of the positivism of Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, a modernizing doctrine which inspired the governments of Brazil, Mexico, and the early Turkish Revolution. See pages 284, 290 below. Elite resistance to the West remained westernizing even when it opposed wholesale westernization on grounds of religion, morality, ideology, or political pragmatism. The saintly Mahatma Gandhi, wearing loincloth and bearing a spindle, to discourage industrialization, was not only supported and financed by the owners of mechanized cotton factories in Ahmedabad but was himself a Western-educated lawyer visibly influenced by Western-derived ideology. He is quite incomprehensible if we see in him only a Hindu traditionalist. In fact, Gandhi illustrates the specific impact of the era of imperialism rather well. Born into a relatively modest caste of traders and money-lenders not previously much associated with the westernized elite which administered India under British superiors, he nevertheless acquired a professional and political education in England. By the late 1880s this was so accepted an option for ambitious young men from his country that Gandhi himself began to write a guidebook to English life for prospective students of modest circumstances such as himself. Written in superb English, it advised them on everything from the journey by P&O steamer to London and how to find lodgings, to ways of meeting the diet requirements of the pious Hindu and how to get used to the surprising Western habit of shaving oneself rather than having it done by a barber. 19 Gandhi clearly saw himself neither as an unconditional assimilator nor as an unconditional opponent of things British. As many pioneers of colonial liberation have done since, during their temporary stay in the metropole, he chose to move in Western circles which were ideologically congenial, in his case those of British vegetarians, who may safely be taken as being in favor of other progressive causes also. Gandhi learned his characteristic technique of mobilizing traditionalist masses for non-traditionalist purposes by means of passive resistance, in an environment created by the new imperialism. It was, as one might expect, a fusion of Western and Eastern elements, for he made no secret of his intellectual debt to John Ruskin and Tolstoy. Before the 1880s the fertilization of Indian political flowers by pollen carried from Russia would have been inconceivable, but by the first decade of the new century it was already common among Indian, as it was to be among Chinese and Japanese radicals. South Africa, the boom country of diamonds and gold, attracted a large community of modest immigrants from India, and racial discrimination in this novel setting created one of the few situations in which the non-elite Indians were ready for modern political mobilization. Gandhi gained his political experience and won his political spurs as the champion of Indian rights in South Africa. He could hardly as yet have done the same in India itself, where he eventually returned, but only after the outbreak of the 1914 war, to become the key figure in the Indian national movement. In short, the age of empire created both the conditions which formed anti-imperialist leaders and the conditions which, as we shall see, chapter 12 below, began to give their voices resonance. But, of course, it is an anachronism and a misunderstanding to present the history of the peoples and regions brought under the domination and influence of the Western metropoles primarily in terms of resistance to the West. It is an anachronism because, with exceptions to be noted below, the era of significant anti-imperial movements begins for most regions at the earliest with the First World War and the Russian Revolution, and a misunderstanding, because it reads the text of modern nationalism, independence, the self-determination of peoples, the formation of territorial states, etc. See chapter 6 below, into a historical record which did not yet, and could not yet, contain it. In fact, it was the westernized elites which first made contact with such ideas through their visits to the West and through the educational institutions formed by the West, for that is where they came from. Young Indian students returning from Britain might bring with them the slogans of Mazzini and Garibaldi, but as yet few of the inhabitants of the Punjab, let alone of regions like the Sudan, would have the slightest idea of what they could mean. The most powerful cultural legacy of imperialism was, therefore, an education in Western ways for minorities of various kinds, for the favored few who became literate and therefore discovered, with or without the assistance of Christian conversion, the high road of ambition which wore the white collar of the clergyman, teacher, bureaucrat, or office worker. In some regions it also included those who acquired new ways as soldiers and policemen of the new rulers, wearing their clothes, adopting their peculiar ideas of time, place, and domestic arrangement. These, of course, were the minorities of potential movers and shakers, which is why the era of colonialism, brief even by the measure of a single human life, has left such lasting effects. For it is a surprising fact that in most parts of Africa the entire experience of colonialism from original occupation to the formation of independent states, fits within a single lifetime, say that of Sir Winston Churchill, 1874 to 1965. What of the opposite effect of the dependent world on the dominant? Exoticism had been a byproduct of European expansion since the 16th century, though philosophical observers in the Age of Enlightenment had more often than not treated the strange countries beyond Europe and European settlers as a sort of moral barometer of European civilization. Where they were plainly civilized, they could illustrate the institutional deficiencies of the West, as in Montesquieu's Persian letters; where they were not, they were apt to be treated as noble savages whose natural and admirable comportment illustrated the corruption of civilized society. The novelty of the 19th century was that non-Europeans and their societies were increasingly, and generally, treated as inferior, undesirable, feeble, and backward, even infantile. They were fit subjects for conquest, or at least for conversion to the values of the only real civilization, that represented by traders, missionaries, and bodies of armed men full of firearms and fire-water. And in a sense the values of traditional non-Western societies increasingly became irrelevant to their survival in an age when force and military technology alone counted. Did the sophistication of imperial Peking prevent the Western barbarians from burning and looting the Summer Palace more than once? Did the elegance of elite culture in the declining Mughal capital, so beautifully portrayed in Satyajit Ray's The Chess Players, hold up the advancing British? For the average European, such people became objects of contempt. The only non-Europeans they took to were fighters, preferably those who could be recruited into their own colonial armies: Sikhs, Gurkhas, Berber mountaineers, Afghans, Bedouin. The Ottoman Empire earned a grudging respect, because even in decline it had an infantry which could resist European armies. Japan came to be treated as an equal when it began to win wars. And yet the very density of the network of global communication, the very accessibility of foreign lands, directly or indirectly, intensified the confrontation and the intermingling of the Western and the exotic worlds. Those who knew and reflected on both were few, though in the imperialist period their number was increased by writers who deliberately chose to make themselves intermediaries between them, writers or intellectuals by vocation and by profession, mariners, like Pierre Lodi and, greatest of them, Joseph Conrad, soldiers and administrators, like the Orientalist Louis Messiaen, or colonial journalists, like Rudyard Kipling. But increasingly the exotic became part of everyday education, as in the enormously successful boys' novels of Karl May, 1842 to 1912, whose imaginary German hero ranged through the Wild West and the Islamic East, with excursions into Black Africa and Latin America; in the thrillers, whose villains now included inscrutable and all-powerful Orientals like Sax Rohmer's Dr. Fu Manchu; in the pulp magazine School Stories for British Boys, which now included a rich Hindu speaking the Baroque Babu. English of the expected stereotype. It could even become an occasional but expected part of everyday experience, as in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, with its equally exotic cowboys and Indians, which conquered Europe from 1887 on, or in the increasingly elaborate colonial villages or exhibits in the great international expositions. These glimpses of strange worlds were not documentary, whatever their intention. They were ideological, generally reinforcing the sense of superiority of the civilized over the primitive. They were imperialist only because, as the novels of Joseph Conrad show, the central link between the worlds of the exotic and the everyday was the formal or informal penetration of the Third World by the West. When colloquial language, mainly via various forms of slang, notably that of colonial armies, absorbed words from the actual imperial experience, they often reflected a negative view of its subjects. Italian workers called strike breakers Crumeri, after a North African tribe, and Italian politicians called the regiments of docile southern voters marched into elections by local patrons Askari, colonial native troops. Caciques, the Indian chieftains of Spain's American Empire, had become a synonym for any political boss. Cades, North African indigenous chiefs, provided the term for leaders of criminal gangs in France. Yet there was a more positive side to this exoticism. Intellectually minded administrators and soldiers, businessmen were less interested in such matters, pondered deeply on the differences between their own societies and those they ruled. They produced both bodies of impressive scholarship about them, especially in the Indian Empire, and theoretical reflections which transformed Western social sciences. Much of this work was the byproduct of colonial rule or intended to assist it, and most of it unquestionably rested on a firm and confident sense of the superiority of Western knowledge to any other, except perhaps in the realm of religion, where the superiority of e.g. Methodism to Buddhism was not obvious to impartial observers. Imperialism brought a notable rise in the Western interest in, and sometimes the Western conversion to, forms of spirituality derived from the Orient, or claiming to be so derived. 20 Yet, in spite of post-colonial criticism, this body of Western scholarship cannot be dismissed simply as a supercilious depreciation of non-European cultures. At the very least, the best of it took them seriously, as something to be respected and from which to derive instruction. In the field of art, and especially the visual arts, Western avant-gardes treated non-Western cultures entirely as equals. They were indeed largely inspired by them in this period. This is true not only of arts believed to represent sophisticated civilizations, however exotic, like the Japanese, whose influence on French painters was marked, but of those regarded as primitive, and notably those of Africa and Oceania. No doubt their primitivism was their main attraction, but it is undeniable that the avant-garde generations of the early 20th century taught Europeans to see such works as art, often as great art, in its own right, irrespective of its origin. One final aspect of imperialism must be briefly mentioned, its impact on the ruling and middle classes of the metropolitan countries themselves. In one sense, imperialism dramatized the triumph of these classes and the societies created in their image as nothing else could possibly have done. A handful of countries, mainly in northwestern Europe, dominated the globe. Some imperialists, to the resentment of the Latins not to mention the Slavs, even liked to stress the peculiar conquering merits of those of Teutonic and especially Anglo-Saxon origins who, whatever their rivalries, were said to have an affinity to each other which still echoes through Hitler's grudging respect for Britain. A handful of men of the upper and middle class within these countries, officers, administrators, businessmen, engineers, exercised that domination effectively. Around 1890, a little over 6,000 British officials governed almost 300 million Indians with the help of a little over 70,000 European soldiers, the rank and file of whom were, like the much more numerous indigenous troops, mercenaries who took orders, and who indeed were disproportionately drawn from that older reservoir of native colonial fighters, the Irish. The case is extreme, but by no means untypical. Could there be a more extraordinary proof of absolute superiority? The number of people directly involved in empire was thus relatively small, but their symbolic significance was enormous. When the writer Rudyard Kipling, the bard of the Indian Empire, was believed to be dying of pneumonia in 1899, not only the British and the Americans grieved. Kipling had just addressed a poem on the white man's burden to the USA on its responsibilities in the Philippines, but the Emperor of Germany sent a telegram. 21. Yet imperial triumph raised both problems and uncertainties. It raised problems insofar as the contradiction between the rule of metropolitan ruling classes over their empires and their own peoples became increasingly insoluble. Within the metropoles, as we shall see, the politics of democratic electoralism increasingly, and as it seemed inevitably, prevailed or were destined to prevail. Within the colonial empires, autocracy ruled, based on the combination of physical coercion and passive submission to a superiority so great as to appear unchallengeable and therefore legitimate. Soldiers and self-disciplined proconsuls, isolated men with absolute powers over territories the size of kingdoms, ruled over continents, while at home the ignorant and inferior masses were rampant. Was there not a lesson in the sense of Nietzsche's will to power, to be learned here? Imperialism also raised uncertainties. In the first place it confronted a small minority of whites, for even the majority of that race belonged to those destined to inferiority, as the new discipline of eugenics unceasingly warned, see chapter 10 below, with the masses of the black, the brown, perhaps above all the yellow, that yellow peril against which the Emperor William II called for the union and defense of the West. 22 Could world empires, so easily won, so narrowly based, so absurdly easily ruled thanks to the devotion of a few and the passivity of the many, could they last? Kipling, the greatest, perhaps the only, poet of imperialism welcomed the great moment of demagogic imperial pride, Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee in 1897, with a prophetic reminder of the impermanence of empires. Far called, our navies melt away. On dune and headland sinks the fire. Lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh and Tyre. Judge of the nations, spare us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. 23. Pomp planned the building of an enormous new imperial capital for India in New Delhi. Was Clemenceau the only skeptical observer who would foresee that it would be the latest of a long series of ruins of imperial capitals? And was the vulnerability of global rule so much greater than the vulnerability of domestic rule over the white masses? The uncertainty was double-edged. For if empire, and the rule of the ruling classes, was vulnerable to its subjects, though perhaps not yet, not immediately, was it not more immediately vulnerable to the erosion from within of the will to rule, the willingness to wage the Darwinian struggle for the survival of the fittest? Would not the very wealth and luxury which power and enterprise had brought weaken the fibers of those muscles whose constant efforts were necessary to maintain it? Did not empire lead to parasitism at the center and to the eventual triumph of the barbarians? Nowhere did such questions sound a more doom-laden echo than in the greatest and most vulnerable of all empires, the one which in size and glory surpassed all empires of the past, and yet in other respects was on the verge of decline. But even the hard-working and energetic Germans saw imperialism as going hand in hand with that rentier state which could not but lead to decay. Let J. A. Hobson give word to these fears, if China were to be partitioned. The greater part of Western Europe might then assume the appearance and character already exhibited by tracts of country in the south of England, in the Riviera, and in the tourist-ridden or residential parts of Italy and Switzerland, little clusters of wealthy aristocrats drawing dividends and pensions from the Far East, with a somewhat larger group of professional retainers and tradesmen and a large body of personal servants and workers in the transport trade and in the final stages of production of the more perishable goods. All the main arterial industries would have disappeared, the staple foods and manufactures flowing in as tribute from Africa and Asia. 24. The bourgeoisie's Belle Époque would thus disarm it. The charming, harmless alloy of H. G. Wells' novel, Living Lives of Play in the Sun, would be at the mercy of the dark Morlocks on whom they depended, and against whom they were helpless. 25 Europe, wrote the German economist Schulz Governitz, will shift the burden of physical toil, first agriculture and mining, then the more arduous toil in industry, onto the colored races, and itself be content with the role of rentier, and in this way, perhaps, pave the way for the economic and later the political emancipation of the colored races. 26. Such were the bad dreams which disturbed the sleep of the Belle Époque. In them the nightmares of empire merged with the fears of democracy. Chapter 4. The Politics of Democracy. All those who, by wealth, education, intelligence or guile, have an aptitude for leading a community of men and a chance of doing so, in other words, all the cliques in the ruling class, have to bow to universal suffrage once it is instituted, and also, if occasion requires, cajole and fool it. Gaetano Mosca, 18,951. Democracy is still on trial, but so far it has not disgraced itself. It is true that its full force has not yet come into operation, and this for two causes, one more or less permanent in its effect, the other of a more transient nature. In the first place, whatever be the numerical representation of wealth, its power will always be out of proportion, and secondly, the defective organization of the newly enfranchised classes has prevented any overwhelming alteration in the pre-existing balance of power. John Maynard Keynes, 1942. It is significant that none of the modern secular states have neglected to provide national holidays giving occasions for assemblage. American Journal of Sociology, 1896-733. The historical period with which this volume deals began with an international outburst of hysteria among the rulers of Europe and among its terrified middle classes, provoked by the short-lived Commune of Paris in 1871, whose suppression had been followed by massacres of Parisians on a scale which would normally have been inconceivable in civilized 19th-century states. Even by our more barbarous standards, the scale is still impressive, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 9. This brief, brutal, and for the time uncharacteristic, unleashing of blind terror by respectable society reflected a fundamental problem of the politics of bourgeois society, that of its democratization. Democracy, as the sagacious Aristotle had observed, was the government of the mass of the people, who were, on the whole, poor. The interests of the poor and the rich, the privileged and the unprivileged, are evidently not the same. Even if we assume that they are or can be, the masses are rather unlikely to consider public affairs in the same light and in the same terms as what British Victorian writers called the classes, happily still able to identify class political action only with aristocracy and bourgeoisie. This was the basic dilemma of 19th-century liberalism, cf. The Age of Capital, Chapter 6, 1, devoted as it was to constitutions and sovereign elected assemblies, which it did its best to sidestep by being non-democratic, i.e. by excluding the majority of male citizens of states, not to mention the totality of their female inhabitants, from the right to vote and to be elected. Until the period with which this volume deals, its unshakable foundation was the distinction between what the logical French in Louis Philippe's era had called the legal country and the real country, le pays legal, le pays real. From the moment when the real country began to penetrate the political enclosure of the legal or political country, defended by the fortifications of property and educational qualifications for voting and, in most countries, by institutionalized aristocratic privilege, such as hereditary chambers of peers, the social order was at risk. What indeed, would happen in politics when the masses of the people, ignorant and brutalized, unable to understand the elegant and salutary logic of Adam Smith's free market, controlled the political fate of states? They would, as likely as not, pursue a road which led to that social revolution whose brief reappearance in 1871 had so terrified the respectable. In its ancient insurrectional form, revolution might no longer seem imminent, but was it not concealed behind any major extension of the franchise beyond the ranks of the propertied and educated? Would this not, as the future Lord Salisbury feared in 1866, inevitably lead to communism? Yet after 1870 it became increasingly clear that the democratization of the politics of states was quite inevitable. The masses would march onto the stage of politics, whether rulers liked it or not. And this is indeed what happened. Electoral systems based on a wide franchise, sometimes even in theory on universal male suffrage, already existed in the 1870s in France, in Germany, at any rate for the all-German parliament, in Switzerland and in Denmark. In Britain the Reform Acts of 1867 and 1883 almost quadrupled the electorate, which rose from 8 to 29% of men over the age of 20. Belgium democratized her franchise in 1894, following a general strike for this reform. The increase was from 39 to 37.3% of the adult male population. Norway doubled it in 1898, from 16.6 to 34.8%. In Finland, a uniquely extensive democracy, 76% of adults, came in with the 1905 revolution. In Sweden the electorate was doubled in 1908 to bring it level with Norway. The Austrian half of the Habsburg Empire received universal suffrage in 1907, and Italy in 1913. Outside Europe the USA, Australia, and New Zealand were, of course, already democratic, and Argentina became so in 1912. By later standards this democratization was still incomplete. The usual electorate under universal suffrage was between 30 and 40% of the adult population, but it should be noted that even votes for women was already more than a utopian slogan. They had been introduced on the margins of white settler territory in the 1890s, in Wyoming, USA, New Zealand, and South Australia, and in democratic Finland and Norway between 1905 and 1913. These developments were viewed without enthusiasm by the governments that introduced them, even when these were committed by ideological conviction to the representation of the people. Readers will already have observed, incidentally, how late even countries we now think of as profoundly and historically democratic, such as the Scandinavian ones, decided to broaden the vote. This is not to mention the Netherlands, which unlike Belgium resisted systematic democratization before 1918, though their electorate did indeed grow at a comparable rate. Politicians might resign themselves to prophylactic extensions of the vote while they, rather than some extreme left, could still control it. This was probably the case in France and Britain. Among conservatives there were cynics like Bismarck, who had faith in the traditional loyalty, or, as liberals might have claimed, the ignorance and stupidity, of a mass electorate, calculating that universal suffrage would strengthen the right rather than the left. But even Bismarck preferred to run no risks in Prussia, which dominated the German Empire, where he maintained a three-class franchise strongly skewed in favor of the right. This precaution proved to be wise, for the mass electorate turned out to be uncontrollable from above. Elsewhere politicians yielded to popular agitation and pressure, or to the calculations of domestic political conflicts. In both cases they feared that the consequences of what Disraeli had called a leap in the dark might be unpredictable. Certainly the socialist agitations of the 1890s, and the direct and indirect repercussions of the First Russian Revolution, accelerated democratization. Still, whatever the way in which democratization advanced, between 1880 and 1914 most Western states had to resign themselves to the inevitable. Democratic politics could no longer be postponed. Henceforth the problem was how to manipulate them. Manipulation in the crudest sense was still easy. One might, for instance, place strict limits on the political role of assemblies elected by universal suffrage. This was the Bismarckian model, in which the constitutional rights of the German parliament, Reichstag, were minimized. Elsewhere second chambers, sometimes composed of hereditary members as in Britain, voting by special, and weighted, electoral colleges and other analogous institutions put brakes on democratized representative assemblies. Elements of property suffrage were retained, reinforced by educational qualifications, e.g. additional votes for citizens with higher education in Belgium, Italy, and the Netherlands, and special seats for universities in Britain. Japan introduced parliamentarism with such limitations in 1890. Such fancy franchises, as the British called them, were reinforced by the useful device of gerrymandering, or what Austrians called electoral geometry, the manipulation of constituency boundaries to minimize or maximize support for certain parties. Timid or simply cautious voters could be put under pressure by open ballots, especially where powerful landlords or other patrons watched over the scene. Denmark maintained open voting until 1901, Prussia until 1918, Hungary until the 1930s. Patronage, as American city bosses knew well, could deliver voting blocks. In Europe the Italian liberal Giovanni Giolitti proved to be the master of clientelist politics. The minimum age for voting was elastic, it ranged from 20 in democratic Switzerland to 30 in Denmark, and was often raised somewhat when the right to vote was extended. And there was always the possibility of simple sabotage, by complicating the process of getting onto electoral registers. Thus in Britain it has been estimated that in 1914 about half the working class was de facto disenfranchised by such devices. Nevertheless, such breaking devices might slow the movements of the political vehicle towards democracy, but they could not stop its advance. The Western world, including after 1905 even Tsarist Russia, was plainly moving towards systems of politics based on an increasingly wide electorate dominated by the common people. The logical consequence of such systems was the political mobilization of the masses for and through elections, that is to say for the purpose of putting pressure on national governments. This implied the organization of mass movements and mass parties, the politics of mass propaganda and the developing mass media, at this stage mainly the newly developing popular or yellow press, and other developments which raised major and novel problems for governments and ruling classes. Unfortunately for the historian, these problems disappear from the scene of open political discussion in Europe, as the growing democratization made it impossible to debate them publicly with any degree of frankness. What candidate wanted to tell his voters that he considered them too stupid and ignorant to know what was best in politics, and that their demands were as absurd as they were dangerous to the future of the country? What statesman, surrounded by reporters carrying his words to the remotest corner tavern, would actually say what he meant? Increasingly politicians were obliged to appeal to a mass electorate, even to speak directly to the masses or indirectly through the megaphone of the popular press, including their opponents' papers. Bismarck had probably never addressed other than an elite audience. Gladstone introduced mass electioneering to Britain, and perhaps to Europe, in the campaign of 1879. No longer would the expected implications of democracy be discussed, except by political outsiders, with the frankness and realism of the debates which had surrounded the British Reform Act of 1867. But as the men who governed wrapped themselves in rhetoric, the serious discussion of politics retreated to the world of the intellectuals and the educated minority public which read them. The era of democratization was also the golden age of a new political sociology, of Durkheim and Searle, Ostrogorsky and the Webbs, Mosca, Pareto, Robert Michaels and Max Weber, see pages 273-4 below. Point 4. When the men who governed really wanted to say what they meant, they had henceforth to do so in the obscurity of the corridors of power, the clubs, the private social evenings, the shooting parties or country house weekends where the members of the elite met each other in a very different atmosphere from that of the gladiatorial comedies of parliamentary debates or public meetings. The age of democratization thus turned into the era of public political hypocrisy, or rather duplicity, and hence also into that of political satire, of Mr. Dooley, of bitter, funny and enormously talented cartoon journals like the German Simplicissimus and the French Essai et Auber or Karl Kraus Fackel in Vienna. For what intelligent observer could overlook the yawning gap between public discourse and political reality, which Hilaire Belloc captured in his epigram of the great liberal election triumph in 1906? The accursed power that rests on privilege, and goes with women, and champagne, and bridge, broke, and democracy resumed her reign. That goes with bridge, and women, and champagne. Point 5. But who were the masses who now mobilized for political action? In the first place there were classes of social strata hitherto below and outside the political system, several of which might form rather more heterogeneous alliances, coalitions, or popular fronts. The most formidable of these was the working class, now mobilizing in parties and movements on an explicit class basis. These will be considered in the next chapter. There was also that large and ill-defined coalition of discontented intermediate strata uncertain which they feared more, the rich, or the proletariat. This was the old petty bourgeoisie of master artisans and small shopkeepers, undermined by the progress of the capitalist economy, the rapidly increasing new lower middle class of non-manual and white-collar workers. These constituted the hand-worker-frige and the middle-standsfrige of German politics during and after the Great Depression. Theirs was a world defined by size, of little people against the big interests, and in which the very word little, as in the little man, le petit commerçant, der kleine Mann, became a slogan and a rallying call. How many radical socialist journals in France did not proudly bear this title, le petit Nicois, le petit Provençal, la petite Charente, le petit Troyen. Little, but not too little, for small property needed as much defense against collectivism as big property, and the superiority of the clerk needed to be defended against any confusion with the skilled manual worker, who might have a very similar income, especially as the established middle classes were disinclined to welcome the lower middle classes as their equals. This was also, and for good reasons, the political sphere of rhetoric and demagogy par excellence. In countries where the tradition of a radical, democratic Jacobinism was strong, its rhetoric, strong or flowery, kept the little men on the left, though in France this embodied a heavy dose of national chauvinism and a significant potential of xenophobia. In Central Europe its nationalist and especially its anti-Semitic character was unconfined. For Jews could be identified not merely with capitalism, and especially the part of capitalism that impinged on small craftsmen and shopkeepers, bankers, dealers, founders of the new chains of distribution and department stores, but also often with godless socialists and, more generally, with intellectuals who undermined the old and threatened verities of morality and the patriarchal family. From the 1880s on, anti-Semitism became a major component of the organized political movements of little men from the western frontiers of Germany eastwards into the Habsburg Empire, Russia, and Romania. Nor should its significance be underestimated elsewhere. Who would suspect, from the anti-Semitic convulsions which shook France in the 1890s, the decade of the Panama scandals and the Dreyfus affair, that there were at this period barely 60,000 Jews in that country of 40 million. See pages 158 to 296 below. There was also, of course, the peasantry, which still formed the majority in many countries, the largest economic group in others. Though peasants and farmers from the 1880s on, the era of depression, increasingly mobilized as economic pressure groups, and indeed joined new organizations for cooperative purchasing, marketing, product processing and credit in impressive masses in countries as different as the USA and Denmark, New Zealand and France, Belgium and Ireland, the peasantry rarely mobilized politically and electorally as a class, assuming that so varied a body can be regarded as a class. Of course no government could afford to neglect the economic interests of so substantial a body of voters as the agricultural cultivators in agrarian countries. Still, insofar as the peasantry mobilized electorally, they did so under non-agricultural banners, even where it was clear that the force of a particular political movement or party, such as the populists in the USA of the 1890s or the social revolutionaries in Russia, after 1902, rested on the support of farmers or peasants. If social groups mobilized as such, so did bodies of citizens united by sectional loyalties such as those of religion and nationality. Sectional, because political mass mobilizations on a confessional basis, even in countries of a single religion, were always blocs counterposed to other blocs, either confessional or secular. And nationalist electoral mobilizations, sometimes, as in the case of the Poles and Irish, coinciding with religious ones, were almost always autonomous movements within multinational states. They had little in common with the national patriotism inculcated by states, and sometimes escaping from their control, or with political movements, normally of the right, which claimed to represent the nation against subversive minorities, see Chapter 6 below. However, the rise of politico-confessional mass movements as a general phenomenon was substantially hampered by the ultra-conservatism of the body with much the most formidable capacity to mobilize and organize its faithful, namely the Roman Catholic Church. Politics, parties, elections were part of that miserable 19th century which Rome had attempted to banish ever since the Syllabus of 1864 and the Vatican Council of 1870, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 14, 3. It remained quite unreconciled to it, as witness the proscription of those Catholic thinkers who in the 1890s and 1900s cautiously suggested coming to some sort of terms with contemporary ideas. Modernism was condemned by Pope Pius X in 1907. What place could there be for Catholic politics in this infernal world of secular politics, except for total opposition and the specific defense of religious practice, Catholic education, and such other institutions of the Church as were vulnerable to the state in its permanent conflict with the Church? So, while the political potential of Christian parties was enormous, as European history since 1945 was to show too, and while it evidently increased with every extension of the vote, the Church resisted the formation of Catholic political parties formally backed by it, though recognizing, from the early 1890s, the desirability of wresting the working classes away from godless socialist revolution, and, of course, the need to look after its major constituency, the peasants. But, in spite of the Pope's blessing for the Catholics' new concern for social policy, in the encyclical Rerum Novarum, 1891, the ancestors and founders of what were to become the Christian democratic parties of the second post-war era were viewed with suspicion and periodic hostility by the Church, not only because they also, like modernism, seemed to compromise with undesirable tendencies in the lay world, but also because the Church was ill at ease with the cottars from the New Catholic middle and lower middle strata, urban and rural, of the expanding economies, who found a scope for action in them. When the great demagogue Karl Lueger, 1844–1910, succeeded in the 1890s in founding the first major Christian social modern mass party, a strongly anti-Semitic lower middle class movement which conquered the city of Vienna, he did so against the resistance of the Austrian hierarchy. It still survives as the People's Party, which governed independent Austria for most of her history since 1918. The Church thus usually backed conservative or reactionary parties of various kinds, or, in Catholic nations subordinate within multinational states, nationalist movements not infected with the secular virus, it kept on good terms with these. Against socialism and revolution, it usually backed anybody. Thus genuine Catholic mass parties and movements were to be found only in Germany, where they had come into being to resist Bismarck's anti-clerical campaigns of the 1870s, in the Netherlands, where all politics took the form of confessional groupings, including the Protestant and the non-religious, organized as vertical blocks, and Belgium, where Catholics and anti-clerical liberals had formed the two-party system long before democratization. Even rarer were Protestant religious parties, and where they existed confessional demands usually merged with other slogans, nationalism and liberalism, as in overwhelming by nonconformist Wales, anti-nationalism, as among the Ulster Protestants who opted for union with Britain against Irish Home Rule, liberalism, as in the British Liberal Party, where nonconformity became more powerful as the old Whig aristocrats and important big business interests defected to the Conservatives in the 1880s. In Eastern Europe, of course, religion in politics was politically indistinguishable from nationalism, including, in Russia, that of the state. The Tsar was not merely the head of the Orthodox Church, but mobilized orthodoxy against revolution. The other great world religions, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, not to mention the cults confined to particular communities and people, still operated in an ideological and political universe to which Western democratic politics were unknown and irrelevant. If religion had a vast political potential, national identification was an equally formidable and in practice a more effective mobilizer. When, after the democratization of the British franchise in 1884, Ireland voted for its representatives, the Irish Nationalist Party captured all Catholic seats in the island. 85 out of 103 members formed a disciplined phalanx behind the Protestant leader of Irish nationalism, Charles Stewart Parnell, 1846–91. Wherever national consciousness opted for political expression, it became evident that the Poles would vote as Poles, in Germany and Austria, the Czechs as Czechs. The politics of the Austrian half of the Habsburg Empire were paralyzed by such national divisions. Indeed, after the riots and counter-riots of Germans and Czechs in the mid-1890s, parliamentarianism broke down completely, since no parliamentary majority was henceforth possible for any government. The grant of universal suffrage in 1907 was not only a concession to pressure, but a desperate attempt to mobilize electoral masses who might vote for non-national parties, Catholic or even socialist, against irreconcilable and squabbling national blocs. In its extreme form, the disciplined mass party cum movement, political mass mobilization remained uncommon. Even among the new labor and socialist movements, the monolithic, all-embracing pattern of German social democracy was by no means universal, see next chapter. Nevertheless, the elements constituting this new phenomenon could now be discerned almost everywhere. They were, first, the constituent organizations which formed its base. The ideal typical mass party movement consisted of a complex of local organizations or branches together with a complex of organizations, each also with local branches, for special purposes, but integrated into a party with wider political objectives. Thus in 1914 the Irish national movement consisted of the United Irish League, which formed its national framework, organized electorally, i.e. in each parliamentary constituency. It organized the electoral congresses, chaired by the president, chairman, of the League and attended not only by its own delegates but also by those of the trades councils, city consortia of trade union branches, of the unions themselves, of the Land and Labour Association which represented farmers' interests, of the Gaelic Athletic Association, of mutual aid associations like the Ancient Order of Hibernians, which incidentally linked the island to the American emigration, and of other bodies. This was the cadre of the mobilized which formed the essential link between the nationalist leadership in and out of Parliament, and the mass electorate which defined the outer boundaries of those who supported the cause of Irish autonomy. The activists thus organized could themselves be a very substantial mass. In 1913 the League had 130,000 members out of a total Irish Catholic population of 3.6 million. In the second place, the new mass movements were ideological. They were more than simple groupings for pressure and action in favor of particular objects, such as the defense of viticulture. Such organized specific interest groups naturally also multiplied, since the logic of democratized politics required interests to exert pressure on national governments and assemblies in theory sensitive to it. But bodies like the German Bund der Landwirte, founded 1893 and almost immediately, 1894, joined by 200,000 agriculturalists, were not linked to a party, in spite of the Bund's obvious conservative sympathies and its almost total domination by the large landowners. In 1898 it relied on the support of 118, out of 397, Reichstag deputies who belonged to 5 distinct parties. 7 Unlike such special interest groups, however powerful, the new party movement represented a total vision of the world. It was this, rather than the specific and perhaps changing concrete political program, that, for its members and supporters, formed something like that civic religion which, for Jean-Jacques Rousseau and for Durkheim and other theorists in the new field of sociology, ought to bind together modern societies. Only in this instance it formed a sectional cement. Religion, nationalism, democracy, socialism, the precursor ideologies of interwar fascism, these held together the newly mobilized masses, whatever material interests their movements also represented. Paradoxically, in countries of strong revolutionary traditions such as France, the USA, and rather more remotely England, the ideology of their own past revolutions allowed old or new elites to domesticate at least part of the new mass mobilization, by strategies long familiar to 4th of July orators in democratic North America. British liberalism, which was heir to the glorious Whig Revolution of 1688 and which did not overlook the occasional appeal to the regicides of 1649 for the benefit of the descendants of the Puritan sects, succeeded in holding up the development of a mass Labour Party until after 1914. Moreover, the Labour Party, founded 1900, such as it was, sailed in the wake of the Liberals. Republican radicalism in France tried to absorb and assimilate popular mass mobilizations by brandishing the banner of Republic and Revolution against its enemies. And not without success. The slogans "No enemies on the left" and "Unity of all good Republicans" did much to bind the new popular left to the men of the center who ran the Third Republic. In the third place, it follows that the mass mobilizations were, in their way, global. They either shattered the old localized or regional framework of politics, or pushed it to the margin, or integrated it into wider comprehensive movements. In any case, national politics in democratized countries left less scope for purely regional parties, even in states with as strongly marked regional differences as Germany and Italy. Thus in Germany the regional character of Hanover, annexed by Prussia as recently as 1866, where anti-Prussian feeling and loyalty to the old Guelph dynasty were still marked, showed itself only by giving a marginally smaller percentage of its vote, 85% or as against 94 to 100% elsewhere, to the various nationwide parties. 8 That confessional or ethnic minorities, or for that matter social and economic groups, were sometimes limited to particular geographical areas should not mislead us. In contrast to the electoral politics of the older bourgeois society, the new mass politics were increasingly incompatible with the old localized politics based on the men of local power and influence, known, in the French political vocabulary, as notables. There were still many parts of Europe and the Americas, especially in such areas as the Iberian and Balkan peninsulas, in southern Italy and in Latin America, where caciques or patrons, persons of local power and influence, could deliver blocks of client votes to the highest bidder or to even greater patrons. The boss did not even disappear in democratic politics, but there, increasingly, it was the party which made the notable, or at least which saved him from isolation and political impotence, rather than the other way round. Older elites transforming themselves to fit in with democracy might well develop various combinations between the politics of local patronage and influence and those of democracy. And, indeed, the last decades of the old century and the first of the new were filled with complex conflicts between old-style notability and the new political operators, local bosses, or other key elements controlling the local party fortunes. The democracy which thus replaced the politics of notables, insofar as it had already succeeded in doing so, did not substitute the people for patronage and influence, but the organization, that is to say the committees, the party notables, the activist minorities. This paradox was soon noted by realistic observers of politics, who pointed to the crucial role of such committees, or caucuses, in the Anglo-American term, or even to the iron law of oligarchy which Robert Michels believed he could derive from his study of the German Social Democratic Party. Michels also noted the tendency for the new mass movements to venerate leader figures, though he made too much of it. 9 For the admiration which undoubtedly tended to surround some leaders of national mass movements, and which was embodied on many a modest wall in portraits of Gladstone, the grand old man of liberalism, or of Babel, the leader of German social democracy, in our period reflected the cause which united the faithful rather than the man himself. Moreover, there were enough mass movements without charismatic chiefs. When Charles Stewart Parnell fell, in 1891, victim of the complications of his private life and the joint hostility of Catholic and nonconformist morality, the Irish abandoned him without hesitation, and yet no leader aroused more passionate personal loyalties than he, and the Parnell myth long survived the man. In short, for its supporters the party or movement represented them and acted on their behalf. Thus it was easy for the organization to take the place of its members and supporters, and in turn for its leaders to dominate the organization. Structured mass movements were thus by no means republics of equals. But their combination of organization and mass support gave them an enormous and barely suspected capacity. They were potential states. Indeed, the major revolutions of our century were to replace old regimes, old states, and old ruling classes by parties cum movements institutionalized as systems of state power. This potential is all the more impressive, since older ideological organizations appeared to lack it. In the West, religion, for instance, in this period seemed to have lost the capacity for transforming itself into theocracy, and certainly did not aim to do so. What victorious churches established, at least in the Christian world, was clerical regimes operated by secular institutions. 2. Democratization, though advancing, had barely begun to transform politics. Yet its implications, already sometimes explicit, raised the most serious problems for those who governed states and for the classes in whose interests they governed. There was the problem of maintaining the unity, even the existence, of states, which was already urgent in multinational politics confronted with national movements. In the Austrian Empire it was already the central problem of the state, and even in Britain the emergence of mass Irish nationalism shattered the structure of established politics. There were the problems of how to maintain the continuity of sensible policies, as seen by the elites of the country, above all in economic affairs. Would not democracy inevitably interfere with the operations of capitalism, and, as businessmen considered, for the worse? Would it not threaten free trade in Britain, to which all parties were religiously attached? Would it not threaten sound finance and the gold standard, keystone of all respectable economic policy? This last threat seemed urgent in the USA, as the mass mobilization of populism in the 1890s, which directed its most passionate rhetorical thunderbolts against, to quote its great orator William Jennings Bryan, the crucifixion of mankind on a cross of gold. More generally, and above all, there was the problem of guaranteeing the legitimacy, perhaps the very survival, of society as then constituted, when it faced the menace of mass movements for social revolution. These threats seemed all the more dangerous because of the undeniable inefficiency of parliaments elected by demagogy and riven by irreconcilable party conflicts, and the undoubted corruption of political systems which no longer rested on men of independent wealth, but increasingly on men whose careers and wealth were based on their success in the new politics. Both these phenomena were impossible to overlook. In democratic states with divided powers, like the USA, government, i.e. the executive branch represented by the presidency, was in some degree independent of the elected parliament, though quite likely to be paralyzed by its counterweight. But the democratic election of presidents introduced another danger. In the European pattern of representative government, where governments, unless still protected by old-style monarchy, were in theory dependent on elected assemblies, their problems seemed insuperable. In fact, they often came and went like tourist parties in hotels, as one brief parliamentary majority broke down and was succeeded by another. France, mother of European democracies, probably held the record with 52 cabinets in the less than 39 years between 1875 and the outbreak of war, of which only 11 lasted 12 months or more. Admittedly, the same names tended to reappear in most of them. Small wonder that the effective continuity of government and policy was in the hands of the permanent, non-elected, and invisible functionaries of the bureaucracy. As for corruption, it was probably no greater than in the early 19th century, when governments such as the British had shared out the correctly named offices of profit under the crown and lucrative sinecures among their kinsmen and dependants. Yet even when it was not, it was more visible, as self-made politicians cashed in one way or another, on the value of their support or opposition to businessmen or other interested parties. It was all the more visible, since the incorruptibility of permanent senior public administrators and judges, now mostly protected, in constitutional countries, against the twin hazards of election and patronage, with the major exception of the US Navy, was now generally taken for granted, at least in Western and Central Europe. Political corruption scandals occurred not only in countries where the sound of money changing hands was not muffled, like France, the Wilson scandal of 1885, the Panama scandal in 1892-3, but even where it was, as in Britain, the Marconi scandal of 1913, in which two such self-made men, Lloyd George and Rufus Isaacs, later Lord Chief Justice and Viceroy of India, were involved. 7 Parliamentary instability and corruption could, of course, be linked where governments built majorities. Essentially on what was in effect the buying of votes for political favors which almost inevitably had a financial dimension. As already noted, Giovanni Giolitti in Italy was the master of this strategy. Contemporaries from the upper ranks of society were acutely aware of the dangers of democratized politics and, more generally, of the growing centrality of the masses. This was not merely a worry of men in public affairs, like the editor of Le Temps and La Revue de Deux Mondes, fortresses of French respectable opinion, who in 1897 published a book characteristically entitled The Organization of Universal Suffrage, The Crisis of the Modern State 11 or The Thinking Conservatives proconsul and later minister Alfred Milner, 1854–1925, who in 1902 called the British Parliament, privately, that mob at Westminster. 12 Much of the pervasive pessimism of bourgeois culture from the 1880s on, see pages 226, 258–9 below, undoubtedly reflected the sense of leaders abandoned by their former followers, of elites whose defenses against the masses were crumbling, of the educated and cultured minority, i.e. primarily the children of the well-to-do, invaded by those just being emancipated from illiteracy or semi-barbarism. 13 Or cut off by the rising tide of a civilization geared to these masses. The new political situation developed only by steps, and unevenly, depending on the domestic history of the various states. This makes a comparative survey of politics in the 1870s and 1880s difficult, and almost pointless. It was the sudden international emergence of mass labor and socialist movements in and after the 1880s, see next chapter, which seemed to place numerous governments and ruling classes in essentially similar predicaments, though we can see retrospectively that they were not the only mass movements which caused governmental headaches. Broadly speaking, in most of the European states of limited constitutions or restricted franchise, the mid-century political predominance of the liberal bourgeoisie, see The Age of Capital, chapters 6, 1, 13, 3, broke down in the course of the 1870s, if not for other reasons, then as a byproduct of the Great Depression, in Belgium in 1870, in Germany and Austria in 1879, in Italy in the 1870s, in Britain in 1874. Except for episodic returns to power, they never dominated again. No equally clear political pattern emerged in Europe in the new period, though in the USA the Republican Party, that had led the North to victory in the Civil War, usually continued to win the presidency until 1913. Insofar as insoluble problems or basic challenges of revolution or secession could be kept out of parliamentary politics, statesmen could juggle parliamentary majorities with shifting collections of those who wished to threaten neither state nor the social order. And in most cases they could be kept out, though in Britain the sudden emergence in the 1880s of a solid and militant bloc of Irish nationalists, willing to disrupt the House of Commons and in a position to hold the balance in it, immediately transformed parliamentary politics, and the two parties which had conducted their decorous pas-de-deux. Or, at least, it precipitated in 1886 the rush of formerly Whig millionaire noblemen and liberal businessmen into the Tory party, which, as the Conservative and Unionist party, i.e. opposed to Irish autonomy, increasingly developed into the united party of both landed wealth and big business. Elsewhere the situation, though apparently more dramatic, was actually more manageable. In the restored monarchy of Spain, 1874, the fragmentation of the defeated opponents of the system, Republicans on the left, Carlists on the right, enabled Canovas, 1828–97, in power for most of the period 1874–97, to manipulate the politicians and an apolitical rural vote. In Germany the weakness of the irreconcilable elements enabled Bismarck to manage well enough in the 1880s, and the moderation of the respectable Slav parties in the Austrian Empire likewise benefited the elegant aristocratic boulevardier Count Toff, 1833–95, in office 1879–93. The French right, which refused to accept the Republic, was a permanent electoral minority, and the army did not challenge civilian authority, hence the Republic survived the numerous and colorful crises which shook it, in 1877, in 1885–7, in 1892–3 and in the Dreyfus Affair of 1894–1900. In Italy the Vatican's boycott of a secular and anti-clerical state made it easy for Depretis, 1813–87, to conduct his policy of transformism, i.e. turning opponents into supporters of government. In truth, the only real challenge to the system were extra-parliamentary, and insurrection from below did not, for the moment, need to be taken seriously in constitutional countries, while armies, even in Spain, the classic territory of pronunciamentos, kept quiet. And where, as in the Balkans and Latin America, both insurrection and armed men in politics remained familiar parts of the scenery, they were so as parts of the system, rather than as potential challenges to it. Yet this situation was unlikely to last. And when governments found themselves confronting the rise of apparently irreconcilable forces in politics, their first instinct, more often than not, was to coerce. Bismarck, the master of manipulating the politics of a limited franchise, was at a loss in the 1870s when facing what he regarded as an organized mass of Catholics owing loyalty to a reactionary Vatican beyond the mountains, hence the term ultramontane, and declared anti-clerical war against them, the so-called Kulturkampf or cultural struggle of the 1870s. Faced with the rise of the Social Democrats, he outlawed the party in 1879. Since a return to straightforward absolutism appeared impossible, and indeed unthinkable, the banned Social Democrats were allowed to put up electoral candidates. He failed in both cases. Sooner or later, in the case of the Socialists, after his fall in 1889, governments had to live with the new mass movements. The Austrian emperor, whose capital was captured by the demagogy of the Social Christians, refused 3 times to accept their leader, Luiger, as mayor of Vienna, before resigning himself to the inevitable in 1897. In 1886 the Belgian government suppressed with military force the wave of strikes and riots by Belgian workers, among the most miserable in Western Europe, and jailed socialist leaders, whether they were involved in the disturbances or not. Yet 7 years later it conceded a sort of universal suffrage after an effective general strike. Italian governments shot down Sicilian peasants in 1893 and Milanese workers in 1898. Yet after the 50 corpses of Milan, they changed course. Broadly speaking, the 1890s, the decade of the emergence of socialism as a mass movement, marked the turning point. An era of new political strategies began. Generations of readers who have grown up since the First World War may find it surprising that no government seriously envisaged the abandonment of constitutional and parliamentary systems at this time. For after 1918 liberal constitutionalism and representative democracy were indeed to retreat on a broad front, though partly restored after 1945. In our period this was not the case. Even in Tsarist Russia the defeat of the 1905 revolution did not lead to the total abolition of elections and parliament, the Duma. Unlike 1849, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 1, there was no simple return to reaction, even if at the end of his period of power Bismarck played with the idea of suspending or abolishing the constitution. Bourgeois society may have been uneasy about where it was going, but it was confident enough, and not least because the worldwide economic surge forward hardly encouraged pessimism. Even politically moderate opinion, unless it had diplomatic or financial interests to the contrary, looked forward to a Russian revolution, which was generally expected to turn a blot on European civilization into a decent bourgeois, liberal state, and indeed within Russia the 1905 revolution, unlike that of October 1917, was enthusiastically supported by middle classes and intellectuals. Other insurrectionaries were insignificant. Governments remained remarkably cool during the anarchist epidemic of assassinations in the 1890s, to which 2 monarchs, 2 presidents, and 1 prime minister fell victim. And after 1900 nobody seriously bothered about anarchism outside Spain and parts of Latin America. At the outbreak of war in 1914 the French Minister of the Interior did not even bother to arrest the, mainly anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist, revolutionaries and anti-militarist subversives regarded as dangers to the state, of whom his police had long compiled a list for just such a purpose. But if, unlike the decades after 1917, bourgeois society as a whole did not feel seriously and immediately threatened, neither had its 19th-century values and historic expectations been seriously undermined as yet. Civilized behavior, the rule of law and liberal institutions were still expected to continue their secular progress. There was plenty of barbarism left, especially, so the respectable were convinced, among the lower orders and of course among the now fortunately colonized uncivilized peoples. There were still states, even in Europe, such as the Tsarist and Ottoman empires, where the candles of reason flickered dimly or were unlit. Yet the very scandals which convulsed national or international opinion indicate how high expectations of civility were in the bourgeois world in times of peace: Dreyfus, refusal to inquire into a single miscarriage of justice; Ferrer in 1909, the execution of one Spanish educationalist wrongly accused of leading a wave of riots in Barcelona; Zabern in 1913, 20 demonstrators locked up for a night by the German army in an Alsatian town. From the late 20th century we can only look back with melancholy incredulity upon a period when massacres such as occur almost daily in the world today were believed to be a monopoly of Turks and tribesmen. 3. The ruling classes therefore opted for the new strategies, even as they did their best to limit the impact of mass opinion and mass electorates on their own and state interests, and on the formation and continuity of high policy. Their major target was the labor and socialist movement, which suddenly emerged internationally as a mass phenomenon around 1890, see next chapter. As it turned out, it was to prove easier to come to terms with than the nationalist movements which emerged in this period, or, which if already on the scene, entered a new phase of militancy, autonomism, or separatism, see chapter 6 below. As for the Catholics, they were, unless identified with some autonomous nationalism, relatively easy to integrate, since they were socially conservative. This was so even in the case of the rare social Christian parties such as Luigers, and usually content with the safeguarding of specific church interests. Bringing labor movements into the institutionalized game of politics was difficult, insofar as employers, faced with strikes and unions, were distinctly slower than politicians to abandon the policy of the strong fist for that of the velvet glove, even in Pacific Scandinavia. The growing power of big business was particularly recalcitrant. In most countries, notably in the USA and Germany, employers as a class were never reconciled to unions before 1914, and even in Britain, where they had long been accepted in principle, and often in practice, the 1890s saw a counter-offensive of employers against unions, even as government administrators pursued policies of conciliation and the Liberal Party leaders did what they could to reassure and captivate the labor vote. It was also difficult politically, where the new parties of labor refused all compromise with the bourgeois state and system nationally. They were rarely as intransigent in the field of local government, as those adhering to the Marxist-dominated International of 1889 tended to do. Non-revolutionary or non-Marxist labor politics raised no such problem. But by 1900 it had become clear that a moderate or reformist wing had emerged in all the socialist mass movements. Indeed, even among the Marxists it had found its ideologue in Edward Bernstein, who argued that the movement was everything, the final aim nothing, and whose tactless demand for a revision of Marxist theory caused scandal, outrage, and impassioned debate in the socialist world after 1897. Meanwhile, the politics of mass electoralism, of which even the most Marxist parties were enthusiastic champions, since it allowed their armies to grow with maximum visibility, could not but quietly integrate these parties into the system. Socialists could certainly not yet be brought into governments. They could not even be expected to tolerate reactionary politicians and governments. Yet a policy of bringing at least the moderate representatives of labor into broader alignments in favor of reform, the union of all Democrats, Republicans, anti-clericals or men of the people, especially against mobilized enemies of these good causes, had good chances of success. It was systematically pursued in France from 1899 under Waldeck-Rousseau, 1846 to 1904, architect of a government of Republican union against the enemies who were so clearly challenging it in the Dreyfus affair, in Italy by Zanardelli, whose 1903 government relied on support from the extreme left, and later by Giolitti, the great fudger and conciliator. In Britain, after some difficulties in the 1890s, the Liberals in 1903 made an electoral pact with the Young Labour Representation Committee which enabled it to enter Parliament in some force in 1906 as the Labour Party. Elsewhere, a common interest in widening the suffrage drew together socialists and other Democrats, as in Denmark, where in 1901, for the first time anywhere in Europe, a government counted and could rely on the support of a socialist party. The reason for these overtures from the parliamentary center to the extreme left was usually not the need for socialist support, for even large socialist parties were minority groups which in most cases could easily have been frozen out of the parliamentary game, as communist parties of comparable size were in Europe after the Second World War. German governments kept the most formidable of all such parties in the cold by a so-called Sammlungspolitik, politics of broad union, i.e. by assembling majorities from the guaranteed anti-socialist conservatives, Catholics, and liberals. It was rather the desire to exploit the possibilities of domesticating these wild beasts of the political forest, which sensible men in the ruling classes soon discerned. The strategy of the soft embrace had varying results, and the intransigence of employers given to coercion and provoking mass industrial confrontations did not make it any easier, but on the whole it worked, at least inasmuch as it succeeded in splitting mass labor movements into a moderate and a radical wing of irreconcilables, generally a minority, and isolating the latter. However, democracy would be the more easily tameable, the less acute its discontents. The new strategy thus implied a readiness to venture into programs of social reform and welfare, which undermined the classic mid-century liberal commitment to governments which kept out of the field reserved for private enterprise and self-help. The British jurist, A.V. Dicey, 1835–1922, saw the steamroller of collectivism, which had been in motion since 1870, flattening the landscape of individual liberty into the centralized and levelling tyranny of school meals, health insurance, and old age pensions. And in a sense he was right. Bismarck, logical as always, had already decided in the 1880s to cut the ground from under socialist agitation by an ambitious scheme of social insurance, and he was to be followed on this road by Austria and the British Liberal governments of 1906–14, old age pensions, public labor exchanges, health and unemployment insurance, and even, after several hesitations, France, old age pensions, 1911. Curiously enough, the Scandinavian countries, now the welfare states par excellence, were slow off the mark, and several countries made only nominal gestures in this direction, the USA of Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Morgan none at all. In that paradise of free enterprise even child labor remained uncontrolled by federal law, though by 1914 laws nominally prohibiting it, in theory, existed even in Italy, Greece, and Bulgaria. Workmen's compensation laws for accidents, generally available by 1905, were of no interest to Congress and were condemned as unconstitutional by the courts. With the exception of Germany, such social welfare schemes were modest until the last years before 1914, and even in Germany they visibly failed to halt the growth of the Socialist Party. Nevertheless, the trend, notably faster in the Protestant countries of Europe and in Australasia than elsewhere, was established. Dicey was also right in stressing the inevitable growth in the role and weight of the state apparatus, once the ideal of state non-intervention was abandoned. By modern standards, bureaucracy remained modest, though it grew at a rapid rate, nowhere more so than Great Britain, where government employment tripled between 1891 and 1911. In Europe, around 1914, it ranged from a low of about 3% of the labor force in France, a somewhat surprising fact, to a high of 5.56% in Germany and, an equally surprising fact, Switzerland. 14 For comparison, in the EEC countries of the 1970s it formed between 10 and 13% of the occupied population. But could not the loyalties of the masses be acquired without expensive social policies which might cut into the profits of entrepreneurs on whom the economy depended? As we have seen, it was believed not only that imperialism could pay for social reform but that it was also popular. As it turned out, war, or at least the prospects of successful war, had an even greater built-in demagogic potential. The British Conservative government used the South African War, 1899–1902, to sweep away its liberal opponents in the cocky election of 1900, and American imperialism mobilized the popularity of guns successfully for war against Spain in 1898. Indeed, the ruling elites of the USA, headed by Theodore Roosevelt, 1858 to 1919, president in 1901-9, had just discovered the gun-toting cowboy as symbol of true Americanism, freedom, and native white tradition against the invading hordes of low-class immigrants and the uncontrollable big city. That symbol has been extensively exploited ever since. However, the problem was wider than this. Could the regimes of states and ruling classes be given a new legitimacy in the minds of democratically mobilized masses? Much of the history of our period consists of attempts to answer this question. The task was urgent, because the ancient mechanisms of social subordination were often clearly breaking down. Thus the German conservatives, essentially the party of electors loyal to the large landed proprietors and nobles, lost half of their share of the total vote between 1881 and 1912, for the simple reason that 71% of their vote came from villages of less than 2,000 inhabitants, which housed a declining share of the population, and only 5% from big cities over 100,000, into which Germans were pouring. The old loyalties might still work on the estates of the Pomeranian Junker-6 where the conservatives held on to almost half the vote, but even in Prussia as a whole they could only mobilize 11 to 12% of electors. 15 The situation of that other master class, the liberal bourgeoisie, was even more dramatic. It had triumphed by shattering the social cohesion of ancient hierarchies and communities, by choosing the market against human relations, Gesellschaft against Gemeinschaft, and when the masses entered the political stage pursuing their own concerns, they were hostile to all that bourgeois liberalism stood for. Nowhere was this more obvious than in Austria, where the liberals by the end of the century were reduced to a small isolated rump of city-dwelling comfortable middle-class Germans and German Jews. The municipality of Vienna, their fortress in the 1860s, was lost to radical Democrats, anti-Semites, the New Christian Social Party and eventually the Social Democrats. Even in Prague, where this bourgeois nucleus could claim to represent the interests of the small and diminishing German-speaking minority of all classes, some 30,000, and by 1910 a mere 7% of the population, they could hold the loyalties neither of the German nationalist, folkish, students and petty bourgeoisie, nor of the social democratic or politically passive German workers, nor even of a proportion of the Jews. 16. And what of the state itself, normally still represented by monarchs? It might be quite new, and lacking all relevant historical precedent as in Italy and the new German Empire, not to mention Romania and Bulgaria. Its regimes might be the product of recent defeat, revolution, and civil war as in France, Spain and for that matter post-Civil War USA, not to mention the ever-changing regimes of Latin American republics. In old established monarchies, even in the Britain of the 1870s, republican agitations were, or appeared to be, far from negligible. National agitations gathered strength. Could the state's claim on the loyalty of all its subjects or citizens be taken for granted? This was consequently the moment when governments, intellectuals, and businessmen discovered the political significance of irrationality. Intellectuals wrote, but governments acted. Whoever sets himself to base his political thinking on a re-examination of the working of human nature, must begin by trying to overcome his own tendency to exaggerate the intellectuality of mankind. Thus wrote the British political scientist Graham Wallas in 1908, conscious that he was also writing the epitaph of 19th-century liberalism. 17 Political life thus found itself increasingly ritualized and filled with symbols and publicity appeals, both overt and subliminal. As the ancient ways, mainly religious, of ensuring subordination, obedience, and loyalty were eroded, the now patent need for something to replace them was met by the invention of tradition, using both old and tried evokers of emotions such as crown and military glory and, as we have seen, see previous chapter, new ones such as empire and colonial conquest. Like horticulture, this development was a mixture of planting from above and growth, or at any rate readiness for planting, from below. Governments and ruling elites certainly knew what they were doing when they instituted new national festivals, like the 14th of July in France, in 1880, or developed the ritualization of the British monarchy, which has become increasingly hieratic and Byzantine since it began in the 1880s. 18 Indeed, the standard commentator of the British Constitution, after the franchise extension of 1867, distinguished lucidly between the efficient parts of it by which government was actually carried on and the dignified parts whose function was to keep the masses happy while they were being governed. 19 The masses of marble and towering masonry with which states anxious to confirm their legitimacy, notably the new German Empire, filled their open spaces had to be planned by authority, and were so planned, to the financial rather than artistic benefit of numerous architects and sculptors. British coronations were now, quite consciously, organized as politico-ideological operations for the attention of the masses. Yet they did not create the demand for emotionally satisfying ritual and symbolism. They rather discovered and filled a void left by the political rationalism of the liberal era, by the new need to address the masses and by the transformation of these masses themselves. In this respect, the invention of traditions ran parallel to the commercial discovery of the mass market and of mass spectacle and entertainment, which belongs to the same decades. The advertising industry, though pioneered in the USA after the Civil War, for the first time came into its own. The modern poster was born in the 1880s and 1890s. A common frame of social psychology, the psychology of the crowd, became a flourishing topic for both French professors and American advertising gurus, bound together the annual Royal Tournament, initiated in 1880, a public display of the glory and drama of the British Armed Forces, and the illuminations on the seafront of Blackpool, playground of the new proletarian holidaymakers, Queen Victoria and the Kodak Girl, product of the 1900s, the Emperor William's monuments to Hohenzollern rulers and Toulouse-Lautrec's posters for famous variety artists. Official initiatives naturally succeeded best where they exploited and manipulated spontaneous and undefined grassroots emotion, or integrated themes from unofficial mass politics. The 14th of July in France established itself as a genuine national day because it mobilized both the people's attachment to the Great Revolution and the demand for an institutionalized carnival. 20 The German government, countless tons of marble and masonry to the contrary, failed to establish the Emperor William I as father of the nation, but cashed in on the unofficial nationalist enthusiasm which erected Bismarck columns by the hundred after the death of the great statesman, whom the Emperor William XI, reigned 1888 to 1918, had sacked. Conversely, unofficial nationalism was welded to the little Germany it had so long opposed, by military might and global ambition, as witness the triumph of Deutschland über alles over more modest national anthems, and of the new Prusso-German black-white-red flag over the old black-red-gold of 1848, both of which triumphs occurred in the 1890s. 21. Political regimes thus conducted a silent war for the control of the symbols and rights of belonging to the human race within their frontiers, not least through their control of the public school system, especially the primary schools, the essential basis in democracies for educating our masters in the right spirit, and, generally where the churches were politically unreliable, through the attempt to control the great ceremonies of birth, marriage, and death. Of all such symbols, perhaps the most powerful were music, in its political forms of the national anthem and the military march, both played for all they were worth in this age of J.P. Sosa, 1854 to 1932, and Edward Elgar, 1857 to 1934, 11, and above all the national flag. In the absence of monarchies, the flag itself could become the virtual embodiment of state, nation, and society, as in the USA where the practice of worshipping the flag as a daily ritual in the country's schools spread from the end of the 1880s until it became universal. 24. Lucky the regime which could rely on mobilizing universally acceptable symbols, such as the British monarch, who even began his annual appearance at that festival of the proletariat, the football cup final, thus underlining the convergence between mass public ritual and mass spectacle. In this period, both public and political ceremonial spaces, for instance around the new German national monuments, and the new sports halls and stadia, which could also double as political areas, began to multiply. Elderly readers may recall speeches by Hitler in Berlin's Sportpalast, Sport Palace. Lucky the regime which could at least associate itself with some great cause for which there was mass grassroots support, like revolution and republic in France and the USA. For states and governments competed for symbols of togetherness and emotional loyalty with the unofficial mass movements, which might devise their own counter-symbols such as the Socialist Internationale, when the former anthem of revolution, the Marseillaise, had been taken over by the state. 25 Though the German and Austrian socialist parties are usually cited as the extreme examples of such separate communities, counter-societies, and counter-culture, see next chapter, they were in fact only incompletely separatist, since they remained linked to official culture by their faith in education, i.e. the public school system, in reason and science, and in the values of the bourgeois arts, the classics. They were, after all, the heirs of the Enlightenment. It was religious and nationalist movements which rivaled the state by setting up rival school systems on linguistic or confessional bases. Still, all mass movements tended, as we have seen in the Irish case, to form a complex of associations and counter-communities around centers of loyalty which rivaled the state. 4. Did the political societies and ruling classes of Western Europe succeed in managing these potentially or actually subversive mass mobilizations? On the whole, in the period up to 1914, they did, except in Austria, that conglomerate of nationalities all of whom looked elsewhere for their future prospects, and which was now held together only by the longevity of her ancient Emperor Francis Joseph, reigned 1848 to 1916, by the administration of a sceptical and rationalist bureaucracy, and by being less undesirable than any alternative fate for a number of the national groups. By and large, they let themselves be integrated into the system. For most states of the bourgeois and capitalist West, the situation in other parts of the world was, as we shall see, very different. See chapter 12 below. The period from 1875 and 1914, and certainly from 1900 to 1914, was, in spite of alarms and excursions, one of political stability. Movements rejecting the system, like socialism, were caught in its web, or else, if sufficiently powerless, they could even be used as catalysts of a majority consensus. This was the function of reaction in the French Republic, perhaps, of anti-socialism in Imperial Germany. Nothing united as much as a common enemy. Even nationalism could sometimes be managed. Welsh nationalism served to strengthen liberalism, its champion Lloyd George becoming government minister and chief demagogic container and conciliator of democratic radicalism and labour. Irish nationalism, after the dramas of 1879–91, appeared to have been tranquilized by agrarian reform and political dependence on British liberalism. Pan-German extremism was reconciled to Little Germany by the militarism and imperialism of William's empire. Even the Flemings in Belgium still remained within the fold of the Catholic party, which did not challenge the existence of the unitary binational state. The irreconcilables of the ultra-right and the ultra-left could be isolated. The great socialist movements announced the inevitable revolution, but they had other things with which to occupy themselves at present. When war broke out in 1914, most of them joined their governments and ruling classes in patriotic union. The major West European exception actually proves the rule. For the British Independent Labour Party, which continued to oppose the war, did so because it shared the long Pacific tradition of Britain nonconformity and bourgeois liberalism, which actually made Britain the only country from whose cabinet in August 1914 liberal ministers resigned from such motives. 12. The socialist parties which accepted the war often did so without enthusiasm, and chiefly because they feared to be abandoned by their followers, who flocked to the colours with spontaneous zeal. In Britain, which had no conscription, 2 millions were to volunteer for military service between August 1914 and June 1915, melancholy proof of the success of the politics of integrating democracy. Only where the effort to make the poor citizen identify with nation and state had hardly begun to be seriously pursued, as in Italy, or where it could hardly succeed, as among the Czechs, did the masses in 1914 remain indifferent or hostile to the war. The mass anti-war movement did not seriously begin until much later. Since political integration succeeded, regimes therefore faced only the immediate challenge of direct action. Such forms of unrest certainly spread, above all in the last years before the war. But they constituted a challenge to public order rather than to the social system, given the absence of revolutionary or even pre-revolutionary situations in the central countries of bourgeois society. The riots of southern French wine growers, the mutiny of the 17th Regiment sent against them, 1907, violent quasi-general strikes in Belfast, 1907, Liverpool, 1911, and Dublin, 1913, a general strike in Sweden, 1908, even the tragic week of Barcelona, 1909, were insufficient by themselves to shake the foundations of political regimes. They were indeed serious, not least as symptoms of the vulnerability of complex economies. In 1912 the British Prime Minister Asquith, in spite of the British gentleman's proverbial impassivity, wept as he announced the government's retreat before a general strike of coal miners. Such phenomena are not to be underestimated. Even if contemporaries did not know what was to come after, they often had the sense, in these last pre-war years, of society trembling as under seismic shocks before greater earthquakes. These were years when wisps of violence hung in the air over the Ritz hotels and country houses. They underlined the impermanence, the fragility, of the political order in the Belle Époque. But let us not overestimate them either. So far as the core countries of bourgeois society were concerned, what destroyed the stability of the Belle Époque, including its peace, was the situation in Russia, the Habsburg Empire and the Balkans, and not in Western Europe or even Germany. What made the British political situation dangerous on the eve of the war was not the rebellion of the workers, but the division within the ranks of the rulers, a constitutional crisis as the ultra-conservative lords resisted the commons, the collective refusal of officers to obey the orders of a liberal government committed to Irish Home Rule. No doubt such crises were in part due to the mobilization of labor, for what the lords resisted blindly and vainly was the intelligent demagogy of Lloyd George, designed to keep the people within the framework of the system of their rulers. And yet the last and gravest of such crises was provoked by the political commitment of the liberals to Catholic, Irish autonomy and of conservatives to the armed refusal of Ulster Protestant ultras to accept it. Parliamentary democracy, the stylized game of politics, was, as we still know in the 1980s, powerless to control such a situation. All the same, in the years between 1880 and 1914 ruling classes discovered that parliamentary democracy, in spite of their fears, proved itself to be quite compatible with the political and economic stability of capitalist regimes. The discovery, like the system itself, was new, at least in Europe. It proved disappointing to social revolutionaries. For Marx and Engels had always seen the democratic republic, though plainly bourgeois, as the antechamber of socialism, since it permitted, and even encouraged, the political mobilization of the proletariat as a class, and of the oppressed masses under the leadership of the proletariat. It would thus, whether it liked to or not, favor the eventual victory of the proletariat in its confrontation with the exploiters. And yet, after the end of our period, a very different note was to be heard among their disciples. A democratic republic, argued Lenin in 1917, is the best possible political shell for capitalism, and therefore, once capitalism has gained control of this very best shell, it establishes its power so securely, so firmly, that no change, either of persons, of institutions, or of parties in the bourgeois, democratic republic, can shake it. 26 As always, Lenin was concerned not so much with political analysis in general, as with finding effective arguments for a specific political situation. In this instance against the provisional government of revolutionary Russia and for Soviet power. In any case, we are not concerned with the validity of his claim, which is highly debatable, not least because it fails to distinguish between the economic and social circumstances which have safeguarded states from social upheaval, and the institutions which have helped them to do so. We are concerned with its plausibility. Before 1880 such a claim would have seemed equally implausible to either supporters or opponents of capitalism insofar as they were committed to political activity. Even on the political ultra-left, so negative a judgment on the democratic republic would have been almost inconceivable. Behind Lenin's judgment of 1917 there stood the experience of a generation of Western democratization, and especially of the last 15 years before the war. But was not the stability of this marriage between political democracy and a flourishing capitalism the illusion of a passing era? What strikes us, in retrospect, about the years from 1880 to 1914 is both the fragility and the restricted scope of such a combination. It was and remained confined to a minority of prosperous and flourishing economies in the West, generally in states with a lengthy history of constitutional government. Democratic optimism, a belief in historical inevitability, might make it look as though its universal progress could not be halted. But it was not, after all, to be the universal model of the future. In 1919 the whole of Europe west of Russia and Turkey was systematically reorganized into states on the democratic model. Yet how many democracies remained in the Europe of 1939? As fascism and other dictatorships rose, the opposite case to Lenin's was widely argued, not least by Lenin's followers. Capitalism must inevitably abandon bourgeois democracy. This was equally wrong. Bourgeois democracy was reborn from its ashes in 1945, and has since remained the favorite system for capitalist societies sufficiently strong, economically flourishing and socially unpolarized or divided to afford so politically advantageous a system. But this system operates effectively in very few of the more than 150 states which form the United Nations of the late 20th century. The progress of democratic politics between 1880 and 1914 foreshadowed neither its permanence nor its universal triumph. Chapter 5. Workers of the World. I got to know a shoemaker called Schroeder. Later he went to America. He gave me some newspapers to read and I read a bit because I was bored, and then I got more and more interested. They described the misery of the workers and how they depended on the capitalists and landlords in a way that was so lively and true to nature that it really amazed me. It was as though my eyes had been closed before. Damn it, what they wrote in those papers was the truth. All my life up to that day was proof of it. A German laborer, c. 19111. They the European workers feel that great social changes must come soon, that the curtain has been rung down on the human comedy of government by, of, and for the classes, that the day of democracy is at hand and that the struggles of the toilers for their own shall take precedence over those wars between nations which mean battles without cause between working men. Samuel Gompers, 19092. A proletarian life, a proletarian death, and cremation in the spirit of cultural progress. Motto of the Austrian Workers' Funeral Association, the Flame 3. Given the inevitable extension of the electorate, the majority of electors were bound to be poor, insecure, discontented, or all of those things. They could not but be dominated by their economic and social situation and the problems arising from it, in other words, by the situation of their class. And the class whose numbers were most visibly growing as the wave of industrialization engulfed the West, whose presence became ever more inescapable, and whose class consciousness seemed most directly to threaten the social, economic, and political system of modern societies, was the proletariat. These were the people the young Winston Churchill, then a Liberal cabinet minister, had in mind when he warned Parliament that, if the system of conservative, liberal two-party politics broke down, it would be replaced by class politics. The number of people who earned their living by manual labor for a wage was indeed increasing in all countries flooded or even lapped by the tidal wave of Western capitalism, from the ranches of Patagonia and the nitrate mines of Chile to the frozen gold mines of northeastern Siberia, scene of a spectacular strike and massacre on the eve of the Great War. They were to be found wherever modern cities required building work or the municipal services and public utilities which had become indispensable in the 19th century, gas, water, sewage, and wherever the network of ports and railways and telegraphs stretched which bound the economic globe together. Mines were to be found in remote spots throughout the 5 continents. By 1914 even oilfields were exploited on a significant scale in North and Central America, in Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. More significantly, even in predominantly agrarian countries urban markets were supplied with manufactured food, drink, stimulants and elementary textiles by cheap labor working in a sort of industrial establishment, and in some, India is a case in point, fairly significant textile and even iron and steel industries were developing. Yet the number of wage workers multiplied most spectacularly, and formed recognized classes of such labor, chiefly in the countries of old established industrialization, and in the growing number of countries which, as we have seen, entered their period of industrial revolution between the 1870s and 1914, that is to say mainly in Europe, North America, Japan, and some of the areas of white mass settlement overseas. They grew mainly by transfer from the 2 great reservoirs of pre-industrial labor, the handicrafts and the agricultural countryside, which still held the majority of human beings. By the end of the century urbanization had probably advanced more rapidly and massively than ever before, and important currents of migration, for instance from Britain and East European Jewry, came from towns, though sometimes small ones. These could and did transfer from one kind of non-agricultural work to another. As for the men and women who fled from the land, to use the then current term, Landflucht, relatively few of them had the chance to go into agriculture, even if they wanted to. On the one hand, the modernizing and modernized farming of the West required relatively fewer permanent hands than before, though considerable use was made of seasonal migrant labor, often from far away, for whom farmers did not have to take responsibility when the working season ended, the Sachsenganger from Poland in Germany, the Italian swallows in Argentina, the train-jumping hobo transients, and even, already, the Mexicans, in the USA. In any case, agricultural progress means fewer people farming. In 1910 New Zealand, which had no industry worth mentioning and lived entirely by means of extremely efficient agriculture, specializing in livestock and dairy products, had 54% of her population living in towns, and 40%, or twice the proportion of Europe without Russia, employed in tertiary occupations. 5. Meanwhile, the unmodernized agriculture of the backward regions could no longer provide enough land for the would-be peasants whose numbers multiplied in the villages. What most of them wanted, when they emigrated, was certainly not to end up their lives as laborers. They wanted to make America, or wherever they went, hoping to earn enough after a few years to buy themselves a holding, a house, and the respect of the neighbors as a man of means, in some Sicilian, Polish or Greek village. A minority returned, but most stayed, to fill the constructional gangs, the mines, the steel mills, and the other activities of the urban and industrial world which needed hard labor and little else. Their daughters and brides went into domestic service. At the same time, machine and factory production cut the ground from under the considerable masses who had, until the late 19th century, made most familiar urban consumer goods, clothing, footwear, furniture, and the like, by handicraft methods, ranging from those of the proud master artisan to those of the sweated workshop or attic seamstress. If their numbers did not appear to fall dramatically, their share of the labor force did, in spite of the spectacular increase in the output of their products. Thus in Germany the number of people engaged in shoemaking sank only slightly between 1882 and 1907 from c. 400,000 to c. 370,000, but the consumption of leather doubled between 1890 and 1910. Plainly most of this additional output was produced in the c. 1,500 larger plants, whose numbers had tripled since 1882, and who now employed almost 6 times as many workers as then, rather than in the small workshops employing no workers or less than 10 workers, whose numbers had fallen by 20% and which now employed only 63% of people engaged in shoemaking as against 93% in 1882.6 in rapidly industrializing countries. The pre-industrial manufacturing sector thus also provided a small, but by no means negligible, reserve for the recruitment of the new workers. On the other hand, the number of proletarians in the industrializing economies also grew at so impressive a rate because of the apparently limitless appetite for labor in this period of economic expansion, and not least for the sort of pre-industrial labor that was now prepared to pour into their expanding sectors. Insofar as industry still grew by a sort of marriage between manual dexterity and steam technology, or, as in building, had not yet seriously changed its methods, the demand was for old craft skills, or skills adapted from old crafts like smiths and locksmiths to new machine-making industries. This was significant, since trained craft journeymen, an established pre-industrial body of wage workers, often formed the most active, educated and self-confident element in the developing proletariat of early economies. The leader of the German Social Democratic Party was a wood-turner, August Bebel, of the Spanish Socialist Party a printer, Iglesias. Insofar as industrial labor was unmechanized and required no particular skills, it was not only within reach of most raw recruits, but, being labor-intensive, multiplied the numbers of such workers as output rose. To take two obvious examples, both construction, which built the infrastructure of production, transport, and the rapidly expanding giant cities, and coal mining, which produced the basic form of energy for this period, steam, generated vast armies. The constructional industry in Germany grew from about 500,000 in 1875 to almost 1.7 million in 1907, or from about 10% to almost 16% of the labor force. In 1913 no less than 1.25 million men in Britain, 800,000 in Germany, 1907, hacked, shoveled, hauled, and lifted the coal that kept the economies of the world going. In 1985 the equivalent numbers were 197,000 and 137,500. On the other hand, mechanization, seeking to replace manual skill and experience by sequences of specialized machines or processes, served by more or less unskilled labor, welcomed the cheapness and helplessness of green workers, and nowhere more so than in the USA, where the old pre-industrial skills were in any case in short supply and not much wanted on the shop floor. The will to be skilled is not general, said Henry Ford, 7. As the 19th century drew to a close, no industrializing or urbanizing country could fail to be aware of these historically unprecedented, apparently anonymous and rootless masses of laboring people who formed a growing and, it seemed, an inevitably rising proportion of its people, probably, one day soon, a majority. For the diversification of industrial economies, notably by the rise of tertiary occupations, offices, shops, and services, was only just beginning, except in the USA where tertiary workers already outnumbered blue-collar workers. Elsewhere the contrary development seemed to predominate. Cities, which in pre-industrial times had been primarily inhabited by people in the tertiary sector, for even their handicraftsmen were also generally shopkeepers, became centers of manufacture. By the end of the 19th century something like two-thirds of the occupied population in big cities, i.e. cities over 100,000 inhabitants, were in industrial occupations. 8. As men looked back from the end of the century they would be struck chiefly by the advance of the armies of industry, and within each town or region, as like as not, by the advance of industrial specialization. The typical industrial city, which was usually a town of between 50,000 and 300,000, of course at the beginning of the century any city over 100,000 would have been considered very large, tended to evoke a monochrome image, or at best 2 or 3 associated hues, textiles in Roubaix or Lodz, Dundee or Lowell, coal, iron and steel alone or in combination in Essen or Middlesbrough, armaments and shipbuilding in Jarrow and Barrow, chemicals in Ludwigshafen or Widnes. In this respect it differed from the size and variety of the new multi-million megalopolis, whether or not this was a capital city. Though some of the great capitals were also important industrial centers, Berlin, St. Petersburg, Budapest, usually capitals occupied no central position in the pattern of a country's industry. What is more, though these masses were heterogeneous and far from uniform, the tendency for more and more of them to work as parts of large and complex firms, in plants ranging from hundreds to many thousands, appeared to be universal, especially in the new centers of heavy industry. Krupp in Essen, Vickers in Barrow, Armstrong in Newcastle, measured the size of the labor force in their individual plants in tens of thousands. Those who worked in these giant factories and yards were a minority. Even in Germany, the mean number of people employed in units with more than 10 workers in 1913 was only 23, 4,9, but they were an increasingly visible and potentially formidable minority. And, whatever the historian can establish in retrospect, for contemporaries the mass of workers was large, was indisputably growing, and threw a dark shadow over the established ordering of society and politics. What indeed would happen if, as a class, they organized politically? This is precisely what happened, on a European scale, suddenly and with extraordinary speed. Wherever democratic and electoral politics allowed it, mass parties based on the working class, for the most part inspired by an ideology of revolutionary socialism, for all socialism was by definition seen as revolutionary, and led by men, and even sometimes by women, who believed in such an ideology, appeared on the scene and grew with startling rapidity. In 1880 they barely existed, with the major exception of the German Social Democratic Party, recently, 1875, unified and already an electoral force to be reckoned with. By 1906 they were so much taken for granted that a German scholar could publish a book on the topic "Why is there no socialism in the USA?" 10. The existence of mass labor and socialist parties was already the norm, it was their absence which seemed surprising. In fact, by 1914 there were mass socialist parties even in the USA, where the party's candidate in 1912 polled almost 1 million votes, and in Argentina, where the party had 10% of the vote in 1914, while in Australia an admittedly quite non-socialist Labour Party already formed the federal government in 1912. As for Europe, socialist and Labour parties were serious electoral forces almost everywhere where conditions permitted. They were indeed minorities, but in some states, notably Germany and Scandinavia, they were already the largest national parties, with up to 35 to 40% of the total vote, and every extension of the right to vote revealed the industrial masses ready to choose socialism. And they not only voted, but organized in gigantic armies. The Belgian Labour Party in its small country had 276,000 members in 1911, the great German SPD had more than 1 million, and the less directly political workers' organizations, linked with such parties and often founded by them, were even more massive, trade unions and cooperative societies. Not all the armies of labor were as large, solid, and disciplined as in Northern and Central Europe. But even where workers' parties consisted rather of groups of activist irregulars, or local militants, ready to lead mobilizations when they occurred, the new labor and socialist parties had to be taken seriously. They were a significant factor in national politics. Thus the French Party, whose membership in 1914, 76,000, was neither united nor large, nevertheless elected 103 deputies by virtue of its 1.4 million votes. The Italian Party, with an even more modest membership, 50,000 in 1914, had almost 1 million who voted for it. 11 In short, labor and socialist parties were almost everywhere growing at a rate which, depending on one's point of view, was extremely alarming or marvelous. Their leaders cheered themselves with triumphant extrapolations of the curve of past growth. The proletariat was destined, one had only to look at industrial Britain and the record of national censuses over the years, to become the great majority of the people. The proletariat was joining its parties. It was only a question of time, according to systematic and statistically minded German socialists, before these parties would pass the magic figure of 51% of votes, which, in democratic states, must surely be a decisive turning point. Or, as the new anthem of world socialism put it, the Internationale will be the human race. We need not share this optimism, which proved to be misplaced. Nevertheless, in the years before 1914 it was patent that even the most miraculously successful parties still had vast reserves of potential support to mobilize, and that they were indeed mobilizing it. And it is natural that the extraordinary rise of socialist labor parties since the 1880s should give their members and supporters, as well as their leaders, a sense of excitement, of marvelous hope, of the historic inevitability of their triumph. Never before had there been such an age of hope for those who labored with their hands in factory, workshop, and mine. In the words of a Russian socialist song, out of the dark past, the light of the future shines forth brightly. 2. This remarkable upsurge of working-class parties was, at first sight, rather surprising. Their power lay essentially in the elementary simplicity of their political appeal. They were the parties of all manual workers who labored for wages. They represented this class in its struggles against the capitalists and their states, and their object was to create a new society, which would begin with the emancipation of the workers by their own action, and which would emancipate the entire human race, except for an increasingly tiny minority of the exploiters. The doctrine of Marxism, formulated as such between Marx's death and the end of the century, increasingly dominated the majority of the new parties, because the clarity with which it enunciated these propositions gave it an enormous power of political penetration. It was enough to know that all workers must join or support such parties, for history itself guaranteed their future victory. This assumed that a class of workers existed sufficiently numerous and homogeneous to recognize itself in the Marxist image of the proletariat, and sufficiently convinced of the validity of the socialist analysis of its situation and its tasks, of which the first was to form proletarian parties and, whatever else they did, engage in political action. Not all revolutionaries agreed with this primacy of politics, but for the moment we can leave aside this anti-political minority, which was mainly inspired by ideas then associated with anarchism. But practically all observers of the working class scene were agreed that the proletariat was very far from being a homogeneous mass, even within single nations. Indeed, before the rise of the new parties people had habitually talked of the working classes in the plural rather than the singular. The divisions within the masses whom socialists classified under the heading of the proletariat were indeed so great that one might have expected them to stand in the way of any practical assertion of a single unified class consciousness. The classic proletariat of the modern industrial factory or plant, often still a smallish though rapidly growing minority, was far from identical with the bulk of manual workers who labored in small workshops, in rural cottages or city back rooms or in the open air, with the labyrinthine jungle of wage work which filled the cities and, even leaving aside farming, the countryside. Industries, crafts, or other occupations, often extremely localized and with the most geographically restricted horizons, did not see their problems and situation as the same. How much was there in common between, say, the exclusively male boiler makers and the, in Britain, mainly female cotton weavers, or, within the same port cities, between skilled workers in shipyards, dockers, the garment workers and the builders. These divisions were not only vertical but horizontal, between craftsmen and laborers, between respectable people and occupations, who respected themselves and were respected, and the rest, between labor aristocracy, lumpenproletariat, and those in between, or indeed between different strata of skilled crafts, where the typographical compositor looked down on the bricklayer, and the bricklayer on the house painter. There were, moreover, not only divisions but rivalries between equivalent groups each seeking to monopolize a particular kind of work, rivalries exasperated by technological developments which transformed old processes, created new ones, made old skills irrelevant and dissolved the clear traditional definitions of what rightly belonged to the functions of, say, the locksmith or the farrier. Where employers were strong and workers weak, management, through machines and command, imposed its own division of labor, but elsewhere skilled workers might engage in those embittered demarcation disputes which flickered through the British shipyards, notably in the 1890s, often throwing workers uninvolved in these interoccupational strikes into uncontrollable and undeserved idleness. And in addition to all these there were the even more obvious differences of social and geographical origin, of nationality, language, culture, and religion, which could not but emerge as industry recruited its rapidly growing armies from all corners of its own country, and indeed, in this era of massive international and transoceanic migration, from abroad. For what, from one point of view, looked like a concentration of men and women in a single working class, could be seen from another as a gigantic scattering of the fragments of societies, a diaspora of old and new communities. Insofar as these divisions kept workers apart, they were obviously useful to, and indeed encouraged by, employers, notably in the USA, where the proletariat consisted largely of a variety of immigrant foreigners. Even so militant a body as the Western Federation of Miners in the Rocky Mountains risked being torn apart by the fights between the skilled and Methodist Cornishmen, specialists of the hard rocks, who were to be found wherever on the globe metal was commercially mined, and the less skilled Catholic Irish, who were to be found wherever strength and hard labor was needed on the frontiers of the English-speaking world. Whatever the other differences within the working class, there was no doubt at all that differences of nationality, religion, and language divided it. The classic case of Ireland is tragically familiar. But even in Germany Catholic workers resisted the appeal of social democracy far more than Protestant ones, and in Bohemia Czech workers resisted integration in a pan-Austrian movement dominated by workers of German speech. The passionate internationalism of the socialists, the workers, Marx told them, had no country, only a class, appealed to labor movements, not only because of its ideal, but also because it was often the essential precondition of their operation. How otherwise could workers be mobilized as such in a city like Vienna, where a third of them were Czech immigrants, or in Budapest, where the skilled operatives were Germans, the rest Slovaks or Magyars? The great industrial center of Belfast showed, and still shows, what could happen when workers identified primarily as Catholics and Protestants, and not as workers, or even as Irishmen. Fortunately the appeal to internationalism or, what was almost the same in large countries, to interregionalism, was not entirely ineffective. Differences of language, nationality, and religion did not by themselves make the formation of a unified class consciousness impossible, especially when national groups of workers did not compete, for each had their niche in the labor market. They created major difficulties only where such differences expressed, or symbolized, severe group conflicts which cut across class lines, or differences within the working class which seemed to be incompatible with the unity of all workers. Czech workers were suspicious of German workers not as workers but as members of a nation which treated Czechs as inferior. Catholic Irish workers in Ulster were not likely to be impressed by appeals to class unity, when they saw Catholics increasingly excluded between 1870 and 1914 from the skilled jobs in industry which therefore became a virtual monopoly of Protestant workers, with the approval of their unions. Even so, the force of class experience was such that the workers' alternative identification with some other group in plural working classes, as Pole, as Catholic, or whatever, narrowed rather than replaced class identification. A person felt himself to be a worker, but a specifically Czech, Polish, or Catholic worker. The Catholic Church, in spite of its deep hostility to class division and conflict, was obliged to form, or at least to tolerate, labor unions, even Catholic trade unions, at this period generally not very large, though it would have preferred joint organizations of employers and employed. What alternative identifications really excluded was not class consciousness as such but political class consciousness. Thus there was a trade union movement, and the usual tendencies to form a party of labor, even on the sectarian battlefield of Ulster. But the unity of the workers was possible only insofar as the two issues which dominated existence and political debate were excluded from discussion, religion and Home Rule for Ireland, on which Catholic and Protestant, Orange and Green workers could not agree. Some kind of trade union movement and industrial struggle was possible under these circumstances, but not, except within each community, and then only feebly or intermittently, a party based on class identification. Add to these factors which stood in the way of labor class consciousness and organization, the heterogeneous structure of the industrial economy itself, as it developed. Here Britain was quite exceptional, since a strong non-political class feeling and labor organization already existed. The sheer antiquity, and archaism, of this country's pioneer industrialization had allowed a rather primitive, largely decentralized trade unionism, mainly of craft unions, to sink roots into the basic industries of the countries, which, for a number of reasons, developed less through machinery replacing labor than through a marriage of manual operations and steam power. In all the great industries of the former workshop of the world, in cotton, mining, and metallurgy, the construction of machines and ships, the last industry dominated by Britain, a nucleus of labor organization, mainly along craft or occupational lines, existed, capable of transformation into mass unionism. Between 1867 and 1875 trade unions had actually acquired a legal status and privileges so far-reaching that militant employers, conservative governments, and judges did not succeed in reducing or abolishing them until the 1980s. Labor organization was not merely present and accepted, but powerful, especially in the workplace. This exceptional, indeed unique, power of labor was to create growing problems for the British industrial economy in the future, and indeed even during our period major difficulties for industrialists who wished to mechanize or administer it out of existence. Before 1914 they failed in the most crucial cases, but for our purposes it is sufficient simply to note the anomaly of Britain in this respect. Political pressure might help in reinforcing workshop strength, but it did not, in effect, have to take its place. Elsewhere the situation was rather different. Broadly speaking, effective trade unions only functioned on the margins of modern and especially large-scale industry, in workshops, on worksites, or in small and medium enterprises. Organization might in theory be national, but in practice it was extremely localized and decentralized. In countries like France and Italy its effective groupings were alliances of small local unions grouped round local labor halls. The French National Trade Union Federation, CGT, required only a minimum of 3 local unions to constitute a national union. 12 In the large plants of modern industry unions were negligible. In Germany the strength of social democracy and its free trade unions was not to be found in the heavy industries of Rhineland and Ruhr. In the USA unionism in the great industries was virtually eliminated during the 1890s, it would not return until the 1930s, but it survived in small-scale industry and among the craft unions of the building trade, protected by the localism of the market in the large cities, where rapid urbanization, not to mention the politics of graft and municipal contracting, gave it greater scope. The only real alternative to the local union of small knots of organized labor, to the mainly skilled craft union, was the occasional and rarely permanent mobilization of masses of workers in intermittent strikes, but this also was mainly local. There were only some striking exceptions, among which the miners stand out by their very difference from the carpenters and cigar makers, the locksmith mechanics, the printers and the rest of the journeyman artisans who formed the normal working class cadre of the new proletarian movements. In one way or another these masses of muscular men, laboring in darkness, often living with their families in separate communities as forbidding and harsh as their pits, bound together by the solidarity of work and community and by the hardness and danger of their toil, showed a marked tendency to engage in collective struggle. Even in France and the USA coal miners formed at least intermittently powerful unions. 2 Given the size of the mining proletariat, and its marked regional concentrations, its potential, and in Britain its actual, role in labor movements could be formidable. 2 other, partly overlapping, sectors of non-craft unionism also deserve attention: transport and public employment. Employees of the state were still, even in France, the later stronghold of public service unions, excluded from labor organization, and this notably retarded the unionization of railways, which were frequently state-owned. However, even private railways proved difficult to organize, outside large and thinly populated land spaces, where their indispensability gave some of those employed on them considerable strategic leverage, especially the engine drivers and train crews. Railway companies were by far the largest enterprises in the capitalist economy, and were virtually impossible to organize except over the whole of what might be an almost nationwide network. In the 1890s, the London and North Western Railway Company, for instance, controlled 65,000 workers over a system of 7,000 kilometers of line and 800 stations. By contrast, the other key sector of transport, the maritime, was extraordinarily localized in and around the seaports, where, in turn, the entire economy tended to pivot on it. Here, therefore, any strike in the docks tended to turn into a general transport strike which might grow into a general strike. The economic general strikes which multiplied in the first years of the new century, and were to lead to impassioned ideological debates within the socialist movement, were thus mainly strikes in port cities, Trieste, Genoa, Marseilles, Barcelona, Amsterdam. These were giant battles, but unlikely to lead as yet to permanent mass union organization, given the heterogeneity of an often unskilled labor force. But while rail and sea transport were so different, they had in common their crucial strategic importance for national economies, which could be paralysed by their cessation. As labor movements grew, governments were increasingly conscious of this potential strangulation, and considered possible countermeasures. The decision by the French government to break a general rail strike in 1910 by conscripting 150,000 railwaymen, i.e. putting them under military discipline, is the most drastic example. 14. However, private employers also recognized the strategic role of the transport sector. The counter-offensive against the wave of British unionization in 1889–90, which had itself been launched by Seamen's and Dockers' strikes, began with a battle against the Scottish railwaymen and a series of battles against the massive but unstable unionization of great seaports. Conversely, the labor offensive on the eve of the World War planned its own strategic striking force, the Triple Alliance of coal miners, railwaymen, and the Transport Workers' Federation, i.e. the port employees. Transport was now clearly seen as a crucial element in the class struggle. It was more clearly seen than another zone of confrontation which was, shortly, to prove even more crucial, the great and growing metal industries. For here the traditional force of labor organization, the skilled workers of craft background and with stubborn craft unions met the great modern factory, which set out to reduce them, or most of them, to semi-skilled operators of increasingly specialized and sophisticated machine tools and machines. Here, on the rapidly moving frontier of technological advance, the conflict of interest was clear. While peace lasted, by and large, the situation favored management, but after 1914 it is not surprising that the cutting edge of labor radicalization would be found everywhere in the great armament plants. Behind the metal workers' turn to revolution during and after the World War we discern the preparatory tensions of the 1890s and 1900s. The working classes were thus neither homogeneous nor easy to unite into a single coherent social group, even if we leave aside the agricultural proletariat, which labor movements also sought to organize and mobilize, in general with indifferent success. 4 Yet they were being unified. But how? 3. One powerful way was through ideology carried by organization. Socialists and anarchists carried their new gospel to masses hitherto neglected by almost all agencies except their exploiters and those who told them to be quiet and obedient, and even primary schools, where they reached them, were mainly content to inculcate the civic duties of religion, while organized churches themselves, apart from a few plebeian sects, were slow to move into proletarian territory, or ill-suited to deal with populations so different from the structured communities of ancient rural or city parishes. Workers were unknown and forgotten people in proportion as they were a new social group. How unknown, scores of writings by middle-class social explorers and observers testify. How forgotten, any reader of the letters of the painter Van Gogh, who went into the Belgian coal field as an evangelist, can judge. The socialists were often the first to come to them. Where conditions were right, they impressed on the most varied groups of workers, from craft journeymen or vanguards of militants to entire working communities of outworkers or miners, a single identity, that of the proletarian. In 1886 the cottagers in the Belgian valleys round Liege, traditionally manufacturing guns, had no politics. They lived ill-paid lives varied for the males among them only by pigeon fancying, fishing and cockfighting. From the moment the Workers' Party arrived on the scene, they converted to it en masse. 80 to 90% of the Val d'Avestre henceforth voted socialist, and even the last ramparts of local Catholicism were breached. The people of the Ligois found themselves sharing an identification and a faith with the weavers of Ghent, whose very language, Flemish, they could not understand, and thereby with all who shared the ideal of a single, universal working class. This message of the unity of all who worked and were poor was brought into the remotest corners of their countries by the agitators and propagandists. But they also brought organization, the structured collective action without which the working class could not exist as a class, and through organization they acquired that cadre of spokesmen who could articulate the feelings and hopes of men and women who were unable to do so themselves. These possessed or found the words for the truths they felt. Without this organized collectivity, they were only poor laboring folk. For the ancient corpus of wisdom, proverbs, sayings, songs, which formulated the Weltanschauung of the laboring poor of the pre-industrial world was no longer enough. They were a new social reality, requiring new reflection. This began at the moment when they understood their new spokesman's message: you are a class, you must show that you are. Hence, in extreme cases, it was enough for the new parties merely to enunciate their name, the Workers' Party. Nobody except the militants of the new movement brought this message of class consciousness to the workers. It unified all those who were prepared to recognize this great truth across all differences among them. But people were prepared to recognize it, because the gap which separated those who were, or were becoming, workers from the rest, including other branches of the socially modest little people, was widening, because the working class world was increasingly separate, and, not least, because the conflict between those who paid wages and those who lived by them was an increasingly dominant existential reality. This was plainly the case in places virtually created by and for industry like Bochum, 4,200 inhabitants in 1842, 120,000 in 1907, of whom 78% were workers, 0.3% capitalists, or Middlesbrough, 6,000 in 1841, 105,000 in 1911. In these centers, mainly of mining and heavy industry, which mushroomed in the second half of the century, perhaps even more than in the textile mill towns which had been the typical centers of industry earlier, men and women might live without regularly even seeing any member of the non-wage earning classes who did not in some way command them, owner, manager, official, teacher, priest, except for the small artisans and shopkeepers and publicans who served the modest needs of the poor, and who, dependent on their clientele, adjusted to the proletarian environment. V. Bochum's consumer production contained, apart from the usual bakers, butchers, and brewers, a few hundred seamstresses, and 48 milliners, but only 11 laundresses, 6 hat and cap makers, 8 furriers, and, significantly, no single person making that characteristic status symbol of the middle and upper classes, gloves. 15. Yet even in the great city, with its miscellaneous and increasingly diversified services and social variety, functional specialization, supplemented in this period by town planning and property development, separated the classes, except on such neutral territories as parks, railway stations, and the structures of entertainment. The old popular quarter declined with the new social segregation. In Lyon, La Croix-Rousse, ancient stronghold of the riotous silk weavers descending into the city centre, was in 1913 described as a quarter of small employees. The bee swarm of workers has left the plateau and its slopes of access. 16 Workers moved from the old city to the other bank of the Rhône and its factories. Increasingly the gray uniformity of new working-class quarters, extruded from the central city areas, took over. Wedding and Neukölln in Berlin, Favoriten and Ottakring in Vienna, Poplar and West Ham in London, counterparts to the rapidly developing segregated middle and lower middle class quarters and suburbs. And if the much-discussed crisis of the traditional craft sector drove some groups among the master artisans to the anti-capitalist and anti-proletarian radical right, as in Germany, it could also, as in France, intensify their anti-capitalist Jacobinism or Republican radicalism. As for their journeymen and apprentices, it could hardly fail to convince them that they were now no more than proletarians. And was not natural for the hard-pressed proto-industrial cottage industries, often, like the handloom weavers, symbiotic with the early stages of the factory system, to identify with the proletarian situation? Localized communities of this kind, in various hilly regions of central Germany, Bohemia, or elsewhere, became natural strongholds of the movement. All workers were, for good reasons, apt to be convinced of the injustice of the social order, but the crux of their experience was their relation with employers. The new socialist labor movement was inseparable from the discontents of the workplace, whether or not expressed in strikes and, more rarely, organized trade unions. Time and again the rise of a local socialist party is inseparable from a particular group of locally central workers, whose mobilization it released or reflected. In Rouen, France, the weavers formed the core of the Parti ouvrier, when weaving in the region organized in 1889–91 the rural cantons suddenly switched their politics from reaction to socialism and industrial conflict passed over into political organization and electoral activity. Yet, as the example of British labour in the middle decades of the century shows, there was no necessary connection between the willingness to strike and organize, and the identification of the class of employers, the capitalists, as the major political adversary. Indeed, traditionally a common front had united those who laboured and produced, workers, artisans, shopkeepers, bourgeois against the idle and against privilege, the believers in progress, a coalition which also crossed class boundaries, against reaction. Yet this alliance, largely responsible for the earlier historic and political force of liberalism, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 6, 1, crumbled, not only because electoral democracy revealed the divergent interests of its various components, see pages 88–90 above, but because the class of employers, increasingly typified by size and concentration, as we have seen, the key word big, as in big business, grande industrie, grand patronate, gross industry, appears more frequently 17, became more visibly integrated into the undifferentiated zone of wealth, state power, and privilege. It joined the plutocracy which Edwardian demagogues in Britain liked to excoriate, a plutocracy which, as the era of depression gave way to the intoxicating surge of economic expansion, increasingly flaunted itself, visibly and through the new mass media. The British government's chief labour expert claimed that newspapers and the motor car, in Europe a monopoly of the rich, made the contrast between rich and poor inescapable. 18. But as the political fight against privilege merged with the hitherto separate fight at and around the place of employment, the world of the manual worker was increasingly separated from those above it by the growth, rapid and striking in some countries, of the tertiary sector of the economy which generated a stratum of men and women who worked without getting their hands dirty. Unlike the ancient petty bourgeoisie of small craftsmen and shopkeepers which could be seen as a transitional zone or no man's land between labor and bourgeoisie, these new lower middle classes separated the two, if only because the very modesty of their economic situation, often little better than those of well-paid workers, made them stress precisely what separated them from manual labor and what they hoped they had or thought they ought to have, in common with their social superiors, see Chapter 7. They formed a layer isolating the workers below them. If economic and social developments thus favored the formation of a class consciousness of all manual workers, a third factor virtually forced unification on them, the national economy and the nation-state, both increasingly intertwined. The nation-state not only formed the framework of the citizen's life, established its parameters, and determined the concrete conditions and the geographical limits of the workers' struggle, but its political, legal, and administrative interventions were more and more central to working-class existence. The economy increasingly operated as an integrated system, or rather one in which a trade union could no longer function as an aggregate of loosely linked local units, concerned in the first instance only with local conditions, but was compelled to adopt a national perspective, at least for its own industry. In Britain, the novel phenomenon of organized national labor conflicts appears for the first time in the 1890s, while the specter of national transport and coal strikes became a reality in the 1900s. Correspondingly, industries began to negotiate nationwide collective agreements, which had been practically unknown before 1889. By 1910 they were quite usual. The growing tendency among trade unions, especially socialist ones, to organize workers in comprehensive bodies each covering a single national industry, industrial unionism, reflected this sense of the economy as an integrated whole. Industrial unionism as an aspiration recognized that the industry had ceased to be a theoretical classification for statisticians and economists and was now becoming a nationwide operational or strategic concept, the economic framework of trade union struggle, however localized. Fiercely attached though British coal miners were to the autonomy of their coal field or even their pit, conscious of the specificity of their problems and customs, South Wales and Northumberland, Fife and Staffordshire, they found themselves for this reason inevitably drawn together between 1888 and 1908 into national organization. As for the state, its electoral democratization imposed the class unity its rulers hoped to avoid. The fight for the extension of citizen rights itself inevitably took on a class tinge for workers, since the central question at issue, at least for men, was the right to vote of the propertyless citizen. A property qualification, however modest, had to exclude primarily a large part of workers. Conversely, where general voting rights had not yet been achieved, at least in theory, the new socialist movements inevitably made themselves the major champions of universal suffrage, launching or threatening gigantic demonstration general strikes in its favor, in Belgium 1893 and twice thereafter, in Sweden in 1902, in Finland in 1905, which both demonstrated and reinforced their power to mobilize the newly converted masses. Even deliberately anti-democratic electoral reforms might reinforce national class consciousness if, as in Russia after 1905, they formed working-class electors into a separate, and underrepresented, electoral compartment or curia. But electoral activities, into which socialist parties characteristically plunged, to the horror of anarchists who saw them as diverting the movement from revolution, could not but give the working class a single national dimension, however divided it was in other respects. But more than this, the state unified the class, since increasingly any social group had to pursue its political aims by exerting pressure on the national government, in favor of or against the legislation and administration of national laws. No class had a more consistent and continuous need for positive state action on economic and social matters, to compensate for the inadequacies of their unaided collective action, and the more numerous the national proletariat, the more, reluctantly, sensitive politicians were to the demands of so large and dangerous a body of voters. In Britain the old mid-Victorian trade unions and the new labour movement divided, in the 1880s, essentially on the issue of the demand for an 8-hour day to be established by law and not by collective bargaining. That is to say, a law universally applicable to all workers, by definition a national law, and even, as the second international thought, fully conscious of the significance of the demand, an international law. The agitation did indeed generate what is probably the most visceral and moving institution asserting working-class internationalism, the annual May Day demonstrations, inaugurated in 1890. In 1917 the Russian workers, at last free to celebrate it, even jumped their own calendar in order to demonstrate on precisely the same day as the rest of the world, 6/19, and yet the force of working-class unification within each nation inevitably replaced the hopes and theoretical assertions of working-class internationalism, except for a noble minority of militants and activists. As the behavior of most national working classes in August 1914 demonstrated, the effective framework of their class consciousness was, except at brief moments of revolution, the state and the politically defined nation. 4. It is neither possible nor necessary here to survey the full range of geographical, ideological, national, sectional, or other variations, actual or potential, on the general theme of the formation of the working classes of 1870 to 1914 as conscious and organized social groups. It was quite plainly not yet taking place, to any significant extent, among that part of humanity whose skins were a different shade of color, even when, as in India and, of course, Japan, industrial development was already undeniable. This advance of class organization was chronologically uneven. It accelerated rapidly in the course of 2 short periods. The first major leap forward occurred between the end of the 188 OS and in the early years of the 1890s, years marked both by the re-establishment of a labor international, the second, to distinguish it from Marx's International of 1864 to 72, and by that symbol of working class hope and confidence, May Day. These were the years when socialists first appeared in significant numbers in the parliaments of several countries, while even in Germany, where their party was already strong, the force of the SPD more than doubled between 1887 and 1893, from 10.1 to 23.3%. The second period of major advance falls sometime between the Russian Revolution of 1905, which greatly influenced it, especially in Central Europe, and 1914. The massive electoral advance of labor and socialist parties was now assisted by the spread of a democratized suffrage which allowed it to be effectively registered. At the same time, waves of labor agitation produced a major advance in the strength of organized trade unionism. While the details varied enormously with national circumstances, these 2 waves of rapid labor advance are to be found, in one way or another, almost everywhere. Yet the formation of a working class consciousness cannot be simply identified with the growth of organized labor movements, though there are examples, particularly in Central Europe and in some industrially specialized zones, where the identification of the workers with their party and movement was almost total. Thus in 1913 an analyst of elections in a central German constituency, Naumburg-Merseburg, expressed surprise that only 88% of workers had voted for the SPD. Plainly here the equation worker equals social democrat was assumed to be the norm. 20 But this case was as yet neither typical nor even usual. What was increasingly usual, whether or not workers identified with their party, was a non-political class identification, a conscious membership of a separate workers' world which included but went far beyond the class party. For it was based on a separate life experience, a separate manner and style of living which emerged, across the regional variations of speech and custom, in shared forms of social activity, for instance, versions of sport specifically identified with proletarians as a class, as association football came to be in Britain from the 1880s, or even class-specific and novel kinds of clothing, such as the proverbial worker's peaked cap. Still, without the simultaneous appearance of the movement, even the non-political expressions of class consciousness would have been neither complete nor even fully conceivable, for it was through the movement that the plural working classes were fused into the singular working class. But, in turn, the movements themselves, insofar as they became mass movements, were imbued with the workers' non-political but instinctive distrust of all who did not get their hands dirty in labor. This pervasive voyeurisme, as the French called it, reflected reality in mass parties, for these, as distinct from small or illegal organizations, were overwhelmingly composed of manual workers. The 61,000 members of the Social Democratic Party in Hamburg in 1911-12 contained only 36 authors and journalists and 2 members of the higher professions. Indeed, only 5% of its members were non-proletarian, and half of these consisted of innkeepers. 21 But distrust of non-workers did not exclude the admiration for great teachers from a different class such as Karl Marx himself, nor for a handful of socialists of bourgeois origin, founding fathers, national leaders, and orators, 2 functions which were often hard to distinguish, or theorists. and indeed in their first generation the socialist parties attracted admirable middle-class figures of great gifts who deserved such admiration: Victor Adler in Austria, 1852–1918, Jaurès in France, 1859–1914, Turati in Italy, 1857–1932, Branting in Sweden, 1860–1925. What then was the movement which, in extreme cases, could be virtually coextensive with the class? Everywhere it included the most basic and universal organization of workers, the trade union, though in different forms and varying strength. It also frequently included cooperatives, mainly in the form of shops for workers, occasionally, as in Belgium, as the central institution of the movement. 7 In countries of mass socialist parties it might include virtually every association in which workers participated, from cradle to grave, or rather, given their anti-clericalism, to the crematorium, which the advanced strongly favored as being better suited to the age of sciences and progress. 22 These might range from the 200,000 members of the German Federation of Worker Choirs in 1914 and the 130,000 members of the Workers' Cycling Club Solidarity, 1910, to the worker stamp collectors and worker rabbit breeders, whose traces are still occasionally found in the suburban inns of Vienna. But in essence all these were subordinate to, or part of, or at least closely linked with, the political party which was its essential expression, almost always called either socialist, social democratic, or even more simply workers' or labor party. Labor movements which were without organized class parties or which were opposed to politics, though they represented an old strain of utopian or anarchist ideology on the left, were almost invariably weak. They represented shifting cadres of individual militants, evangelists, agitators, and potential strike leaders rather than mass structures. Except in the Iberian world, always out of phase with other European developments, anarchism nowhere in Europe became the majority ideology of even weak labor movements. Except in Latin countries, and, as the revolution of 1917 revealed, in Russia, anarchism was politically negligible. The great majority of these working-class parties, Australasia being the major exception, envisaged a fundamental change in society, and consequently called themselves socialist, or were judged to be on the way to doing so, like the British Labour Party. Before 1914 they wanted to have as little as possible to do with the politics of the ruling class, and still less with government, until the day when Labour itself formed its own government, and presumably would set about the great transformation. Labour leaders tempted into compromises with middle-class parties and governments were execrated unless they kept very quiet, as J.R. MacDonald did about the electoral arrangement with the Liberals, which first gave the British Labour Party significant parliamentary representation in 1906. For understandable reasons the party's attitude to local government was rather more positive. Perhaps the chief reason why so many of such parties ran up the red flag of Karl Marx was that he, more than any other theorist of the left, told them three things which seemed equally plausible and encouraging: that no foreseeable improvement within the present system would change the basic situation of workers as workers, their exploitation; that the nature of capitalist development, which he analyzed at length, made the overthrow of the present society and its replacement by a new and better society quite uncertain, and that the working class, organized in class parties, would be the creator and inheritor of this glorious future. Marx thus provided workers with the certainty, akin to that once given by religion, that science demonstrated the historical inevitability of their eventual triumph. In these respects Marxism was so effective that even Marx's opponents within the movement largely adopted his analysis of capitalism. Thus both the orators and the ideologists of these parties and their adversaries generally took it for granted that they wanted a social revolution, or that their activities implied one. Yet what exactly did this phrase mean, except that the change from capitalism to socialism, from a society based on private property and enterprise to one based on the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, 23 would indeed revolutionize life, though the exact nature and content of the socialist future was surprisingly little discussed, and remained unclear, except that what was bad now would be good then. The nature of revolution was the issue which dominated the debates on proletarian politics throughout this period. What was at issue was not faith in a total transformation of society, even though there were many leaders and militants who were much too busy with immediate struggles to take much interest in the remoter future. It was rather that, by a left-wing tradition which reached back beyond Marx and Bakunin to 1789 or even 1776, revolutions hoped to achieve fundamental social change by means of sudden, violent, insurrectionary transfers of power. Or, in a more general and millennial sense, that the great change whose inevitability was established ought to be more imminent than it actually appeared to be in the industrial world, or indeed than it had seemed in the depressed and discontented 1880s, or in the hopeful surges of the early 1890s. Even then the veteran Engels, who looked back to the age of revolution when barricades could be expected to go up every 20 years or so, and who had indeed taken part in revolutionary campaigns, gun in hand, warned that the days of 1848 were gone for good. And, as we have seen, from the middle 1890s on the idea of an imminent collapse of capitalism seemed quite implausible. What then was there to do for the armies of the proletariat, mobilized in their millions under the red flag? On the right of the movement there were some who recommended concentrating on the immediate improvements and reforms which the working class might win from governments and employers, leaving the remoter future to take care of itself. Revolt and insurrection were in any case not on the agenda. Even so, few labor leaders born after, say, 1860 abandoned the idea of the New Jerusalem. Edward Bernstein, 1850–1932, a self-made socialist intellectual who suggested incautiously, not only that Karl Marx's theories should be revised in the light of a flourishing capitalism, revisionism, but also that the putative socialist end was less important than the reforms to be won on the way, was massively condemned by labor politicians whose interest in actually overthrowing capitalism was sometimes extremely faint. The belief that the present society was intolerable made sense to working-class people, even when, as an observer of a German socialist congress in the 1900s noted, their militants kept a loaf or two ahead of capitalism. 24 The ideal of a new society was what gave the working class hope. All the same, how was the new society to be brought about in times when the collapse of the old system looked far from imminent? Koskai's embarrassed description of the great German Social Democratic Party as a party which, while revolutionary, does not make a revolution 25 sums up the problem. Was it enough to maintain, as the SPD did, a commitment to nothing less than social revolution in theory, a stance of undeviating opposition, periodically to measure the growing strength of the movement in elections and rely on the objective forces of historical development to bring about its inevitable triumph? Not if it meant, as too often it did in practice, that the movement adjusted itself to operating within the framework of the system it could not overthrow. The intransigent front, or so many a radical or militant felt, concealed compromise, passivity, the refusal to order the mobilized armies of labor into action, and the suppression of the struggles which spontaneously welled up among the masses, in the miserable name of organizational discipline. What the ill-assorted, but after 1905 growing, radical left of rebels, grassroots trade union militants, intellectual dissidents, and revolutionaries rejected was thus the mass proletarian parties, which they saw as inevitably reformist and bureaucratized by virtue of engaging in certain kinds of political action. The arguments against them were much the same whether the prevailing orthodoxy was Marxist, as it usually was on the continent, or anti-Marxist in the Fabian manner as in Britain. Instead, the radical left preferred to rely on direct proletarian action which bypassed the dangerous bog of politics, ideally culminating in something like a revolutionary general strike. Revolutionary syndicalism, which flourished in the last 10 years before 1914, suggests by its very name this marriage between all-out social revolutionaries and decentralized trade union militancy, which was, in varying degrees, associated with anarchist ideas. It flourished, outside Spain, mainly as an ideology of a few hundred or thousand proletarian union militants and a few intellectuals, During the second phase of the movement's growth and radicalization, which coincided with considerable and internationally widespread labor unrest, and considerable uncertainty in the socialist parties about what exactly they could or ought to be doing. Between 1905 and 1914, the typical revolutionary in the West was likely to be some kind of revolutionary syndicalist who, paradoxically, rejected Marxism as the ideology of parties which used it as an excuse for not trying to make revolution. This was a little unfair to the shades of Marx, for the striking thing about the Western mass proletarian parties which ran up his banner on their flagpoles was how modest the role of Marx actually was in them. The basic beliefs of their leaders and militants were often indistinguishable from those of the non-Marxist working-class radical or Jacobin left. They all believed equally in the struggle of reason against ignorance and superstition, that is to say clericalism, in the struggle of progress against the dark past, in science, in education, in democracy, and in the secular trinity of liberty, equality and fraternity. Even in Germany, where almost 1 in 3 citizens voted for a social democratic party which had declared itself formally Marxist in 1891, the Communist Manifesto before 1905 was published in editions of a mere 2,000 to 3,000 copies, and the most popular ideological work in workers' libraries was one whose title is self-explanatory, Darwin vs. Moses. 26. Actually, even native Marxist intellectuals were scarce. The leading theorists of Germany were imported from the Habsburg Empire, like Koskai and Hilferding, or from the Tsar's Empire, like Parvus and Rosa Luxemburg. For from Vienna and Prague eastwards, Marxism and Marxist intellectuals were in abundant supply. And in these regions Marxism had retained its revolutionary impulse undiluted, and the link between Marxism and revolution was obvious, if only because the prospects of revolution were immediate and real. And here, indeed, lay the key to the pattern of labor and socialist movements, as of so much else in the history of the 50 years before 1914. They emerged in the countries of the dual revolution, and indeed in the zone of Western and Central Europe in which every politically minded person looked back on the greatest of revolutions, that of France in 1789, and any city dweller born in the year of Waterloo was quite likely in the course of a lifetime of 60 years to have lived through at least 2 or even 3 revolutions at first or second hand. The labor and socialist movement saw itself as the lineal continuation of this tradition. The Austrian Social Democrats celebrated March Day, anniversary of the victims of the Vienna Revolution of 1848, before they celebrated the new May Day. Yet social revolution was rapidly retreating from its original zone of incubation. And in some ways the very emergence of massive, organized and above all disciplined class parties accelerated its retreat. The organized mass meeting, the carefully planned mass demonstration or procession, the election campaign, replaced rather than prepared riot and insurrection. The sudden upsurge of red parties in the advanced countries of bourgeois society was indeed a worrying phenomenon for its rulers, but few of them actually expected to see the guillotine erected in their capitals. They could recognize such parties as bodies of radical opposition within a system which, nevertheless, provided room for improvement and conciliation. These were not, or not yet, or no longer, societies in which, in spite of rhetoric to the contrary, much blood flowed. What kept the new parties committed to the complete revolution of society, at least in theory, and the masses of ordinary workers committed to them, was certainly not the inability of capitalism to bring them some improvement. It was that, so far as most workers who hoped for improvement could judge, all significant amelioration came primarily through their action and organization as a class. Indeed, in some respects the decision to choose the road of collective improvement foreclosed other options. In the regions of Italy where poor landless farm laborers chose to organize in unions and cooperatives, they did not choose the alternative of mass emigration. The stronger the sense of a working class community and solidarity, the stronger the social pressures to keep within it, though they did not exclude, especially for groups like the miners, the ambition to give one's children the schooling that would keep them out of the pit. What lay behind the socialist convictions of working-class militants and the approval of their masses was, more than anything, the segregated world imposed on the new proletariat. If they had hope, and their organized members were indeed proud and hopeful, it was because they had hope in the movement. If the American dream was individualist, the European workers was overwhelmingly collective. Was this revolutionary? Almost certainly not in the insurrectionary sense, to judge by the behavior of the majority of the strongest of all revolutionary socialist parties, the German SPD. But there was in Europe a vast semicircular belt of poverty and unrest in which revolution actually was on the agenda, and, at least in one part of it, actually broke out. It stretched from Spain through large parts of Italy, via the Balkan Peninsula into the Russian Empire. Revolution migrated from Western to Eastern Europe in our period. We shall consider the fortunes of the revolutionary zone of the continent and the globe below. Here we can only note that in the East Marxism retained its original explosive connotations. After the Russian Revolution it returned to the West as well as expanding into the East as the quintessential ideology of social revolution, which it was to remain for so much of the 20th century. Meanwhile the gap in communication between socialists speaking the same theoretical language widened almost without their being aware of it, until its width was suddenly revealed by the outbreak of war in 1914, when Lenin, long the admirer of German social democratic orthodoxy, discovered that its chief theorist was a traitor. Even though socialist parties in most countries, in spite of national and confessional divisions, plainly seemed to be on the way to mobilize the majority of their working classes, it was undeniable that, except for Great Britain, the proletariat was not, socialists confidently claimed not yet, anything like a majority of the population. As soon as socialist parties acquired a mass basis, ceasing to be propagandist and agitational sects, bodies of cotters or scattered local strongholds of converts, it thus became evident that they could not confine their attention exclusively to the working class. The intensive debate on the agrarian question which began among Marxists in the middle 1890s reflects precisely this discovery. While the peasantry was no doubt destined to fade away, as Marxists argued, correctly, since this has virtually happened in the later 20th century, what could or ought socialism to offer meanwhile to the 36%er in Germany, the 43%er in France who lived by agriculture, 1900, not to mention the European countries which were, as yet, overwhelmingly agrarian. The need to widen the appeal of socialist parties from the purely proletarian could be formulated and defended in various ways, from simple electoral calculations or revolutionary considerations to general theory. Social democracy is the party of the proletariat, but, it is simultaneously a party of social development, envisaging the development of the entire social body from the present capitalist stage to a higher form. Point 27. It could not be denied, since the proletariat could almost everywhere be outvoted, isolated, or even repressed by the united force of other classes. But the very identification between party and proletariat made the appeal to other social strata more difficult. It stood in the way of the political pragmatists, the reformists, the Marxist revisionists, who would have preferred to broaden socialism from a class party into a people's party, for even practical politicians ready to leave doctrine to a few comrades classified as theorists appreciated that the almost existential appeal to the workers as workers was what gave the parties their real force. What is more, the political demands and slogans specifically tailored to proletarian measurements, such as the 8-hour day and socialization, left other strata indifferent, or even risked antagonizing them by the implied threat of expropriation. Socialist labor parties rarely had much success in breaking out of the large but separate working class universe within which their militants, and quite often their masses, actually felt quite comfortable. And yet the appeal of such parties sometimes went far beyond the working classes, and even those mass parties most uncompromisingly identifying themselves with one class patently mobilized support from other social strata. There were, for instance, countries in which socialism, in spite of its ideological lack of rapport with the rural world, captured large areas of the countryside, and not only the support of those who might be classified as rural proletarians, as in parts of southern France, of central Italy and of the USA, where the most solid stronghold of the Socialist Party was, surprisingly, to be found among the Bible-punching poor white farmers of Oklahoma, with a vote of more than 25% or for its 1912 presidential candidate in the 23 most rural counties of that state. Equally remarkable, small artisans and shopkeepers were notably overrepresented in the membership of the Italian Socialist Party, compared to their numbers in the total population. There were, no doubt, historical reasons for this. Where the political tradition of the secular, left, Republican, Democratic, Jacobin or the like, was old and strong, socialism might seem a logical extension of it, today's version, as it were, of that declaration of faith in the eternal great causes of the left. In France, where it was clearly a major force, those grassroots intellectuals of the countryside and champions of republican values, the primary school teachers, were much attracted to socialism, and the major political grouping of the Third Republic paid its respects to the ideals of its electorate by naming itself Republican Radical and Radical Socialist Party in 1901. It was patently neither radical nor socialist. Yet socialist parties drew strength, as well as political ambiguity, from such traditions only because, as we have seen, they shared them, even when they were no longer felt to be sufficient. Thus in states where the franchise was still restricted, their militant and effective combat for democratic voting rights won support from other Democrats. As the parties of the least privileged, it was natural that they should now be seen as standard-bearers of that fight against inequality and privilege which had been central to political radicalism since the American and French revolutions, all the more so since so many of its former standard-bearers had, like the liberal middle class, joined the forces of privilege themselves. Socialist parties benefited even more clearly by their status as the unqualified opposition to the rich. They stood for a class which was, without exception, poor, though not necessarily very poor by contemporary standards. They denounced exploitation, wealth, and its growing concentration with unceasing passion. Others who were poor and felt exploited, though not proletarian, might well find such a party congenial. Thirdly, socialist parties were, almost by definition, parties devoted to that key concept of the 19th century, progress. They stood, especially in their Marxist form, for the inevitable forward march of history towards a better future, whose precise content might be unclear, but which would certainly see the continued and accelerated triumph of reason and education, science and technology. When Spanish anarchists speculated about their utopia, it was in terms of electricity and automatic waste disposal machines. Progress, if only as a synonym of hope, was the aspiration of those who had little or nothing, and the new rumblings of doubt about its reality or desirability in the world of bourgeois and patrician culture, see below, augmented its plebeian and politically radical associations, at least in Europe. There can be no doubt that socialists benefited from the prestige of progress among all who believed in it, especially among those brought up in and imbued with the tradition of liberalism and the Enlightenment. Finally, and paradoxically, being both outsiders and in permanent opposition, at least until the Revolution, gave them an advantage. In their first capacity they clearly attracted much more than the statistically expectable support from minorities whose position in society was in some degree anomalous, such as, in most European countries, the Jews even when they were comfortably bourgeois, and in France the Protestant minority. In their second capacity, unsullied by the contamination of ruling classes, they might in multinational empires attract oppressed nations, which might for this reason rally to red banners, to which they gave a distinct national tinge. This was notably so, as we shall see in the next chapter, in the Tsarist Empire, the most dramatic case being that of the Finns. For this reason the Finnish Socialist Party, which polled 37% of the vote American Samoa soon as the law allowed it to, rising to 47% in 1916, became de facto the national party of its country. The support of nominally proletarian parties could therefore extend considerably beyond the proletariat. Where this was so, it could easily turn such parties into parties of government in suitable circumstances, and indeed after 1918 it did so. However, To join the system of bourgeois governments meant to abandon the status of revolutionaries or even radical oppositionists. Before 1914 this was not quite unthinkable, but certainly it was publicly inadmissible. The first socialist who joined a bourgeois government, even with the excuse of unity in defense of the Republic against the imminent threat of reaction, Alexander Milrand, 1899, he subsequently became President of France, was solemnly drummed out of the national and international movement. Before 1914 no serious socialist politician was fool enough to make his mistake. In fact, in France the Socialist Party did not join a government until 1936. On the face of it the parties remained pure and uncompromising until the war. One last question must, however, be asked. Can one write the story of the working classes in our period simply in terms of their class organizations, not necessarily socialist ones, or of that generic class consciousness expressed in the lifestyles and behavior patterns in the ghetto world of the proletariat? Only to the extent that they felt and behaved in some way as members of such a class. Such consciousness could extend very far, into entirely unexpected quarters, such as the ultra-pious Hasidic weavers of ritual Jewish prayer shawls in a lost corner of Galicia, Colombia, who went on strike against their employers with the help of the local Jewish socialists. And yet a great many of the poor, and especially the very poor, did not think of themselves or behave as proletarians, or find the organizations and modes of action of the movement applicable or relevant to them. They saw themselves as belonging to the eternal category of the poor, the outcast, the unlucky or the marginal. If they were immigrants into the big city from the countryside or some foreign region, they might live in a ghetto which could overlap with the working class slum, but was more likely to be dominated by the street, the market, the innumerable petty ways, legal or non-legal, in which poor families kept body and soul together, only some of which were in any real sense wage work. What counted for them was not union or class party, but neighbors, family, patrons who could do favors or provide jobs, otherwise avoiding rather than pressuring public authorities, priests, people from the same place in the old country, anybody and anything that made life in a new and unknown environment possible. If they belonged to the old urban inner-city plebs, the admiration of anarchists for their underworlds and half-worlds would not make them more proletarian or political. The world of Arthur Morrison's A Child of the Yago, 1896, or of Aristide Bruant's song Belleville Menilmontant is not that of class consciousness, except insofar as the sense of resentment against the rich is shared by both. The ironic, shoulder-shrugging, accepting, utterly apolitical world of English music hall Song 8 which had its golden age in these years, is closer to that of the conscious working class, but its themes, mothers-in-law, wives, no money for the rent, belonged to any community of 19th-century urban underdogs. We should not forget these worlds. In fact, they are not forgotten because, paradoxically, they attracted the artists of the time more than the respectable and monochrome and especially the provincial world of the classical proletariat. But neither should we counterpose it to the proletarian world. The culture of the plebeian poor, even the world of the traditional outcasts, shaded over into that of class consciousness where both coexisted. Both recognized one another, and where class consciousness and its movement were strong, as in, say, Berlin or the great seaport of Hamburg, the pre-industrial miscellaneous world of poverty fitted into it, and even the pimps, thieves and fences would pay their respects to it. They had nothing independent to contribute to it, though anarchists thought differently. They certainly lacked the permanent militancy, let alone the commitment, of the activist, but so, as every activist knew, did the great bulk of ordinary working class people anywhere. There is no end to the complaints of the militants about this dead weight of passivity and scepticism. Insofar as a conscious working class, which found expression in its movement and party, was emerging in this period, the pre-industrial plebs were drawn into its sphere of influence. And insofar as they were not, they must be left out of history, because they were not its makers but its victims. Chapter 6. Waving Flags, Nations and Nationalism. Scappa, Che arriva la patria, run away, the fatherland is coming. Italian peasant woman to her son 1. Their language has become complex, because now they read. They read books, or at any rate they learned to read out of books. The word and the idiom of the literary language tend and the pronunciation suggested by its spelling tends to prevail over the local usage. H.G. Wells, 19012. Nationalism, attacks democracy, demolishes anti-clericalism, fights socialism and undermines pacifism, humanitarianism, and internationalism. It declares the program of liberalism finished. Alfredo Rocco, 19143. If the rise of working-class parties was one major byproduct of the politics of democratization, the rise of nationalism in politics was another. In itself it was plainly not new, see the age of revolution, the age of capital. Yet in the period from 1880 to 1914 nationalism took a dramatic leap forward, and its ideological and political content was transformed. Its very vocabulary indicates the significance of these years. For the word nationalism itself first appeared at the end of the 19th century to describe groups of right-wing ideologists in France and Italy, keen to brandish the national flag against foreigners, liberals, and socialists and in favor of that aggressive expansion of their own state which was to become so characteristic of such movements. This was also the period when the song Deutschland über alles, Germany above all others, replaced rival compositions to become the actual national anthem of Germany. Though it originally described only a right-wing version of the phenomenon, the word nationalism proved to be more convenient than the clumsy principle of nationality which had been part of the vocabulary of European politics since about 1830, and so it came to be used also for all movements to whom the national cause was paramount in politics, that is to say for all demanding the right to self-determination, i.e. in the last analysis to form an independent state, for some nationally defined group. For the number of such movements, or at least of leaders claiming to speak for such movements, and their political significance, increased strikingly in our period. The basis of nationalism of all kinds was the same, the readiness of people to identify themselves emotionally with their nation and to be politically mobilized as Czechs, Germans, Italians, or whatever, a readiness which could be politically exploited. The democratization of politics, and especially elections, provided ample opportunities for mobilizing them. When states did so they called it patriotism, and the essence of the original right-wing nationalism, which emerged in already established nation-states, was to claim a monopoly of patriotism for the extreme political right, and thereby brand everyone else as some sort of traitor. This was a new phenomenon, for during most of the 19th century nationalism had been rather identified with liberal and radical movements and with the tradition of the French Revolution. But elsewhere nationalism had no necessary identification with any color in the political spectrum. Among the national movements still lacking their own states we shall encounter those identifying with the right or the left, or indifferent to either. And indeed, as we have suggested, there were movements, and not the least powerful, which mobilized men and women on a national basis, but, as it were, by accident, since their primary appeal was for social liberation. For while in this period national identification clearly was or became a major factor in the politics of states, it is quite mistaken to see the national appeal as incompatible with any other. Nationalist politicians and their opponents naturally like to suggest that one kind of appeal excluded the other, as wearing one hat excludes wearing another at the same time. But, as a matter of history, and observation, this is not so. In our period it was perfectly possible to become simultaneously a class-conscious Marxian revolutionary and an Irish patriot, like James Connolly, who was to be executed in 1916 for leading the Easter Rising in Dublin. But of course, insofar as parties in the countries of mass politics competed for the same body of supporters, these had to make mutually exclusive choices. The new working-class movements, appealing to their potential constituency on grounds of class identification, soon realized this, insofar as they found themselves competing, as was usually the case in multinational regions, against parties which asked proletarians and potential socialists to support them as Czechs, Poles, or Slovenes. Hence their preoccupation as soon as they actually became mass movements, with the national question. That virtually every Marxist theorist of importance, from Koski and Rosa Luxemburg, via the Austro-Marxists, to Lenin and the young Stalin, took part in the impassioned debates on this subject during this period, suggests the urgency and centrality of this problem. Point 4. Where national identification became a political force, it therefore formed a sort of general substratum of politics. This makes its multifarious expressions extremely difficult to define, even when they claim to be specifically nationalist or patriotic. As we shall see, national identification almost certainly became more widespread in our period, and the significance of the national appeal in politics grew. However, what was almost certainly more important was a major set of mutations within political nationalism, which was to have profound consequences for the 20th century. 4 aspects of this mutation must be mentioned. The first, as we have already seen, is the emergence of nationalism and patriotism as an ideology taken over by the political right. This was to find its extreme expression between the wars in fascism, whose ideological ancestors are to be found here. The second is the assumption, quite foreign to the liberal phase of national movements, that national self-determination up to and including the formation of independent sovereign states applied not just to some nations which could demonstrate economic, political, and cultural viability, but to any and all groups which claimed to be a nation. The difference between the old and the new assumption is illustrated by the difference between the 12 rather large entities envisaged as constituting the Europe of nations by Giuseppe Mazzini, the great prophet of 19th-century nationalism, in 1857, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 5, 1, and the 26 states, 27 if we include Ireland, which emerged from President Wilson's principle of national self-determination at the end of the First World War. The third was the growing tendency to assume that national self-determination could not be satisfied by any form of autonomy less than full state independence. For most of the 19th century, the majority of demands for autonomy had not envisaged this. Finally, there was the novel tendency to define a nation in terms of ethnicity and especially in terms of language. Before the middle 1870s there had been states, mainly in the western half of Europe, which saw themselves as representing nations, e.g. France, Britain, or the New Germany and Italy, and states which, though based on some other political principle, were regarded as representing the main body of their inhabitants on grounds which could be thought of as something like national. This was true of the Tsars, who certainly enjoyed the loyalty of the great Russian people as both Russian and Orthodox rulers. Outside the Habsburg Empire and perhaps the Ottoman Empire, the numerous nationalities within the established states did not constitute much of a political problem, especially once a German and an Italian state had been established. There were, of course, the Poles, divided between Russia, Germany, and Austria but never losing sight of the restoration of an independent Poland. There were, within the United Kingdom, the Irish. There were various chunks of nationalities which, for one reason or another, found themselves outside the frontiers of the relevant nation-state to which they would much have preferred to belong, though only some created political problems, e.g. the inhabitants of Alsace, Lorraine, annexed by Germany in 1871. Nice and Savoy, handed over by what was to become Italy to France in 1860, showed no marked signs of discontent. There is no doubt that the number of nationalist movements increased considerably in Europe from the 1870s, though in fact much fewer new national states were established in Europe in the last 40 years before the First World War than in the 40 years preceding the formation of the German Empire, and those established were not very significant: Bulgaria, 1878, Norway, 1907, Albania, 1913. There were now national movements not only among peoples hitherto considered unhistorical, i.e., who had never previously possessed an independent state, ruling class, or cultural elite, such as Finns and Slovaks, but among peoples about whom hardly anybody except folklore enthusiasts had previously thought at all, such as Estonians and Macedonians. And within long-established nation-states, regional populations now began to mobilize politically as nations. This happened in Wales, where a Young Wales movement was organized in the 1890s under the leadership of a local lawyer of whom much more was to be heard in future, David Lloyd George, and in Spain, where a Basque national party was formed in 1894. And about the same time Theodor Herzl launched Zionism among the Jews, to whom the sort of nationalism it represented had hitherto been unknown and meaningless. Many of these movements did not yet have much support among the people for whom they claimed to speak, though mass emigration now gave many more members of backward communities the powerful incentive of nostalgia to identify with what they had left behind, and opened their minds to new political ideas. Nevertheless, mass identification with a nation almost certainly grew, and the political problem of nationalism probably became more difficult to manage for both states and non-nationalist competitors. Probably most observers of the European scene in the early 1870s felt that, after the period of Italian and German unification and the Austro-Hungarian Compromise, the principle of nationality was likely to be less explosive than it had been. Even the Austrian authorities, asked to include a question on language in their censuses, a step recommended by the International Statistical Congress of 1873, though unenthusiastic, did not say no. However, they thought, one had to give time for the hot national tempers of the past 10 years to cool down. They thought they could safely assume that this would have happened by the census of 1880. They could not have been more spectacularly mistaken. 5. However, what proved to be significant in the long run was not so much the degree of support for the national cause achieved at the time among this or that people, as the transformation of the definition and program of nationalism. We are now so used to an ethnic, linguistic definition of nations that we forget that this was, essentially, invented in the later 19th century. Without going at length into the matter, it is enough to recall that the ideologists of the Irish movement did not begin to tie the cause of the Irish nation to the defense of the Gaelic language until some time after the foundation of the Gaelic League in 1893, that the Basques did not base their national claims on their language, as distinct from their historic fueros or constitutional privileges, until the same period, that the impassioned debates about whether Macedonian is more like Bulgarian than it is like Serbo-Croat were among the last arguments used to decide which of those two people they should unite with. As for the Zionist Jews, they went one better by identifying the Jewish nation with Hebrew, a language which no Jews had used for ordinary purposes since the days of the Babylonian captivity, if then it had just, 1880, been invented as a language for everyday use, as distinct from a sacred and ritual tongue or a learned lingua franca, by a man who began the process of providing it with a suitable vocabulary by inventing a Hebrew term for nationalism, and it was learned as a badge of Zionist commitment rather than as a means for communication. This does not mean that language had previously been unimportant as a national issue. It was one criterion of nationality among several others, and, in general, the less prominent it was, the stronger was the identification of the masses of a people with its collectivity. Language was not an ideological battleground for those who merely talked it, if only because the exercise of control over what language mothers talked with children, husbands with wives, and neighbors with each other, was virtually impossible. The language which most Jews actually spoke, namely Yiddish, had virtually no ideological dimension until the non-Zionist left took it up, nor did most Jews who spoke it mind that many authorities, including those of the Habsburg Empire, refused even to accept it as a separate language. Millions chose to become members of the American nation, which obviously had no single ethnic basis, and learned English as a matter of necessity or convenience, without reading any essential element of a national soul or a national continuity into their efforts to speak the language. Linguistic nationalism was the creation of people who wrote and read, not of people who spoke. And the national languages in which they discovered the essential character of their nations were, more often than not, artifacts, since they had to be compiled, standardized, homogenized, and modernized for contemporary and literary use, out of the jigsaw puzzle of local or regional dialects which constituted non-literary languages as actually spoken. The major written national languages of old nation-states or literate cultures had gone through this phase of compilation and correction long since, German and Russian in the 18th, French and English in the 17th century, Italian and Castilian even earlier. For most languages of smaller linguistic groups, the 19th century was the period of the great authorities who established the vocabulary and correct usage of their idiom. For several, Catalan, Basque, the Baltic languages, it was the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. Written languages are closely, though not necessarily, linked with territories and institutions. The nationalism which established itself as the standard version of the national ideology and program was essentially territorial, since its basic model was the territorial state of the French Revolution, or at any rate the nearest thing to complete political control over a clearly defined territory and its inhabitants which was available in practice. Once again, Zionism provides the extreme example, just because it was so clearly a borrowed program which had no precedent in, or organic connection with, the actual tradition which had given the Jewish people permanence, cohesion, and an indestructible identity for some millennia. It asked them to acquire a territory, inhabited by another people. For Herzl it was not even necessary that that territory should have any historic connection with the Jews, as well as a language they had not spoken for millennia. The identification of nations with an exclusive territory created such problems over large areas of the world of mass migration, and even of the non-migratory world, that an alternative definition of nationality was developed, notably in the Habsburg Empire and among the Jewish diaspora. It was here seen as inherent, not in a particular piece of the map to which a body of inhabitants were attached, but in the members of such bodies of men and women as considered themselves to belong to a nationality, wherever they happened to live. As such members, they would enjoy cultural autonomy. Supporters of the geographical and human theories of the nation were locked in embittered argument, notably in the international socialist movement and between Zionists and Bundaists among the Jews. Neither theory was particularly satisfactory, though the human theory was more harmless. At all events, it did not lead its supporters to create a territory first and squeeze its inhabitants into the right national shape afterwards, or, in the words of Pilsudski, the leader of the newly independent Poland after 1918, it is the state which makes the nation and not the nation the state. 6. As a matter of sociology, the non-territorialists were almost certainly right. Not that men and women, give or take a few nomadic or diaspora peoples, were not deeply attached to some piece of land they called home, especially considering that for most of history the great majority of them belonged to that most rooted part of humanity, those who live by agriculture. But that home territory was no more like the territory of the modern nation than the word father in the modern term fatherland was like a real parent. The homeland was the locus of a real community of human beings with real social relations with each other, not the imaginary community which creates some sort of bond between members of a population of tens, today even of hundreds, of millions. Vocabulary itself proves this. In Spanish, patria did not become coterminous with Spain until late in the 19th century. In the 18th it still meant simply the place or town where a person was born. 7 País in Italian, country, and pueblo in Spanish, people, can and do still mean a village as well as the national territory or its inhabitants. 2 Nationalism and the state took over the associations of kin, neighbors and home ground for territories and populations of a size and scale which turned them into metaphors. But, of course, with the decline of the real communities to which people had been used, village and kin, parish and barrio, guild, confraternity, or whatever, a decline which occurred because they clearly no longer encompassed, as they once had done, most contingencies of people's lives, their members felt a need for something to take their place. The imaginary community of the nation could fill this void. It found itself attached, and inevitably so, to that characteristic phenomenon of the 19th century, the nation-state. For as a matter of politics, Pilsudski was right. The state not only made the nation, but needed to make the nation. Governments now reached down directly to each citizen on their territory in everyday life, through modest but omnipresent agents, from postmen and policemen to teachers and, in many countries, railway employees. They might require his, and eventually even her, active personal commitment to the state, in fact their patriotism. Authorities in an increasingly democratic age, who could no longer rely on the social orders submitting spontaneously to their social superiors in the traditional manner, or on traditional religion as an effective guarantee of social obedience, needed a way of welding together the state's subjects against subversion and dissidence. The nation was the new civic religion of states. It provided a cement which bonded all citizens to their state, a way to bring the nation-state directly to each citizen, and a counterweight to those who appealed to other loyalties over state loyalty, to religion, to nationality or ethnicity not identified with the state, perhaps above all to class. In constitutional states, the more the masses were drawn into politics by elections, the more scope there was for such appeals to be heard. Moreover, even non-constitutional states now learn to appreciate the political force of being able to appeal to their subjects on grounds of nationality, a sort of democratic appeal without the dangers of democracy, as well as on grounds of their duty to obey the authorities sanctioned by God. In the 1880s even the Russian Tsar, faced with revolutionary agitations, began to apply the policy vainly suggested to his grandfather in the 1830s, namely to base his rule not only on the principles of autocracy and orthodoxy, but also on nationality, i.e. on appealing to Russians as Russians. 8 Of course in one sense practically all 19th century monarchs had to put on national fancy dress, since hardly any of them were natives of the countries they ruled. The, mostly, German princes and princesses who became rulers or rulers consorts of Britain, Greece, Romania, Russia, Bulgaria or whatever other country needed crowned heads, paid their respect to the principle of nationality by turning themselves into Britons, like Queen Victoria, or Greeks, like Otto of Bavaria, or learning some other language which they spoke with an accent, even though they had far more in common with the other members of the International Princes Trade Union, or rather, family, since they were all related, than with their own subjects. What made state nationalism even more essential was that both the economy of a technological era and the nature of its public and private administration required mass elementary education, or at least literacy. The 19th century was the era when oral communication broke down, as the distance between authorities and subjects increased, and mass migration put days or weeks of travel between even mothers and sons, bridegrooms and brides. From the state's point of view, the school had a further and essential advantage: it could teach all children how to be good subjects and citizens. Until the triumph of television, there was no medium of secular propaganda to compare with the classroom. Hence, in educational terms, the era from 1870 to 1914 was above all, in most European countries, the age of the primary school. Even in notoriously well-schooled countries the number of primary school teachers multiplied. It trebled in Sweden and rose almost as much in Norway. Relatively backward countries caught up. The number of primary school children in the Netherlands doubled. In the United Kingdom, which had had no public educational system before 1870, it trebled. In Finland it increased 13-fold. Even in the illiterate Balkans the number of children in elementary schools quadrupled and the number of teachers almost trebled. But a national, i.e. an overwhelmingly state-organized and state-supervised, educational system required a national language of instruction. Education joined the law courts and bureaucracy, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 5, as a force which made language into the primary condition of nationality. States therefore created nations, i.e. national patriotism and, at least for certain purposes, linguistically and administratively homogenized citizens, with particular urgency and zeal. The French Republic turned peasants into Frenchmen. The Italian kingdom, following D'Azeglio's slogan, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 5, 11, did its best, with mixed success, to make Italians through school and military service, after having made Italy. The USA made a knowledge of English a condition for American citizenship and, from the end of the 1880s on, began to introduce actual worship under the new civic religion, the only one permitted under an agnostic constitution, in the form of a daily ritual of homage to the flag in every American school. The Hungarian state did its best to turn all its multinational inhabitants into Magyars. The Russian state pressed the Russification of its lesser nationalities, i.e. it tried to give Russian the monopoly of education. And where multinationality was sufficiently recognized to permit elementary or even secondary education in some other vernacular, as in the Habsburg Empire, the state language inevitably enjoyed a decisive advantage at the highest levels of the system. Hence the significance, for non-state nationalities, of the struggle for a university of their own, as in Bohemia, Wales, or Flanders. For state nationalism, real or, as in the case of the monarchs, invented for convenience, was a double-edged strategy. As it mobilized some inhabitants, it alienated others, those who did not belong, or wish to belong, to the nation identified with the state. In short, it helped to define the nationalities excluded from the official nationality by separating out those communities which, for whatever reason, resisted the official public language and ideology. 2. But why should some have resisted, where so many others did not? After all, there were quite substantial advantages for peasants, and even more for their children, in becoming Frenchmen, or indeed for anyone who acquired a major language of culture and professional advancement in addition to their own dialect or vernacular. In 1910 70% of German immigrants to the USA, who arrived there, on average after 1900, with $41 in their pockets 9 had become English-speaking American citizens, though they had plainly no intention of ceasing to speak and feel German. 10. To be fair, few states really tried to stop the private life of a minority language and culture, so long as it did not challenge the public supremacy of the official state-nation. It might well be that the unofficial language could not effectively compete with the official one, except for purposes of religion, poetry, and community or family sentiment. Hard though it may be to believe today, there were passionately national Welshmen who accepted a lesser place for their ancient Celtic tongue in the century of progress, and some who envisaged an eventual natural euthanasia for it. There were, indeed, many who chose to migrate not from one territory but from one class to another, a voyage which was apt to mean a change of nation or at least a change of language. Central Europe became full of German nationalists with obviously Slav names, and Magyars whose names were literal translations of German or adaptations of Slovak ones. The American nation and English language were not the only ones which, in the era of liberalism and mobility, issued a more or less open invitation for membership. And there were plenty who were happy to accept such invitations, all the more so when they were not actually expected to deny their origins by doing so. Assimilation for most of the 19th century was far from a bad word, it was what vast numbers of people hoped to achieve, especially among those who wanted to join the middle classes. One obvious reason why members of some nationalities refused to assimilate was because they were not allowed to become full members of the official nation. The extreme case is that of the native elites in European colonies, educated in the language and culture of their masters so that they could administer the colonials on the Europeans' behalf, but patently not treated as their equals. Here a conflict was bound to erupt sooner or later, all the more so since Western education actually provided a specific language for articulating their claims. Why, wrote an Indonesian intellectual in 1913, in Dutch, should Indonesians be expected to celebrate the centenary of the liberation of the Netherlands from Napoleon? If he were a Dutchman, I would not organize an independence celebration in a country where the independence of the people has been stolen. 11. Colonial peoples were an extreme case, since it was clear from the outset that, given the pervasive racism of bourgeois society, no amount of assimilation would turn men with dark skins into real Englishmen, Belgians, or Dutchmen, even if they had as much money and noble blood and as much taste for sports as the European nobility, as was the case with many an Indian Raja educated in Britain. And yet, even within the zone of white skins, there was a striking contradiction between the offer of unlimited assimilation to anyone who proved his or her willingness and ability to join the state-nation and the rejection of some groups in practice. This was particularly dramatic for those who had hitherto assumed, on highly plausible grounds, that there were no limits to what assimilation could achieve, the middle class, westernized, cultivated Jews. That is why the Dreyfus case in France, the victimization of a single French staff officer for being Jewish, produced so disproportionate a reaction of horror, not only among Jews but among all liberals, and led directly to the establishment of Zionism, a territorial state nationalism for Jews. The half-century before 1914 was a classic era of xenophobia, and therefore of nationalist reaction to it, because, even leaving aside global colonialism, it was an era of massive mobility and migration and, especially during the Depression decades, of open or concealed social tension. To take a single example, by 1914 something like 36 millions, or almost 15% of the population, had permanently left the territory of interwar Poland, not counting another 500,000 a year of seasonal migrants. 12 The consequent xenophobia did not only come from below. Its most unexpected manifestations, which reflected the crisis of bourgeois liberalism, came from the established middle classes, who were not likely actually ever to meet the sort of people who settled on New York's Lower East Side or who lived in the harvest laborers' barracks in Saxony. Max Weber, glory of open-minded German bourgeois scholarship, developed so passionate an animus against the Poles, whom he, correctly, accused German landowners of importing en masse as cheap labor, that he actually joined the ultranationalist Pan-German League in the 1890s. 13 The real systematization of race prejudice against Slavs, Mediterraneans, and Semites in the USA is to be found among the native white, preferably Protestant Anglophone-born middle and upper classes, which even, in this period, invented their own heroic nativist myth of the white Anglo-Saxon, and fortunately non-unionized, cowboy of the wide open spaces, so different from the dangerous anthepes of the swelling great cities. 4. In fact, for this bourgeoisie the influx of the alien poor dramatized and symbolized the problems raised by the expanding urban proletariat, combining as they did the characteristics of internal and external barbarians, which threatened to swamp civilization as respectable men knew it, cp 35 above. They also dramatized, nowhere more than in the USA, the apparent inability of society to cope with the problems of headlong change, and the unpardonable failure of the new masses to accept the superior position of the old elites. It was in Boston, the center of the traditional white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant bourgeoisie, both educated and wealthy, that the Immigration Restriction League was founded in 1893. Politically, the xenophobia of the middle classes was almost certainly more effective than the xenophobia of the laboring classes, which reflected cultural frictions between neighbors and the fear of low-wage competition for jobs. Except in one respect. It was sectional working-class pressure which actually excluded foreigners from labor markets, since for employers the incentive to import cheap labor was almost irresistible. Where exclusion kept the stranger out entirely, as did the bans on non-white immigrants in California and Australia, which triumphed in the 1880s and 1890s, this produced no national or communal friction, but where it discriminated against a group already on the spot, such as Africans in white South Africa or Catholics in Northern Ireland, it was naturally apt to do so. However, working-class xenophobia was rarely very effective before 1914. All things considered, the greatest international migration of people in history produced surprisingly little by way of anti-foreign labor agitations even in the USA, and sometimes virtually none, as in Argentina and Brazil. Nevertheless, bodies of immigrants into foreign countries were very likely to discover national sentiments, whether or not they were met by local xenophobia. Poles and Slovaks would become conscious of themselves as such, not only because once they left their home villages they could no longer take themselves for granted as people who did not require any definition, and not only because the states they moved to imposed some new definition on them, classifying people who had hitherto thought of themselves as Sicilians or Neapolitans, or even as natives of Lucca or Salerno, as Italians on arrival in the USA. They needed their community for mutual aid. From whom could migrants into new, strange, unknown lives expect help except kin and friends, people from the old country? Even regional migrants within the same country would usually stick together. Who could even understand him or, more to the point, her, for women's domestic sphere left them more monoglot than men? Who could give them shape as a community rather than a mere heap of foreigners, except, in the first instance, some body like their church which, even though in theory universal, was in practice national, because its priests came from the same people as their congregations and Slovak priests had to talk Slovak to them, whatever the language in which they celebrated the Mass. In this manner nationality became a real network of personal relations rather than a merely imaginary community, simply because, far from home, every Slovene actually had a potential personal connection with every other Slovene when they met. Moreover, if such populations were to be organized in any manner for the purpose of the new societies in which they found themselves, it had to be done in ways which allowed communication. Labor and socialist movements, as we have seen, were internationalist, and even dreamed, as liberals had done, The Age of Capital, Chapter 3, 1, 4, of a future in which all would talk a single world language, a dream still surviving in small groups of Esperantists. Eventually, as Koski still hoped in 1908, the entire body of educated humanity would be fused into a single language and nationality. 15 Yet in the meantime they faced the problem of the Tower of Babel. Unions in Hungarian factories might have to issue strike calls in 4 different languages. 16 They soon discovered that nationally mixed branches did not work well, unless members were already bilingual. International movements of laboring people had to be combinations of national or linguistic units. In the USA the party which in effect became the Workers' Mass Party, the Democrats, necessarily developed as an ethnic coalition. The greater the migration of peoples and the more rapid the development of cities and industry which threw uprooted masses against each other, the greater the basis for national consciousness among the uprooted. Hence, in the case of new national movements, exile was often their main place of incubation. When the future President Masaryk signed the agreement which was to create a state uniting Czechs and Slovaks, Czechoslovakia, he did so in Pittsburgh, for the mass basis of an organized Slovak nationalism was to be found in Pennsylvania rather than in Slovakia. As for the backward mountain peoples of the Carpathians known in Austria as Ruthenes, who were also to be joined to Czechoslovakia from 1918 to 1945, their nationalism had no organized expression whatever except among emigrants to the USA. The mutual aid and protection of emigrants may have contributed to the growth of nationalism in their nations, but is not enough to explain it. However, insofar as it rested on an ambiguous and double-edged nostalgia for the old ways emigrants had left behind, it had something in common with a force which undoubtedly fostered nationalism at home, especially in the smaller nations. This was neo-traditionalism, a defensive or conservative reaction against the disruption of the old social order by the advancing epidemic of modernity, capitalism, cities and industry, not forgetting the proletarian socialism which was their logical outcome. The traditionalist element is obvious enough in the support of the Catholic Church for such movements as Basque and Flemish nationalism, or indeed many nationalisms of small peoples which were, almost by definition, rejected by liberal nationalism as incapable of forming viable nation-states. The right-wing ideologues who now multiplied also tended to develop a taste for traditionally rooted cultural regionalism such as the Provençal filibrage. In fact, the ideological ancestors of most of the separatist, regionalist movements in late 20th century Western Europe, Breton, Welsh, Occitan, etc., are to be found on the pre-1914 intellectual right. Conversely, among these small peoples neither the bourgeoisies nor the new proletariat usually found many nationalism to their taste. In Wales the rise of Labour undermined the young Wales nationalism which had threatened to take over the Liberal Party. As for the new industrial bourgeoisie, it could be expected to prefer the market of a large nation or world to the provincial constriction of a small country or region. Neither in Russian Poland nor in the Basque Country, two disproportionately industrialized regions of larger states, did indigenous capitalists show enthusiasm for the national cause, and the demonstratively Franco-centered bourgeoisie of Ghent was a permanent provocation to Flemish nationalists. Though this lack of interest was not quite universal, it was strong enough to mislead Rosa Luxemburg into supposing that there was no bourgeois base for Polish nationalism. But, even more frustrating to traditionalist nationalists, the most traditionalist of all classes, the peasantry, also showed only a faint interest in nationalism. The Basque-speaking peasants showed little enthusiasm for the Basque National Party, founded in 1894 to defend all that was ancient against the incursion of Spaniards and godless workers. Like most other such movements, it was primarily an urban middle and lower middle class body. 17. In fact, the advance of nationalism in our period was largely a phenomenon carried by these middle strata of society. Hence there is much point to the contemporary socialists who called it petit bourgeois. And its connection with these strata helps to explain the three novel characteristics we have already observed: its shifts to linguistic militancy, to a demand for independent states rather than lesser kinds of autonomy, and to the political right and ultra-right. For the lower middle classes rising from a popular background, career and vernacular language were inseparably welded together. From the moment that society rested on mass literacy, a spoken language had to be in some sense official, a medium of bureaucracy and instruction, if it was not to sink into the half-world of purely oral communication occasionally dignified with the status of an exhibit in a folklore museum. Mass, i.e. primary, education was the crucial development, since it was possible only in a language which the bulk of the population could be expected to understand. Education in a totally foreign language, alive or dead, is possible only for a select and sometimes exiguous minority which can afford the considerable time, expense, and effort to acquire sufficient command of it. Bureaucracy, again, was a crucial element, both because it decided the official status of a language and because, in most countries, it provided the largest body of employment requiring literacy. Hence the endless petty struggles which disrupted the politics of the Habsburg Empire from the 1890s, about the language in which street signs were to be written in areas of mixed nationality, and about such matters as the nationality of particular assistant postmasters or railway station masters. But only political power could transform the status of lesser languages or dialects, which, as everyone knows, are just languages without an army and police force. Hence the pressures and counter-pressures behind the elaborate linguistic censuses of the period, example most notably, those of Belgium and Austria in 1910, on which the political claims of this or that idiom depended. And hence, at least in part, the political mobilization of nationalists for language at the very moment when, as in Belgium, the number of bilingual Flemings grew very strikingly, or, as in the Basque Country, the use of the Basque language was virtually dying out in the rapidly growing cities. 18 For political pressure alone could win a place for what were in practice uncompetitive languages as a medium of education or written public communication. This, and this alone, made Belgium officially bilingual, 1870, and Flemish a compulsory subject in the secondary schools of Flanders, as late as 1883. But once the unofficial language had thus won official standing, it automatically created a substantial political constituency of vernacular literates for itself. The 4.8 million pupils in the primary and secondary schools of Habsburg Austria in 1912 obviously contained a great many more potential and actual nationalists than the 2 millions of 1874, not to mention the 100,000 or so extra teachers who now instructed them in various rival languages. And yet in multilingual societies those educated in the vernacular, and able to use this education for professional advancement, probably still felt themselves to be inferior and unprivileged. For while they were in practice at an advantage in competing for the lesser jobs, because they were much more likely to be bilingual than the snobs of the elite language, they might justifiably feel that they were at a disadvantage in the search for the top jobs. Hence the pressure to extend vernacular teaching from primary to secondary education, and eventually to the crown of a full educational system, the vernacular university. In both Wales and Flanders the demand for such a university was intensely, and exclusively, political for this reason. In fact, in Wales the National University, 1893, actually became for a while the first and only national institution of a people whose small country had no administrative or other existence distinct from England. Those whose first language was an unofficial vernacular would almost certainly still be excluded from the higher ranges of culture and private or public affairs, unless as speakers of the official and superior idiom in which they would certainly be conducted. In short, the very fact that new lower middle and even middle classes had been educated in Slovene or Flemish emphasized that the major prizes and the top status still went to those who spoke French or German, even if they did not bother to learn the lesser language. Yet more political pressure was needed to overcome this built-in handicap. In fact, what was needed was political power. To put it bluntly, people had to be compelled to use the vernacular for purposes for which they would normally have found it preferable to use another language. Hungary insisted on Magyarized schooling, even though every educated Hungarian, then as now, knew perfectly well that a knowledge of at least one internationally current language was essential for all except the most subaltern functions in Hungarian society. Compulsion, or government pressure amounting to it, was the price paid for turning Magyar into a literary language which could serve all modern purposes in its own territory, even if nobody could understand a word of it outside. Political power alone, in the last analysis state power, could hope to achieve such results. Nationalists, especially those whose livelihood and career prospects were tied up with their language, were unlikely to ask whether there were other ways in which languages might develop and flourish. To this extent linguistic nationalism had a built-in bias towards secession. And, conversely, the call for an independent state territory seemed increasingly inseparable from language, so that we find the official commitment to Gaelic entering Irish nationalism, in the 1890s, even though, perhaps actually because, most of the Irish were quite satisfied to speak only English, and Zionism invented Hebrew as an everyday language, because no other language of the Jews committed them to the construction of a territorial state. There is room for interesting reflections about the varied fate of such essentially political efforts at linguistic engineering, for some were to fail, like the reconversion of the Irish to Gaelic, or half fail, like the construction of a more Norwegian Nynorsk, while others were to succeed. However, before 1914 they generally lacked the required state power. In 1916 the number of actual everyday speakers of Hebrew was no more than 16,000. But nationalism was linked to the middle strata in another way, which gave both it and them a twist towards the political right. Xenophobia appealed readily to traders, independent craftsmen, and some farmers threatened by the progress of the industrial economy, especially, once again, during the hard-pressed years of the Depression. The foreigner came to symbolize the disruption of old ways and the capitalist system which disrupted them. Thus the virulent political anti-Semitism which we have observed spreading across the Western world from the 1880s had little to do with the actual number of Jews against whom it was directed. It was as effective in France, where there were 60,000 among 40 millions, in Germany where there were 500,000 among 65 millions, as in Vienna where they formed 15% of the population. It was not a political factor in Budapest, where they formed a quarter of it. This anti-Semitism took aim rather against the bankers, entrepreneurs, and others who were identified with the ravages of capitalism among the little men. The typical cartoon image of the capitalist in the Belle Époque was not just a fat man in a top hat smoking a cigar, but one with a Jewish nose, because the fields of enterprise in which Jews were prominent competed with small shopkeepers and gave or refused credit to farmers and small artisans. Anti-Semitism, the German socialist leader Babel therefore felt, was the socialism of idiots. Yet what strikes us about the rise of political anti-Semitism at the end of the century is not so much the equation Jew equals capitalist, which was not implausible in large parts of East Central Europe, but its association with right-wing nationalism. This was not only due to the rise of socialist movements which systematically combated the latent or overt xenophobia of their supporters, so that a deeply rooted dislike of foreigners and Jews in those quarters tended to be rather more shamefaced than in the past. It marked a distinct shift of the nationalist ideology to the right in the major states, especially in the 1890s, when we can see, for instance, the old mass organizations of German nationalism, the Turner, gymnastic associations, veer from the liberalism inherited from the 1848 revolution to an aggressive, militarist and anti-Semitic posture. This is when the banners of patriotism became so much a property of the political right that the left found trouble in grasping them, even where patriotism was as firmly identified with revolution and the cause of the people as was the French tricolor. To brandish the national name and flag, they felt, risked contamination from the ultra-right. Not until the days of Hitler did the French left recover the full use of Jacobin patriotism. Patriotism shifted to the political right, not only because its former ideological stablemate, bourgeois liberalism, was in disarray, but because the international situation which had apparently made liberalism and nationalism compatible no longer held good. Up to the 1870s, perhaps even up to the Congress of Berlin of 1878, it could be claimed that one nation-state's gain was not necessarily another's loss. Indeed, the map of Europe had been transformed by the creation of two major new nation-states, Germany and Italy, and the formation of several minor ones in the Balkans, without either war or intolerable disruption of the international state system. Until the Great Depression, something very like global free trade, while perhaps benefiting Britain rather more than others, had been in the interest of all. Yet from the 1870s on, such claims ceased to ring true, and as a global conflict came, once more, to be considered as a serious, if not an impending possibility, the sort of nationalism which saw other nations frankly as menace or victims gained ground. It both bred and was encouraged by the movements of the political right which emerged out of the crisis of liberalism. Indeed, the men who first called themselves by the novel name of nationalists were frequently stimulated into political action by the experience of their state's defeat in war, like Maurice Barrès, 1862–1923, and Paul Dérault, 1846–1914, after the German victory over France in 1870–1, and Enrico Corradini, 1865–1931, after Italy's even more galling defeat at the hands of Ethiopia in 1896. And the movements they founded, which brought the word nationalism into the general dictionaries, were quite deliberately set up in reaction against the democracy then in government, i.e. against parliamentary politics. 19 The French movements of this kind remained marginal, like the Action Française, EST 1898, which lost itself in a politically irrelevant monarchism and in vituperative prose. The Italian ones eventually merged with fascism after the First World War. They were characteristic of a new breed of political movements built on chauvinism, xenophobia and, increasingly, the idealization of national expansion, conquest, and the very act of war. Such nationalism lent itself exceptionally well to expressing the collective resentments of people who could not explain their discontents precisely. It was the foreigner's fault. The Dreyfus case gave French anti-Semitism a special edge, not only because the accused was a Jew, what business had an alien in the French General Staff, but because his alleged crime was espionage on behalf of Germany. Conversely, the blood of good Germans curdled at the thought that their country was being systematically encircled by the alliance of its enemies, as their leaders frequently reminded them. Meanwhile, the English were getting ready to celebrate the outbreak of the World War, like other belligerent peoples, by an outburst of anti-alien hysteria which made it advisable to change the German family name of the royal dynasty to the Anglo-Saxon Windsor. No doubt every native citizen, apart from a minority of internationalist socialists, a few intellectuals, cosmopolitan businessmen, and the members of the International Club of Aristocrats and Royals, felt the appeal of chauvinism to some extent. No doubt almost all, including even many socialists and intellectuals, were so deeply imbued with the fundamental racism of 19th-century civilization, see The Age of Capital, chapter 14, 11, and pages 253-4 below, that they were also indirectly vulnerable to the temptations which come from believing one's own class or people to have a built-in natural superiority over others. Imperialism could not but reinforce these temptations among members of imperial states. Yet there is little doubt that those who responded most eagerly to the nationalist bugles were to be found somewhere between the established upper classes of society and the peasants and proletarians at the bottom. For this widening body of middle strata, nationalism also had a wider and less instrumental appeal. It provided them with a collective identity as the true defenders of the nation, which eluded them as a class, or as aspirants to the full bourgeois status they so much coveted. Patriotism compensated for social inferiority. Thus in Britain, where there was no compulsory military service, the curve of volunteer recruitment of working-class soldiers in the imperialist South African War, 1899–1902, simply reflects the economic situation. It rose and fell with unemployment. But the curve of recruitment for lower middle class and white-collar youths clearly reflected the appeals of patriotic propaganda. And, in a sense, patriotism in uniform could bring its social rewards. In Germany it provided the potential status as reserve officer for boys who had undergone secondary education to the age of 16, even if they went no further. In Britain, as the war was to show, even clerks and salesmen in the service of the nation could become officers and, in the brutally frank terminology of the British upper class, temporary gentlemen. Yet, nationalism between the 1870s and 1914 cannot be confined to the kind of ideology which appealed to the frustrated middle classes or the anti-liberal, and anti-socialist, ancestors of fascism. For it is beyond question that in this period governments and parties or movements which could make, or imply, a national appeal were likely to enjoy an extra advantage, and conversely those which could not or would not were to some extent handicapped. It is quite undeniable that the outbreak of war in 1914 produced genuine, if sometimes short-lived, outbursts of mass patriotism in the main belligerent countries. And in multinational states working-class movements organized on an all-state basis fought and lost a rearguard action against disintegration into separate movements based on the workers of each nationality. The labor and socialist movement of the Habsburg Empire thus fell apart before the empire itself did. Nevertheless, there is a major difference between nationalism as an ideology of nationalist movements and flag-waving governments, and the broader appeal of nationality. The first did not look beyond the establishment or aggrandizement of the nation. Its program was to resist, expel, defeat, conquer, subject or eliminate the foreigner. Anything else was unimportant. It was enough to assert the Irishness, Germanness, or Croatianness of the Irish, German or Croatian people in an independent state of their own, belonging exclusively to them, to announce its glorious future and to make every sacrifice to achieve it. It was this which, in practice, limited its appeal to a cadre of impassioned ideologists and militants, to shapeless middle classes searching for cohesion and self-justification, to such groups, again, mainly among the struggling little men, as could ascribe all their discontents to the damned foreigners, and, of course, to governments which welcomed an ideology which told citizens that patriotism was enough. But for most people nationalism alone was not enough. This is, paradoxically, most evident in the actual movements of nationalities which had not yet achieved self-determination. The national movements which gained genuine mass support in our period, and by no means all which wanted it had achieved it, were almost invariably those which combined the appeal of nationality and language with some more powerful interest or mobilizing force, ancient or modern. Religion was one. Without the Catholic Church the Flemish and Basque movements would have been politically negligible, and nobody doubts that Catholicism gave consistency and mass strength to the nationalism of Irish and Poles ruled by rulers of a different faith. In fact, during this period the nationalism of the Irish Fenians, originally a secular, indeed anti-clerical, movement appealing to Irishmen across confessional frontiers, became a major political force precisely by letting Irish nationalism identify itself essentially with the Catholic Irish. More surprisingly, as we have already suggested, parties whose original and primary object was international class and social liberation found themselves becoming the vehicles of national liberation also. The re-establishment of an independent Poland was achieved, not under the leadership of any of the numerous 19th-century parties devoted exclusively to independence, but under leadership coming from the Second International's Polish Socialist Party. Armenian nationalism shows the same pattern, as indeed does Jewish territorial nationalism. What made Israel was not Herzl or Weizmann, but, Russian-inspired, labor Zionism. And while some such parties were, justifiably, criticized within international socialism because they put nationalism a long way before social liberation, this cannot be said of other socialist, or even Marxist, parties which found themselves to their surprise to be the representative of particular nations, the Finnish Socialist Party, the Mensheviks in Georgia, the Jewish Bund in large areas of Eastern Europe, in fact, even the rigidly non-nationalist Bolsheviks in Latvia. Conversely, nationalist movements became aware of the desirability of spelling out, if not a specific social program, then at least a concern with economic and social questions. Characteristically, it was in industrialized Bohemia, torn between Czechs and Germans both drawn to labor movements that movements specifically describing themselves as National Socialist emerged. The Czech National Socialists eventually became the characteristic party of independent Czechoslovakia, and provided its last president, Beneš. The German National Socialists inspired a young Austrian who took their name and their combination of anti-Semitic ultranationalism with a vague populist social demagoguery into post-war Germany, Adolf Hitler. Nationalism therefore became genuinely popular essentially when it was drunk as a cocktail. Its attraction was not just its own flavor, but its combination with some other component or components which, it was hoped, would slake the consumer's spiritual and material thirst. But such nationalism, though genuine enough, was neither as militant nor as single-minded, and certainly not as reactionary, as the flag-waving right would have wanted it to be. The Habsburg Empire, about to disintegrate under the various national pressures, paradoxically illustrates the limitations of nationalism. For though most of its people were, by the early 1900s, unquestionably conscious of belonging to some nationality or other, few of them thought that this was incompatible with support for the Habsburg monarchy. Even after the outbreak of war, national independence was not a major issue, and a decided hostility to the state was to be found only in 4 of the Habsburg nations, 3 of which could identify with national states beyond their borders: the Italians, the Romanians, the Serbs, and the Czechs. Most of the nationalities did not visibly wish to break out of what middle and lower middle class zealots liked to call the prison of peoples. And when, in the course of the war, discontent and revolutionary feelings really mounted, it took the form, in the first instance, not of movements for national independence but for social revolution. 20. As for the Western belligerents, in the course of the war anti-war feeling and social discontent increasingly overlaid, but without destroying, the patriotism of the mass armies. The extraordinary international impact of the Russian revolutions of 1917 is comprehensible only if we bear in mind that those who had gone to war willingly, even enthusiastically, in 1914 were moved by the idea of patriotism which could not be confined within nationalist slogans, for it included a sense of what was due to citizens. These armies had not gone to war out of a taste for fighting, for violence and heroism, or to pursue the unconditional national egoism and expansionism of the nationalism of the right. And still less out of hostility to liberalism and democracy. On the contrary, the domestic propaganda of all belligerents with mass politics demonstrates, in 1914, that the point to stress was not glory and conquest, but that we were the victims of aggression, or of a policy of aggression, that they represented a mortal threat to the values of freedom and civilization which we embodied. What is more, men and women would not be successfully mobilized for the war unless they felt that the war was more than a plain armed combat, that in some sense the world would be better for our victory and our country would be, to use Lloyd George's phrase, a land fit for heroes to live in. The British and French governments thus claimed to defend democracy and freedom against monarchical power, militarism, and barbarism, the Huns, while the German government claimed to defend the values of order, law, and culture against Russian autocracy and barbarism. The prospects of conquest and imperial aggrandizement could be advertised in colonial wars, but not in the major conflicts, even if they occupied foreign ministries behind the scenes. The German, French, and British masses who marched to war in 1914 did so, not as warriors or adventurers, but as citizens and civilians. Yet this very fact demonstrates both the necessity of patriotism for governments operating in democratic societies and its force. For only the sense that the cause of the state was genuinely their own could mobilize the masses effectively, and in 1914 the British, French, and Germans had it. They were so mobilized, until 3 years of unparalleled massacre and the example of revolution in Russia taught them that they had been mistaken. Chapter 7. Who's Who, or the Uncertainties of the Bourgeoisie. In its widest possible sense, a man's self is the sum total of what he can call his, not only his body and his psychic powers, but his clothes and his house, his wife and children, his ancestors and friends, his reputation and works, his lands and horses and yacht and bank account. William James I. With an immense zest, they begin shopping. They plunge into it as one plunges into a career, as a class they talk, think, and dream possessions. H.G. Wells, 19,092. The college is founded by the advice and counsel of the founder's dear wife, to afford the best education for women of the upper and upper middle classes. From the foundation deed of Holloway College, 1883. Let us now turn to those whom democratization appeared to threaten. In the century of the conquering bourgeoisie, members of the successful middle classes were sure of their civilization, generally confident and not usually in financial difficulties, but only very late in the century were they physically comfortable. Until then they had lived well enough, surrounded by a profusion of decorated solid objects, encased in large quantities of textiles, able to afford what they regarded as suitable to persons of their standing and unsuitable to those below them, and consuming food and drink in substantial, and probably in excessive, quantities. The food and drink, in some countries at least, were excellent. Cuisine bourgeoise, in France at least, was a term of gastronomic praise. Elsewhere, at least, they were copious. An ample supply of servants compensated for the discomfort and impracticability of their houses. But it could not conceal them. It was only quite late in the century that bourgeois society developed a style of life and the suitable material equipment actually designed to fit the requirements of the class which was supposed to form its backbone, men in business, the free professions or the higher ranks of public service and their families, who did not necessarily aspire to or expect the status of aristocracy or the material rewards of the very rich, but who were well above the zone where buying one thing meant foregoing others. The paradox of the most bourgeois of centuries was that its lifestyles became bourgeois only late, that this transformation was pioneered on its fringes rather than at its center, and that, as a specifically bourgeois way and style of living, it triumphed only momentarily. That is perhaps why the survivors looked back to the era before 1914 so often and so nostalgically as the Belle Époque. Let us begin the survey of what happened to the middle classes in our period by considering this paradox. That new lifestyle was the suburban house and garden, which has long ceased to be specifically bourgeois except as an index of aspiration. Like so much else in bourgeois society, it came from the classic country of capitalism, Great Britain. We may first detect it in the garden suburbs constructed by architects like Norman Shaw in the 1870s for comfortable, though not particularly wealthy, middle-class households, Bedford Park. Such colonies, generally intended for rather richer strata than their British equivalents, developed on the outskirts of Central European cities, the cottage Viertel in Vienna, Dahlem, and the Grunewald Viertel in Berlin, and eventually moved socially downwards into the lesser or lower middle-class suburbs or the unplanned labyrinth of pavilions on the fringes of great cities, and eventually, via speculative builders and socially idealistic town planners into the semi-detached streets and colonies intended to recapture the village and small town spirit. Siedlungen or settlements was to be the significant German term for them, of some municipal housing for the more comfortable workers later in the 20th century. The ideal middle-class house was no longer seen as part of a city street, a townhouse or its substitute, an apartment in a large building fronting a city street and pretending to be a palace, but an urbanized or rather suburbanized country house, villa or even cottage, in a miniature park or garden, surrounded by greenery. It was to prove an enormously powerful ideal of living, though not applicable as yet within most non-Anglo-Saxon cities. The villa differed from its original model, the country house of nobility and gentry, in one major respect, apart from its more modest, and reducible, scale and cost. It was designed for the convenience of private living rather than social status striving and role-playing. Indeed, the fact that such colonies were largely single-class communities, topographically isolated from the rest of society, made it easier to concentrate on the comforts of life. This isolation developed even when it was not intended. The garden cities and garden suburbs designed by socially idealistic, Anglo-Saxon, planners went the same way as the suburbs specifically built to remove the middle classes from their inferiors. And this exodus in itself indicated a certain abdication of the bourgeoisie from its role as a ruling class. Boston, the local rich told their sons around 1900, holds nothing for you except heavy taxes and political misrule. When you marry, pick out a suburb to build a house in, join the country club, and make your life center about your club, your home, and your children. 3. But this was the very opposite of the function of the traditional country house or chateau, or even of its bourgeois rival or imitator, the great capitalist's mansion, the Krupp's Villa Hugel, or the Bankfield House and Bellevue of the Ackroyds and Crossleys, who dominated the smoky lives of the woolen town of Halifax. Such establishments were the engine casings of power. They were designed to demonstrate the resources and prestige of a member of a ruling elite to other members and to the inferior classes, and to organize the business of influence and ruling. If cabinets were made in the country house of the Duke of Omnium, John Crossley of Crossley's Carpets at least invited 49 of his colleagues on the Halifax Borough Council for 3 days to his house in the Lake District on the occasion of his 50th birthday, and entertained the Prince of Wales on the occasion of the inauguration of Halifax Town Hall. In such houses private life was inseparable from public life with recognized and, as it were, diplomatic and political public functions. The requirements of these took precedence over home comforts. One does not imagine that the Ackroyds would have built themselves a grand stairway painted with scenes from classical mythology, a painted banqueting hall, a dining room, library, and suite of 9 reception rooms, or for that matter a servants' wing designed for 25 domestics, primarily for their family use. 4 The country gentleman could no more avoid exercising his power and influence in his county than the local business magnate could avoid doing so in Barrie or Zwickau. Indeed, so long as he lived in the city, by definition an image of the urban social hierarchy, even the average member of the bourgeoisie could hardly avoid indicating, nay, underlining, his place in it by the choice of his address, or at least of the size of his apartment and the story it occupied in the building, the degree of servitude he could command, the formalities of his costume and social intercourse. The Edwardian stockbroker's family, which a dissident son recalled later in life, was inferior to the Forsytes, because their house did not quite overlook Kensington Gardens, but it was not so far away as to lose status. The London season was beyond it, but the mother was formally at home on regular afternoons, and organized evening receptions with a Hungarian band hired from Whiteley's Universal Store, as well as giving or attending almost daily dinner parties at the required time. During the months of May and June. 5 Private life and the public presentation of status and social claims could not be distinct. The modestly rising middle classes of the pre-industrial period were mostly excluded from such temptations by their inferior, if respectable, social status or their Puritan and Pietist convictions, not to mention by the imperatives of capital accumulation. It was the bonanza of mid-19th century economic growth which put them within the reach of the successful, but which at the same time imposed a public lifestyle patterned on that of the older elites. Yet at this moment of triumph four developments encouraged the formation of a less formal, a more genuinely private and privatized lifestyle. The first, as we have seen, was the democratization of politics, which undermined the public and political influence of all but the very grandest and most formidable of bourgeois. In some cases the, mainly liberal, bourgeoisie was forced de facto to withdraw altogether from a politics dominated by mass movements or a mass of voters which refused to recognize their influence when it was not actually directed against them. The culture of fin de siècle Vienna, it has been argued, was largely that of a class and a people, the middle-class Jews, who were no longer allowed to be what they wanted, namely German liberals, and who would not have found many followers even as a non-Jewish liberal bourgeoisie. 6 The culture of the Buddenbrooks and of their author Thomas Mann, himself the son of a patrician in an ancient and proud city of Hanseatic traders, is that of a bourgeoisie which has withdrawn from politics. The Cabots and the Lowells in Boston were far from extruded from national politics, but they were to lose control of Boston politics to the Irish. From the 1890s the paternalist factory culture of northern England broke down, a culture in which workers might be trade unionists, but would celebrate the anniversaries of their employers, whose political colors they followed. One of the reasons why a Labour Party emerged after 1900 is that the men of influence in the working class constituencies, the local bourgeoisie, had refused to give up the right to nominate local notables, i.e. people like themselves, for Parliament and Council in the 1890s. Insofar as the bourgeoisie retained its political power, it was henceforth by mobilizing influence rather than followers. The second was a certain loosening of the links between the triumphant bourgeoisie and the Puritan values which had been so useful for capital accumulation in the past, and by means of which the class had so often identified itself and marked its distance from the idle and dissolute aristocrat and the lazy and drunken laborers. In the established bourgeoisie the money had already been made. It might come, not directly from its source, but as a regular payment produced by pieces of paper which represented investments whose nature might be obscure, even when they did not originate in some remote region of the globe, far from the home counties round London. Frequently it was inherited, or distributed to non-working sons and female relatives. A good deal of the late 19th century bourgeoisie consisted of a leisure class whose name was invented at this time by a maverick American sociologist of considerable originality, Thorstein Veblen, who wrote a theory about it. 7 And even some of those who actually made money did not have to spend too much time at it, at all events if they did so in European, banking, finance, and speculation. In Britain, at any rate, these left plenty of time for other pursuits. In short, spending became at least as important as earning. The spending did not have to be as lavish as that of the ultra-rich, of whom there was indeed plenty in the Belle Époque. Even the relatively less affluent learned how to spend for comfort and enjoyment. The third was the loosening of the structures of the bourgeois family, which was reflected in a certain emancipation of the women in it, which will be considered in the next chapter, and the emergence of the age groups between adolescence and marriage as a separate and more independent category of youth, which in turn had a powerful impact on the arts and literature, see chapter 9 below. The words youth and modernity sometimes became almost interchangeable, and if modernity meant anything, it meant a change of taste, decor, and style. Both these developments became noticeable among the established middle classes in the second half of the century, and obvious in its last 2 decades. They not only affected that form of leisure which took the form of tourism and holidays, as Visconti's death in Venice rightly shows, the grand hotel by beach or mountain, which now entered its period of glory, was dominated by the image of its women guests, but they greatly increased the role of the bourgeois home as a setting for its women. The fourth was the substantial growth of those who belonged, or claimed to belong, or aspired passionately to belong, to the bourgeoisie, in short, of the middle class as a whole. A certain idea of an essentially domestic lifestyle was one of the things that bound all its members together. 2. At the same time democratization, The rise of a self-conscious working class and social mobility created a novel problem of social identity for those who belonged or wished to belong to some layer or other of these middle classes. The definition of the bourgeoisie is notoriously difficult, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 13, 3, 4, and it became no easier as democracy and the rise of labor movements led those who belonged to the bourgeoisie, whose name became an increasingly dirty word, to deny their existence as a class in public, if not to deny the existence of classes altogether. In France it was held that the revolution had abolished classes, in Britain that classes, not being closed castes, did not exist, in the increasingly vocal field of sociology that social structure and stratification were too complex for such simplifications. In America the danger seemed to be not so much that the masses might mobilize themselves as one class and identify their exploiters as another, as that, in pursuit of their constitutional right to equality, they might declare themselves to belong to the middle class, thus diminishing the advantages, other than the unanswerable facts of wealth, of belonging to an elite. Sociology, as an academic discipline a product of the period 1870 to 1914, still suffers from endless and inconclusive debates about social class and status, due to the fondness of its practitioners for reclassifying the population in a manner most suitable to their ideological convictions. Moreover, with social mobility and the decline of traditional hierarchies establishing who belonged and did not belong to a middle rank or estate of society, the boundaries of this intermediate social zone, and the area within it, became hazy. In countries used to the older classification, like Germany, elaborate distinctions were now drawn between a burgherdom of bourgeoisie, in turn divided into a Besitzbürgerdom based on the ownership of property and a Bildungsbürgerdom based on the access to bourgeois status by means of higher education, and a Mittelstand, middle estate, below it, which in turn looked down on the Kleinbürgerdom or petty bourgeoisie. Other languages of Western Europe merely manipulated the shifting and imprecise categories of a big or upper, a petty or lower middle class/bourgeoisie, with an even more imprecise space between them. But how to determine who could claim to belong to any of these? The basic difficulty lay in the growing number of those who claimed bourgeois status in a society in which, after all, the bourgeoisie formed the top social stratum. Even where the old landed nobility had not been eliminated, as in America, or deprived of its de jure privileges, as in Republican France, its profile in developed capitalist countries was now distinctly lower than before. Even in Britain, where it had maintained both a very prominent political presence and much the greatest wealth in the middle decades of the century, it was relatively falling back. In 1858 to 79, of the British millionaires who died, 4/5, 117, had still been landowners. In 1880 to 99 only a little more than a third were, and in 1900 to 14 the percentage was even lower. 8 Aristocrats were a majority in almost all British cabinets before 1895. After 1895 they never were. Titles of nobility were far from despised, even in countries which officially had no place for them. Rich Americans, who could not acquire them for themselves, were quick to buy them in Europe by subsidized marriage for their daughters. Singer sewing machines became the Princesse de Polignac. Nevertheless, even ancient and deep-rooted monarchies conceded that money was now as useful a criterion of nobility as blue blood. The Emperor William II considered it as one of his duties as a ruler to meet the wishes of millionaires for decorations and patents of nobility, but made their grant conditional on the making of charitable gifts in the public interest. Perhaps he was influenced by English models. 9 Well might the observer think so. Of the 159 peerages created in Britain between 1901 and 1920, omitting those given to the armed services, 66 were given to businessmen, about half of these to industrialists, 34 to the professions, overwhelmingly the lawyers, and only 20 to men of landed background. 10. But if the line between bourgeoisie and aristocracy was hazy, the boundaries between the bourgeoisie and its inferiors were also far from clear. This did not so much affect the old lower middle class or petty bourgeoisie of independent artisans, small shopkeepers, and their like. Their scale of operations placed them firmly on a lower level, and indeed opposed them to the bourgeoisie. The French radicals' program was a series of variations on the theme "Small is beautiful." The word petit constantly recurs in the congresses of the Radical Party. 11 Its enemy were les gros, big capital, big industry, big finance, big merchants. The same attitude, with a nationalist, right-wing, and anti-Semitic twist rather than a Republican and left-wing one, was to be found among their German equivalents, more hard-pressed by an irresistible and rapid industrialization from the 1870s onward. Seen from above, not only their littleness but their occupations debarred them from higher status, unless, exceptionally, the size of their wealth wiped out the memory of its origin. Still, the dramatic transformation of the distributive system, especially from the 1880s on, made some revisions necessary. The word grocer still carries a note of contempt among the upper middle classes, but in Britain of our period a Sir Thomas Lipton, who made his money from packets of tea, a Lord Leverhulme, who made it from soap, and a Lord Vesta, who made it from frozen meat, acquired titles and steam yachts. However, the real difficulty arose with the enormous expansion of the tertiary sector, of employment in public and private offices, that is to say of work which was both clearly subaltern and remunerated by wages, even if they were called salaries, but which was also clearly non-manual, based on formal educational qualifications, if relatively modest ones, and above all carried out by men, and even some women, most of whom specifically refused to consider themselves as part of the working class and aspired, often at great material sacrifice, to the style of life of middle-class respectability. The line between this new lower middle class of clerks, and gestalt employees and the higher ranges of the professions, or even of large business increasingly employing salaried executives and managers, raised novel problems. Leaving aside these new lower middle classes themselves, it was clear that the new entrants to the middle class or claimants to middle class status were now rapidly increasing in numbers, which posed practical problems of demarcation and definition, made more difficult by the uncertainty of the theoretical criteria for such definition. What constituted the bourgeoisie was always more difficult to determine than what, in theory, defined a nobility, e.g. birth, hereditary title, land ownership, or a working class, e.g. the wage relationship and manual labor. Still, see The Age of Capital, Chapter 13, the mid-19th century criteria were fairly explicit. Except for senior salaried state servants, members of this class would be expected to possess capital or an investment income and/or act as independent profit-making entrepreneurs employing labor or as members of a free profession which was a form of private enterprise. Significantly, profits and fees were included under the same heading for purposes of the British income tax. Yet with the changes mentioned above, these criteria became far less useful for distinguishing the members of the real bourgeoisie, both economically and above all socially, in the very considerable mass of the middle classes, not to mention the even larger body of those aspiring to this status. They did not all possess capital, but neither, at least initially, did many men of undoubted bourgeois status who substituted higher education for it as an initial resource, Bildungsbürgertum, and their number was increasing substantially. The number of doctors in France, more or less stable at around 12,000 between 1866 and 1886, had risen to 20,000 by 1911. In Britain the number of doctors rose from 15,000 to 22,000, of architects from 7,000 to 11,000 between 1881 and 1901. In both countries the rise was much faster than the growth of the adult population. They were not all entrepreneurs and employers, except of servants. Point 12 But who could deny bourgeois status to those senior salaried managers who were an increasingly essential part of large business enterprise at a time when, as a German expert pointed out in 1892, the intimate, purely private character of the old small businesses simply could no longer apply to such large undertakings. 13. The great majority of all these middle classes, at least insofar as most of them were the product of the era since the dual revolution, see The Age of Revolution, Introduction, had one thing in common: social mobility, past or present. Sociologically, as a French observer noted in Britain, the middle classes consisted essentially of families in the process of rising socially, and the bourgeoisie of those who had arrived, whether at the top or at some conventionally defined plateau. 14 But such snapshots could hardly give an adequate image of a process of movement which could only be seized, as it were, by a sociological equivalent of that recent invention, the moving picture or film. The new social strata whose advent Gambetta saw as the essential content of the regime of the French Third Republic, he was no doubt thinking of men like himself, making their way without business and property to influence and income through democratic politics, did not stop moving even when recognized as arrived. 15 Conversely, did not arrival change the character of the bourgeoisie? Could membership of this class be denied to the members of their second and third generations who lived leisured lives on the family wealth, who sometimes reacted against the values and activities which still constituted the essence of their class? Such problems do not at our period concern the economist. An economy based on profit-making private enterprise, such as unquestionably dominated the developed countries of the West, does not require its analysts to speculate about what individuals exactly constitute a bourgeoisie. From the economist's point of view, Prince Henkel von Donnersmarck, the second richest man in Imperial Germany, after Krupp, was functionally a capitalist, since 9/10 of his income came from the ownership of coal mines, industrial and banking shares, partnerships in real estate developments, not to mention 12 to 15 million marks earning interest. On the other hand, for the sociologist and the historian, his status as a hereditary aristocrat is far from irrelevant. The problem of defining the bourgeoisie as a group of men and women, and the line between these and the lower middle classes, therefore has no direct bearing on the analysis of capitalist development at this stage, except for those who believe that the system depends on the personal motivations of individuals as private entrepreneurs, though of course it reflects structural changes in the capitalist economy, and may throw light on its forms of organization. 3. Establishing recognizable criteria was thus urgent for the contemporary members or would-be members of the bourgeoisie or middle class, and in particular for those whose money alone was insufficient to buy a status of assured respect and privilege for themselves and their offspring. 3 major ways of establishing such membership became increasingly important in our period, at any rate in countries in which uncertainty about who was who already arose. 2 All required to fulfill 2 conditions. They had clearly to distinguish members of the middle classes from the working class.